My little sister's death transformed me from my naturally rebellious self into the continent's strongest warrior, all because I could never escape from this dark shadow. Combined with the family's long-term abuse, accusations, and deliberate alienation, I chose to run away from home and live in anonymity. I was indeed once that hopeless madman, a stubborn youth without any combat ability, but to find and make amends with my little sister's murderer, I had to become stronger first, and my power needed to be second to none. In the end, it happened just as I wished. After 2.5 years as a mercenary, I accumulated countless fame, honor, and wealth. People called me the king of mercenaries, but just when I was ready to return to my family and make up for past mistakes, my family, House Perdium, had already fallen into complete ruins. Fortunately, heaven showed mercy. After my head was cut off by my family's enemies, it granted me a chance to live again. Now looking at my reflection in the water, my heart was filled with confusion. Indeed, I didn't yet realize I had been reborn. Why was there no wound on my neck? Could it be that they captured me for magical experiments? At that moment, a soldier walked in, saying, "Young master, I knew you were awake." I recognized him. He was Ricardo, a soldier of House Perdium. But to uncover the truth, I drew my sword and held him hostage. "If you don't want today to be your death anniversary, answer my next questions truthfully." Unexpectedly, under my threat, Ricardo just sighed deeply. "Young master, doing this won't change anything. No means no." I was bewildered and asked, "What nonsense are you talking about?" The next second, this guy suddenly pushed me away. "You just tired yourself out and fell asleep. How could you forget everything so quickly? You absolutely cannot have command of the orc subjugation force. Hurry and pack your things. We need to return to House Perdium's main city today." And at the moment I heard those 4 words, I immediately grabbed Ricardo's shoulder. Wasn't House Perdium destroyed long ago? After that, Ricardo took me to a cliff overlooking the main city. Then he whispered quietly, "Young master, even if you're poor, there's no need to curse your own family with destruction. If the Lord hears this, you'll be whipped." I pinched my cheek hard. This pain confirmed it wasn't a dream, which means I have indeed been reborn. But it's too early to rejoice. Those forces threatening my family had likely already begun implementing their elimination plans from much earlier. However, I first need to deal with what's about to happen. Ricardo just mentioned something about commanding against the orcs. How could I forget this memory? At that time, I wanted to earn merit, so I ignored all warnings and followed the subjugation force to this northern fortress. Intelligence suggested 3 orcs would attack, which sparked my desire to command the battle. After all, dealing with merely 3 orcs seemed trivial, but reality proved far different. There weren't just 3 orcs, but a terrifying number of nearly 200. This directly led to House Perdium's subjugation force suffering heavy casualties. Fortunately, there was still some time before the orc invasion. I had ample time to simulate and perfect the subjugation plan. But just as I finished speaking, a watchtower in front of me was smashed to pieces. At the same time, the patrolling soldiers sounded the alarm. The orcs had appeared, but faced with the large-scale orc assault, the thinly spread soldiers quickly fell into defeat. Suddenly, a command rang out from the distance. All soldiers remain calm. Prepare defensive formation. This was Commander Scoven, the leader of this subjugation force. But he quickly realized something was wrong. This number was far beyond what their subjugation force could handle. Continuing to fight would only lead to total annihilation. While Scoven was stunned, an orc suddenly launched a sneak attack from his flank. Seeing this, I immediately charged forward and pushed him behind me. Scoven watched everything in shock as I faced an axe wielded by someone even larger than myself. My upward slash directly cut both the orc's weapon and arm in half. After defeating this orc, I walked steadily towards Scoven and ordered, "Give me command of the subjugation force." But in their current life or death situation, how could Scoven possibly hand command over to a madman? "I'm sorry, young Master Cecil. This old man is powerless to help. This is not a child's war game." Scoven's response gave me a headache, but I couldn't entirely blame him. If I were him, I also wouldn't hand something so important to a good-for-nothing who couldn't even hold up mud. With no choice, I had to resort to Plan B. Just as Scoven prepared to face the attacking orcs, I, standing behind him, suddenly threw my sword flying. Scoven nearly struck, grabbed my collar and roared, "Young master, can you stop causing trouble?" But as he finished speaking, he realized that previous attack had actually hit the orc's most vital weak point. Then I asked Scoven, "Do you know what's most fundamental in battle? If even your fighting spirit is ground down. I'm sure you know the final outcome better than I do." After saying this, I no longer cared about command authority. I charged fearlessly into the orc horde. Among the flashing blades, I wielded my sword with complete ease. A small number of orcs posed absolutely no threat to me. But this shocked Scoven for a full 2.5 years. He felt like he was dreaming. How could the good-for-nothing young master who couldn't even grasp magic now fight single-handedly against the brutal orcs? These miraculous sword techniques, this simple yet agile footwork. In Scoven's eyes, I was as formidable as a battle-hardened swordmaster. Meanwhile, facing the increasing number of orcs and my rapidly depleting stamina, I could only resort to taunting like other manga protagonists. I haven't even warmed up yet. To be honest, you warrior race aren't much. Under my provocative taunts, basically all the orcs were lured to one spot. As for the rest, I could only leave them to Scoven's fate. Fortunately, he didn't disappoint me. When all the soldiers thought I was simply running away, he saw through my battle plan. All soldiers quickly form shield wall formation and advance at full speed to support the young master's position. At this point, although I had been cornered by the orcs at the cliff, seeing the scene behind me, I couldn't help but smile. Then I leaped down toward the bottom of the cliff. "I leave the rest to you! Now!" Scoven commanded. "Everyone, push these damned orcs off the cliff!" In the end, the subjugation force achieved victory with only 10% casualties. But this was actually also redemption for my past life's mistakes. At this time, Scoven spotted me hanging from my sword on the cliff face. He wanted to reach out and pull me up, but exhausted as I was, I couldn't even hold on to my sword anymore. Suddenly, a voice appeared in my mind. "Elder brother, please take me with you." It was my little sister Elena's voice. After that, I awakened from this dream. Having fallen from the cliff, I miraculously survived. But having pushed my power to the limit during battle, my entire body now ached so much that even breathing was difficult. Just then, the person I had most admired appeared. Her name was Belinda, my maid since childhood. She was also a teacher in my life. After the family's destruction, all I could find related to her was just a worn-out shoe. Now Belinda was scolding me for my recklessness. But the next second I hugged her tightly. "Belinda, I'm so happy to see you again. What's there to be happy about? Young master, don't we see each other every day?" Hearing this, I made a bold decision to tell her about my identity as a reborn person. "Listen, Belinda, in the near future House Perdium will face a great crisis. Don't ask me how I know, because I am someone who died and was reborn." However, Belinda simply wouldn't believe me. Yes, young master has been reborn. But what I want to tell you is that House Perdium's real crisis is you, young master. Seeing I was still chattering away, Belinda then gave me a 2.5-hour relative-style lecture. Afterwards, she asked if I would attend the festival in a week. Hearing this, my pupils suddenly contracted. Belinda thought I had forgotten this important event, joking that if Miss Elena knew, she would definitely be angry. But the truth wasn't so simple, because the day of the festival was when Elena met her tragic end. This memory that had tormented me for a lifetime. I had to change it no matter what. Just then, Elena pushed open the door and entered. She had come specifically to check on me. Seeing her, I immediately hugged her tightly and said emotionally, "Elder brother has missed you." Hearing this, Elena felt utterly disgusted. "Quick, get away from me. What kind of prank are you pulling now?" Elena's push almost left me breathless. I had to admit my little sister's talent far surpassed mine, to have such strength at such a young age. But what I said next actually shocked both Belinda and Elena. "I'm sorry, I was indeed too excited just now." "What? The young master actually apologizing voluntarily? You were right to call me here, Belinda. My elder brother's brain really has been kicked silly by those orcs." Hearing this, I wanted to argue back, but that pain suddenly swept through my body again, watching me collapse in pain on the ground. Their expressions of looking at an idiot actually made me feel healed. Everyone was still the same as always. This was the life I wanted most. As for what needed to be done next, I had to start training first. This time, I absolutely won't let Elena's killers succeed. After that, I found old man Fergus. He was in charge of managing House Perdium's training grounds. "Take me to the unused training ground. I need to practice." Fergus felt like the sun had risen from the west, because since birth, what I hated most was training. The scene changed, and Fergus led me to a very new training ground. Looking at the complete equipment inside, I felt deeply ashamed. Even after becoming the king of mercenaries, I never had such treatment. From old man Fergus's words, I finally understood. This training ground had always been exclusively mine. Because they worried I might suddenly need to use it, the equipment was constantly maintained and repaired. I'm not good at expressing thanks. Old man Fergus, you must live well. The feeling of death is really terrible. Young master, have you experienced it once? Hearing this, my eyes suddenly lit up. Finally, someone who understood. That's right, I am someone who died and was reborn. But the result was the same as with Belinda. Fergus simply didn't believe it, but I didn't care anymore. After sending old man Fergus away, I was about to begin my first training session. Now, sitting cross-legged on the ground, I recalled the training methods recorded in books from my previous life. For me, who had spent years on battlefields, creating the first mana core was as simple as eating. And with the appearance of 3 mana cores, I directly forced myself to link them together. Although its success meant my first training had reached the 3rd level of mana cores, due to the body's overuse. I suffered backlash with blood flowing from my 7 apertures. Seems this is my current limit. In my past life, even risking half my life, I only reached the 5th level of mana cores. But that's fine. The 3rd level is already enough to let me release explosive power in a short time. Moreover, those people would never send top experts from their family just to deal with a little girl. This is when I suddenly realized the reason for my defeat in my previous life. Although this training method could make me temporarily stronger, the mana consumption would also increase more rapidly. Fortunately, reborn into this life, I had 2 major advantages: a young body and sufficient time, so the obstacle of raising my mana value to its ultimate limit would no longer exist. In the last life, you cut off my head. In this life, I'll definitely make each of you pay back. Just you wait. You worthless scum who only know how to hide in darkness and play dirty tricks. And you, Duke Delphine, who destroyed my house Perdium. Time quickly arrived at the evening of the festival a week later. At this point, I was fully armed and prepared. When my little sister Elena saw me, she showed a surprised expression. "I didn't expect you'd actually have free time to attend the festival. In previous years, I couldn't even see your shadow. And I heard that you've been buried in training at the practice grounds these past few days. Are you sure your head wasn't really kicked wrong by those orcs?" To this, I replied that as House Perdium's first heir, becoming stronger to protect the family was naturally my duty. Elena was speechless. Previously, I had been extremely resistant to inheritance. Sometimes she even hoped I would would fall seriously ill or die in battle to give the heir position to her. My goodness, I'm fighting to death trying to save your life, and you actually wished for my quick death in return. But seeing Elena seemed to be enjoying tonight's festival, I decided not to argue with her anymore. After a week of investigation, I found the main city and streets showed no abnormal phenomena compared to usual, and even though I knew some intelligence about the future, I couldn't calculate unknown events from these. In other words, every move in this unknown game of chess had to be made by me. Then, under Elena's guidance, we tasted various festival street foods, but since the festival preparations were largely the same every year, Elena quickly grew tired of it, truly hoping something innovative would appear this year. In contrast, I was indifferent to this, constantly observing everything around us. Perhaps because I stayed too close to Elena, even as the first day of the festival was nearly over. The other side still hadn't shown any signs, but just as I was contemplating whether to visit the main city next, a soldier came over, telling Elena there was a special program being held somewhere, ready to take her to see it, and Elena thoughtlessly took the soldier's hand. The one on the left was called Jamal, the right one Philip. They had grown up with Elena since childhood, being the most trusted personal guards in the territory. But at this moment, everything became clear to me. These two had always been traitors hidden by Elena's side. The scene changed. Philip pointed ahead saying, "This is where the special program will be held." But the venue was empty. Not a single person in sight except for them. Elena found it hard to imagine what could be worth watching in such a dirty place. So she started berating Philip. "Quickly take me somewhere else, or I'll cut your wages when we get back." In contrast, I kept observing the surrounding environment. At first glance, this indeed looked like a rarely visited street, but in reality, it perfectly blocked all escape routes. Just then, I was pulled away by a sudden force. It turned out Philip wouldn't take Elena somewhere fun, making her so angry she wanted to pull me home to sleep. Unexpectedly, the next second, Jamal blocked Elena's path. He warned with a vicious look, "I told you to wait. If you don't listen, I'll cut you into pieces right now." These words frightened Elena so much her whole body trembled. "What do you two want to do to us? I warn you, if we don't return today, the people of the territory won't let you get away with this." Philip also decided to drop his act. "Of course, it's because we received a quite nice commission. Just be good and wait here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being too rough." As he finished speaking, 3 tall men walked up behind Philip. If I hadn't guessed wrong, they must be the clients behind these 2 traitors. "Well done, such high efficiency," Philip responded. "Of course. Now we've brought the person. Please don't forget our payment, my dear boss." The man in the hat didn't respond, because he saw a very familiar face. "Isn't this House Perdium's useless young master? The commission didn't mention bringing him too." Philip explained. "This fool followed on his own. Consider it an extra gift for you. The payment can stay the same." After Philip finished, I said coldly, "Don't think you can sell us out and still escape from here safely. Young master, you'd better worry about yourself first. These people aren't pushovers. Besides, I've long grown tired of this poor House Perdium. Being poor is one thing, but having to fight orcs at the border every day, I'm sick of this life." But just as Philip finished speaking, I drew the sword at my waist. With just one strike, I instantly killed him. Seeing this, Jamal beside him was stunned, his mouth trembling so much he couldn't speak. This is the fate of those who betray the territory. "Now it's your turn, Jamal." Hearing this, he hurriedly grabbed Elena, trying to use her as a hostage, but before he could even draw his sword, my blade had already pierced the top of his head. It seems Jamal wouldn't be able to close his eyes in death, because until his death, he couldn't imagine that the waste who only knew how to play around had today used mana to kill him. Now seeing Elena's emotions becoming increasingly unstable, so as not to interfere with my upcoming actions, I decided to knock her unconscious first, let her sleep for a while, which would also prevent her from seeing the bloodier scenes to come. Meanwhile, the man in the hat was surprised after seeing me instantly kill 2 soldiers. Basically, everyone on the continent knew that House Perdium's young master couldn't even handle a sword properly, let alone use mana. "Young master, it seems you've been hiding your strength all along?" I didn't respond, but instead pulled out the sword stuck in the soldier's head. Though there were 3 people, the 2 on the left and right had negligible mana. Only the man in the hat might be somewhat difficult to deal with. It seems I can't drag this out too long. But I still want to know, who exactly ordered you to kill my little sister? The man in the hat showed complete disdain. "I only know that's unnecessary for someone about to die. If that's the case, then I'll beat you into submission before asking." Suddenly, the 2 underlings beside the man in the hat drew their swords and charged at me. "Catch him alive. Let's let the young master experience what it feels like to be tortured but unable to die." Seeing this, I remained completely calm, took out a small bomb from my bag, and threw it out. Then, seizing the moment of its explosion, I instantly flash-stepped and thrust, killing one of them instantly. The other man, seeing me expose an opening after attacking, immediately slashed at my side without hesitation. Little did he know his attack pattern had already been seen through. A simple block perfectly defended against it. Then I caught his blade with my right hand and yanked hard to take his weapon. Without a weapon, he was purely like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. I easily disposed of another enemy, but just then, I detected waves of killing intent from behind. The man in the hat thought his sneak attack would succeed, yet he didn't know that I, battle-hardened, was extremely sensitive to killing intent. Such underhanded methods could hardly harm me. Therefore, the man in the hat was quite bewildered. He couldn't imagine how this strange sword grip could block his attack. The only possibility was that I was still hiding my true strength. Taking advantage of his moment of confusion, I quickly rotated 180 degrees to attack his lower body, even though he jumped up in advance. But my dual-wielding attack methods were ever-changing. An upward strike successfully landed on the man in the hat's neck, but I never expected that after hitting such a vital spot, the man in the hat still had strength to counterattack. Fortunately, I immediately adjusted my position and barely managed to block it. Now, seeing the dense mana at the wound on his neck, I understood why that slash hadn't taken his head. I didn't expect you'd know such a defensive technique, concentrating mana at certain body parts to reduce damage. Although the man in the hat felt my sword techniques were quite strange, under absolute power superiority, any struggle would be futile. Die, you damn brat. With your mana level, you absolutely cannot defeat me. And the current situation was indeed as the man in the hat said. I was in a passive state, but he definitely couldn't guess that I was doing this to test exactly what level his strength was at. Is this all you've got, old man? Speaking thus, I used my two swords to brace against the ground to stabilize myself, then began charging power in my left foot. Then I rushed straight at his face with a heavy kick. Seeing the man in the hat couldn't adjust in time, I thought this kick still wouldn't cause him actual damage. But just as he was about to gloat, a wave of dizziness suddenly struck his mind, his mouth spewing large amounts of tomato juice. Now looking at his uncontrollably trembling body, the man in the hat couldn't believe it. Previously, my sword couldn't break through his defense. Now he'd been kicked to pieces. But such a reaction was normal. How could someone at just the first mana core level defeat me at the third level? Die, you damned old man. As I spoke, I charged in with my dual swords for a thrust. Under my powerful and swift slashes, the man in the hat's blocks seemed so sloppy. Finally, his hand shook uncontrollably. The sword in his hand developed large cracks about to shatter, and with my final power strike, the man in the hat's sword broke. His chest was cut open with a huge gash, but I couldn't finish him off yet. He still hadn't answered my question from earlier. So to be safe, I decided to destroy his mana core. Now I punched his neck and asked, I'll ask one more time, who ordered you to come kill my little sister? Suddenly, a hidden weapon shot out from the man in the hat's sleeve, and his target was Elena lying on the ground. But I wouldn't let him succeed so easily. My mana could be extracted for use. Before the battle even began, I had anticipated that despicable people would use despicable methods, so I had created mana threads in advance. I warn you not to try any more tricks. Hurry up and answer the question. If you make me happy, perhaps I'll pull out the sword and spare your life. Seeing the man in the hat still not responding, I increased the pressure, letting the sword touch his mana core, and feeling his mana core being damaged, the man in the hat finally became anxious. You crazy brat, are you mad? If the mana core detonates, we'll both be blown to pieces. Hearing this, I coldly said, I know that of course, but that only happens in the hands of those without real ability. Now as the mana leakage became increasingly outrageous, even producing lightning and sparks, the man in the hat finally realized I wasn't bluffing. In the end, he conceded, all right, I surrender. It was Duke Delphine who ordered Count Desmond to instruct us. He wanted to use this opportunity to provoke conflict between House Perdium and House Diggle to start a war, then they would just need to wait and profit from it. Sure enough, it was Duke Delphine's dirty work. In my previous life, he would usually have dukes under him or other families following him do such filthy things, never showing his face even once. Then I told the man in the hat, in my previous life I learned a lesson, that you can never show mercy to despicable people. As you've heard, I am a reborn person who died and came back to life. With that, I didn't give the man in the hat a chance to breathe, suddenly using force to destroy his mana core. But just then, the man in the hat still tried to resist with his barely movable head, but such an attack wasn't even worth scratching to me. And so, I eliminated the last enemy, just as the first day of the festival came to an end. Seeing Elena lying safely on the ground, I could finally put down my weapon and relax my vigilance. But the next second, a wave of pain suddenly swept through my entire body. Sure enough, this body that had just recently started training couldn't sustain the third level of mana core for long periods. It seems I'll need to train diligently in the future. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if those thorny characters from my previous life suddenly appeared. Then, I ran to a house not far away. The man in the hat had just said that killing Elena was meant to provoke conflict between House Perdium and House Diggle. Actually, I already knew this in my previous life. When Elena's body was discovered, the eldest son of House Diggle was lying beside her. After that, he would be blamed for Elena's murder. It was from this moment that my House Perdium secretly had a time bomb planted. So to prevent this from being discovered, I decided to destroy the evidence. How could I, reborn into this life, let you succeed so easily? And just as I was leaving with Elena on my back, a man in black suddenly appeared on the tree branch behind me. But soon, he disappeared into thin air again. Little did they know this man was the middleman planning to assassinate Elena. However, due to the plan's failure, the man in black was now facing criticism from his superiors. Damn it, you can't even handle a little girl. It seems you're quite careless in choosing assassins. Hearing this, the man in black hurriedly explained that it was because of the young master of House Perdium. Before he could finish, everyone slammed the table forcefully, as they all knew how could someone already deemed a hopeless waste by the family possibly interfere with their operation. I think you're making up lies to cover up your failure. Please calm down, my lords. The only explanation is that the information circulating about the young master of House Perdium is seriously fraudulent. I witnessed his mana power firsthand. It might even be higher than mine. This led me to hesitate taking action, so I decided to return and report this matter. But rest assured, my lords, this plan wasn't a complete failure. The assassination of House de Gold's eldest son was successful, so please give me another chance to make amends. Little did they know these people all held refusing attitudes, saying if you can't even handle 2 kids, it's hard for us to believe you can continue to do good work. Suddenly, a stern voice came from the darkness. Everyone shut up. Then he asked, I'll give you the chance you want, but if the plan fails again, you should know the consequences better than I do. The man in black eagerly guaranteed that he had found a suitable person to eliminate the young master of House Perdium. This person's name is Cain Loges. As everyone knows, besides being exceptionally skilled with the sword at such a young age, his natural brute strength means he has no peers among those his age in the Northern Territories. Most importantly, Cain is that House Perdium young master's cousin. Meanwhile, at House Perdium's main city, Fergus specifically came to find me at the training grounds. But suddenly, he was shocked when he saw me using mana threads to retrieve a sword from the wall. So he asked puzzledly, Young master, how did you do that? Oh, you mean this? These are called mana threads. They're special threads created from mana power. Hearing this, Fergus felt quite ashamed. He had thought his years of magical training gave him rich experience. Yet at such a young age, I had invented such a novel way of using magic. But it was normal for Fergus to feel this way. After all, half a month ago I couldn't even use magic. Now not only had my sword skills greatly improved, but my mana power had also increased significantly. Nevertheless, it was worth being happy about. This kind of young master was truly worthy of being the first heir. Also, thank you for protecting Lady Elena, young master. What's there to thank? As her elder brother, protecting her safety is my responsibility. Scene change, I was now preparing to enjoy lunch with Elena, and seeing that Elena was safe in this life made me truly happy. But that was only for the current stage. Those people definitely wouldn't give up their assassination attempts after just one failure. So the only way to change the history of House Perdium's destruction wasn't just about increasing my own strength, but more importantly about improving the family's military power. But just as the maid was serving breakfast, I was dumbfounded, thinking why dessert was being served before the main course. So I asked Belinda and learned of something terrifying. Our family had become so poor we could barely afford food. Meanwhile, noisy clamoring could be heard from outside the window. It turned out that since this year's festival was forcibly canceled after just one day, the merchants who hadn't made any money collectively came to the castle demanding compensation. Call the lord out, or we'll tear down the castle and sell it for scrap. Seeing this situation, I felt extremely uneasy in my heart, looking at these people's mental state. If we don't stop them, they really might tear down the castle. Then I asked old Fergus, why don't you take some soldiers down there? Use force to intimidate them first, then find a way to appease their emotions. To this, Fergus indicated he was also helpless, as due to increased orc attacks on the northern frontier, most of the young soldiers in the city had been gathered to provide support. Moreover, there was also the forest of monsters not far to the left, where monsters could suddenly emerge and attack House Perdium at any time. At this point, after learning of these terrible things, I was completely stunned. It was bad enough that the family had no money, but for military power to be this weak too. No wonder they met such a quick end of destruction in my previous life. Then I pulled Belinda close to whisper something. I remember you've always managed my money, right? Why don't we use my money to compensate those merchants first? Belinda indicated that I had nothing left. Because you used to spend money so wastefully, the Count hasn't given you any allowance since. Then lend me some? Hearing this, Belinda just smiled without saying anything. Fortunately, the merchants were just putting on a show, and after a while they left the castle and went back. Money may not be everything, but having no money is definitely impossible to work with. I must find a way to make money next. Just then, a soldier suddenly ran over to report urgently, Young Master, something terrible has happened outside. Young Master Cain says he wants to meet you in person. After I rushed to the scene, the defending soldiers in Scoven had been beaten down and were lying there barely breathing. Seeing this situation, my anger instantly skyrocketed. You're Cain, right? Long time no see, you worthless cousin. I remembered his face very clearly. He was Count Loge's first heir, and there was an alliance relationship between them and House Perdium. In my previous ignorant life, Cain was indeed my only friend, but also an enemy. At this point, I asked the soldier Ricardo behind me what exactly had happened before Cain caused trouble. Hearing this, Ricardo explained shamefully that after young Master Cain arrived at the main city, he and Commander Scoven had gone together to welcome him. But as soon as they met, young Master Cain asked about the rumors concerning you. Even though Scoven told everything according to the facts, Cain still insisted it was all made up. So young Master Cain punished them on charges of deliberate deception. That's how things happened. But just as Ricardo finished speaking, Cain said disdainfully, "Of course you servants deserve punishment for speaking wrongly. Otherwise, where would our authority as masters be?" But what's really funny is that this old man actually claimed you could easily kill orcs without proper training, and even punish 2 soldiers who betrayed the family at the same time. Who would believe that? Everyone knows your House Perdium's useless poison. It seems that after living again, those who were dogs remain dogs. The words they speak still make people sick. In my previous life, every time this guy came to House Perdium, there would definitely be endless incidents. He would cause trouble everywhere and even say I had instructed him to do it, although I had tried hard to explain it was all Kane's doing. But since I was naturally mischievous, of course no one believed what I said. Moreover, Kane had always had excessive confidence since childhood, and everything he did showed an impressive manner, which gave many people a good and expectant impression of him. At this point, Kane was somewhat confused, because previously, whenever I faced Kane's provocations, I would definitely resist to the death. This led to him being unable to smoothly carry out the next part of the plan. It turned out that not long ago, the man in black who had previously planned to kill Elena found Kane, asking him to eliminate House Perdium's young master, and promised that, after success, that Lord would provide support for House Lodge's power. Kane was naturally tempted, but now the other party was nominally House Perdium's heir, and he didn't know how to handle this matter. Hearing this, the man in black revealed the plan he had thought of beforehand. You go provoke that waste into dueling with you then, halfway through. Secretly create some small accidents to take his life. At that time, you don't need to worry. I will disguise myself as a guard knight and accompany you. I can help adjust for any unexpected situations in time. Such valuable opportunities don't come often. Although Kane was worried for a moment, but for the sake of making his family powerful again, he finally agreed without any hesitation. It seems this waste has indeed changed quite a bit. The level of tolerance is truly eye-opening for me. Need to find a way to provoke him. Since I'm here, as the host's young master, shouldn't you properly entertain me? Just as the festival was forced to end, to revive the atmosphere, of course we need to have some exciting fun. We've always gotten along well in this aspect, haven't we? Hearing his words, I thought of some previous things. Every time Kane came, he would always demand wine and maids. At that time, because I was afraid of being beaten, I always followed his orders, but it was also because of him that my allowance was spent completely. Speaking of money, this is what I need most right now. Since Kane came today, let's properly settle all the previous accounts. Seeing me not taking any action, Kane got impatient. Hurry up and go prepare for me, otherwise... Unexpectedly, before he could finish, I interrupted him. I think the one who should prepare is you, right? The money you spent previously at House Perdium was all my money. Let me calculate. Principal plus interest totals 1,000 gold coins. Hearing this, Kane said, these were all voluntary actions you took to get close to me. If you don't understand what friendship fees are, go back to your mother's womb and start over. Friend, do you think you deserve to use that word? You purely treated me like a cash cow before. I'm warning you, before I beat you up, you'd better pay back every coin you owe me. At this point, Kane's expression suddenly darkened, and Ricardo, who was watching from the side, also instantly realized I had said the wrong thing. This would likely enrage Kane. Suddenly, Kane stood up. Don't think you are powerful just because your knight told a few lies. A waste is still a waste. In front of my strength, you're just a pile of shit. And just as Kane finished speaking, he immediately swung his fist as big as a sandbag at me. In contrast, I wasn't worried at all. When his attack was just 0.01 centimeters away, I easily dodged to the side. Seeing this, Kane thought it was purely luck, and immediately swung his fist again for a side chop. Little did he know I had already predicted his prediction, dodging down in advance. A powerful uppercut landed directly on Kane's ribs, but this was far from enough. Then my fist charged straight at his face, but unexpectedly it was blocked by Kane's hand. However, strangely enough, even though this guy's expression was still smiling, the next second he was howling in pain on the ground. Meanwhile, the man in black disguised as a guard immediately seized this opportunity. Young master, are you alright? I knew Kane was faking it, just didn't know what advantage this guy could get from acting this way. Stop playing dead, Kane. Unexpectedly, the man in black suddenly shouted, why did you hit our young master? Doing this will only affect our relationship as allied nations. But his words weren't actually directed at me, but rather to attract passing bystanders, making these people unanimously claim that I had bullied Kane. However, by now, I had already guessed Kane's intentions. If that's how you want it, I won't show any mercy. On the other side, the man in black also praised Kane's acting skills, saying now anyone would think I was solely at fault. As for what comes next, of course it was time to begin today's main performance. I will definitely kill you. Heaven sent opportunity to restore House Lodges, I absolutely cannot miss it easily. Then Kane took out a blue glove, preparing to throw it at me to propose a duel, but I beat him to it. I, Cecil Perdium, formally challenge you, Kane Lodges, to a duel. Insulting me is one thing, but you dare run wild in my House Perdium territory, even injuring my castle knights. I will properly settle accounts with you today. Hearing this, Kane found it extremely laughable. I know you're stupid, but I didn't expect you'd be stupid enough to deliver yourself an opportunity to enter the grave. I accept your challenge, but if you want to regret it, I'm afraid you'll have to wait until you're in hell. Facing Kane's pressure, I didn't flinch one bit. Instead, I instructed Ricardo to find those merchants who had come to the main city demanding compensation earlier, and tell the merchants there was a project here for them to make big money. And as Kane and I stood on the arena, the surroundings were instantly crowded with spectators who had come to watch the excitement. So naturally, this would also help drive up the stall income, because people watching the excitement all knew it was better to eat while watching. Moreover, this duel added an additional betting session, odds of 0.1 to 1 for Kane and 10 to 1 for me. But unsurprisingly, everyone who bet knew Kane's strength was very strong, so they were willing to bet everything they had on his victory. At this point, Kane said mockingly, you've actually turned such a sacred duel into a gambling match, but it doesn't matter. Let me tell you first, I won't accept you raising your hand to surrender midway, until you're crippled or even even dead by my own hands. Hearing this, I told him to talk less, since so many spectators had gathered. Let's hurry and begin. But suddenly the man in black shouted that this duel couldn't proceed yet, because no one present was willing to bet on me. But at the same time, he also offered a suggestion: either bet my life on myself, or see if there was any fool willing to bet on me. As a result, the scene instantly fell silent. Since it was clearly a sure win, they wouldn't be stupid enough to voluntarily be that fool. Seeing this, Kane also chimed in mockingly, "Looks like you're not doing too well as House Perdium's future heir. Even your own common people don't support you." Unexpectedly, just as he finished speaking, Scovin and Ricardo suddenly appeared at the scene with a bag of money. "I want to bet on our young master's victory." Not only that, even Elena and Belinda specially rushed over. "Is this money enough to let the duel proceed normally? If not, we can add more." "Enough, enough," the person in charge of betting called out repeatedly. As soon as the bell rang, the duel officially began. Then I told Kane, "Since I am your cousin after all, I'll let you have the chance to strike first. Come at me, but better not disappoint those supporting you." Kane was amused by my words. "Then as little brother, I will respectfully comply. But if you want to win, you might as well go home and take a big nap first." With that said, Kane immediately launched himself up with a burst. Although his physique far exceeded his peers, his movement speed wasn't slow at all. Fortunately, I reacted in time to raise my sword to block. And since Kane's strength was naturally greater than this body of mine, so I absolutely couldn't get stuck in prolonged direct confrontations with him. Little did I know, this guy could actually forcibly cancel the recovery after his attack. His skin so hard even the sword blade couldn't hurt him. He was seen reverse gripping his sword and swinging the pommel end at me, though I still managed to dodge unharmed. But his offensive hadn't diminished one bit, a powerful kick coming straight for my crown. At this point, I didn't even have a chance to counterattack on the arena, and the spectators were already preparing to collect their money. Even Belinda thought the match should be stopped, believing I absolutely couldn't beat Kane. It should be known that the reason Kane's strength far exceeded his peers was because his attacks were too vicious, to the point where opponents could only keep dodging and running before finding a chance to counterattack, while Kane only needed to catch the openings in his opponent's escape patterns to achieve victory in one strike. Looks like you waste have improved your skills quite a bit, but only in running away techniques. With that said, Kane began spinning his sword. Then he grabbed the blade with both hands. This was his usual technique for increasing attack power. After I clashed with this move of his, the powerful impact instantly sent me flying into the air. Kane on the ground was charging up for a fatal strike, but just when everyone thought I was about to be defeated, I concentrated magic power in my feet, allowing me to break in midair just in time. Then I reversed my grip on the sword and executed a descending sword technique from the sky, catching Kane who was still charging up. Don't think pure brute force can be called swordsmanship. You're just slightly stronger than normal people. But what I want to say is, your brain really doesn't work at all. At this point, Kane was provoked by my words. Without another word, he swung his greatsword and charged forward, but now he was full of openings. Just as his attack was about to land, I immediately kicked to change his attack trajectory. Then I leaped high, while dodging the incoming attack. I also used the rotation in the air to elegantly slash him several times, but even now, Kane still hadn't realized the power gap between us. His attack speed looked like slow motion in my eyes, and after dodging his thrust, I stepped directly on Kane's blade, then swung my sword in a fluid motion, successfully cutting a wound on his neck. Looking at his cut skin, Kane also understood. I wasn't even using my full strength in battle, otherwise the skin definitely wouldn't have just split on the surface. "When did you train your swordsmanship to this level?" Hearing this, I gave him a cold glance, then threw my sword aside and said, "My abilities aren't just limited to swordsmanship. Next, I'll fight you with just these bare fists. And moreover, I bet another 2,000 gold coins on my victory." The people around thought I was crazy. After all, no matter how strong fists were, they couldn't withstand Kane's greatsword attacks. In contrast, the man in black breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought their side would definitely lose. "It seems even heaven stands on our side. You really are both useless and prone to acting crazy." Little did they know, I just wanted them all to witness properly how I could completely dominate the so-called genius of our generation in every aspect. And as the person in charge of betting called out for the match to continue, Kane immediately took off his coat, grabbed his greatsword, and launched a fierce thrust attack at me. Sure enough, stupid people don't understand the lesson of learning from mistakes. Even without weapons, your attack still looks slow in my eyes, just as I ducked to dodge while simultaneously taking a sidestep to Kane's zero defense position. A direct punch made his right thigh experience a paralysis combo. Then I charged my fist downward, a rising dragon punch hitting hard on his jawbone. Seeing him crouching on the ground, taking a full 10 seconds to recover, I immediately taunted him deliberately. "Stand up, I haven't even warmed up yet." Being provoked like this, Kane was so angry his lungs nearly exploded. He was seen grabbing his greatsword again and mindlessly charging, while I dodged his thrust and slash in an instant. Firmly gripped his upper and lower arm, then exerted force suddenly, nearly twisting Kane's right arm into a pretzel. But even though he was beaten so badly, Kane's desire to win remained deeply rooted. After all, only by killing me would that Lord help their House Logis return to its peak. But that was just wishful thinking. In front of absolute strength, Kane could only take the beating. Finally, after being bombarded by my 49 consecutive punches, the pig-faced Kane had no strength left to resist. Then I grabbed his hair and berated him. "I truly feel sorry for your father. Your father wanted so much to elevate beyond the foundation of allied nations, but you, as his son, came to destroy House Perdium." However, my words also made Kane recall memories from several years ago. At that time, when his family was declining, his father still forcibly helped House Perdium, which was about to be destroyed. Kane thought there was no need to pour water into a bottomless pit, but what he got in return was his father's words, "I and Count Perdium are friends, that's all." When Kane came back to his senses. He was about to face my full force punch aimed at his face, but in the end I held back, saying going this far is enough. This also counts as repaying the droplet of kindness from House Loge's lord back then. I've given you the education you needed, so get up now, I said, extending my hand to the kneeling Cain. And Cain, realizing his mistake, hurriedly bowed his head, asking for my forgiveness. In the end I forgave him, but that doesn't mean the money lost in this duel could be written off. What should be given must be given. At the same time, my victory also won the common people's recognition, though it was also their tragedy, as they had all bet on Cain. Just then the man in black suddenly rushed onto the arena. He angrily berated Cain not to be defeated by a small setback, reminding him not to forget that lord's promise. Hearing this, Cain said he didn't want to do it anymore. He would never again do things that harmed the alliance between families. And seeing the man in black rushing onto the arena so anxiously, I squinted my eyes and said with a smile, "Now it's your turn to do what you should do." The man in black felt lost. What should I do? The next second he was scared nearly to death. This person says he will take Cain's place in entertaining everyone. Eat and drink all you want here, order freely. Hearing this, the man in black ordered me to immediately take back what I just said. I consoled him saying, "Don't be too excited, this money would be deducted from the betting losses." However, even after deducting what was spent, he would still need to compensate at least another large chest of gold coins. But if you dare not compensate, you should know what the consequences would be. Thus there was another person hanging their head in sorrow on the arena. Time quickly came to the next morning. I received a chest full of gold coins. With this amount, I could probably hire a combat squad, after reasonably allocating some to the business I wanted to develop. But just then, Belinda and Elena suddenly burst in. They asked how I planned to spend this money, or rather how I planned to hand it over. But handing it over was absolutely impossible. As for how to spend it, that was naturally my own business. This money was earned with my life. At this point, Belinda told me another matter. In a few days, young master, you need to attend a birthday party. Better buy expensive gifts in advance. Otherwise, your fiancé will definitely be very angry. Upon hearing this, I was instantly stunned. What thing? How did I have a fiancé? This information that didn't exist in my previous life's memories truly shocked me for a full 2.5 years, until I heard the fiancé's name was actually Amelia Leipold. A bad feeling instantly shot to my crown. Sure enough, it was that woman, the traitor who joined hands with Duke Delphine to announce House Perdium's destruction. In the common people's eyes, Amelia was a gentle and understanding noble young lady, but behind the scenes she had always been plotting rebellion plans. She had a nickname in the Northern Territories, the Greedy Witch. Then I asked Belinda when father would return to the main city. She responded that it would be about a week. The timing was completely sufficient. So next I would start my money-making plan. And seeing me suddenly wanting to go out, Belinda anxiously asked, fearing I would waste all the money I just earned. Hearing me leave behind the words going to extort money, I left the main city to meet Amelia. On the other side, Amelia was currently taking off her own shoes for a barefoot girl. She indicated that in her territory, everyone except herself must have shoes to wear. Then Amelia also ordered the soldiers behind her to instruct them to rebuild houses for these people who had lost stable homes and prepare enough food for half a year. She did this actually with only one purpose. That was to establish the image of a benevolent ruler in the hearts of the territory's residents. Afterwards, Amelia returned to her back garden. Her personal guard Bernaf was washing her feet. At this time, Amelia said with premeditation, "My father, no matter what, will only make the territory's residents obey unconditionally. But actually, they are more willing to follow a ruler who can give them food and clothing." Hearing this, Bernaf followed up saying, "Recently, the young lady has indeed done things very conducive to building popular support, which will definitely play a big role in the future successor situation." Unexpectedly, the next second, Amelia actually stepped on Bernaf's face. "Don't change the subject for me. Tell me why you lost the duel with the first sword of the North." Bernaf explained, "I was afraid my victory would attract unnecessary attention, and might even affect the exposure of your whereabouts, young lady. Now is absolutely not the time to show our hand." Then Amelia also inquired about the business situation of her merchant group. Bernaf indicated that recently all the reconstruction materials after House Perdium's battles with monsters were purchased from their merchant group, and the money collected was about the amount of annual aid your father Count Leipold gives to House Perdium. Moreover, the merchant group had also recruited all the soldiers who left House Perdium, with quite many strong ones. Well done, Bernaf, but before you fully strengthen your power, absolutely cannot expose your true face. At this time, one of Count Leipold's servants walked over. His sudden appearance clearly offended Amelia, but just as Bernaf stood up preparing to teach him a good lesson, the person anxiously said that it was Amelia's fiancé who called him. He said he had very important matters that needed to meet with the young lady face to face. The scene changes. In the reception room, Amelia is scolding me for my lack of etiquette, saying that even engaged couples need to send word ahead to make an appointment before meeting. Hearing this, I respond that I came to wish her an early happy birthday, wanting to give her an unexpected surprise. Then I give her a wildflower I picked from the roadside as a gift. I tell her, this is an expensive flower I bought from a merchant group, its fragrance perfectly matching her temperament, and suggest she could buy flowers from them in the future. Hearing this, Amelia asks for the merchant group's name, but when I mention it's the Actium Company, she immediately stands up to leave the reception room, as this merchant group is is under her control. Now that I've received your gift, there's nothing else. You should leave. I have important matters to attend to. Suddenly my gaze becomes sharp and murderous. Amelia Leipold, sit down. The pressure I release is something she immediately feels, unlike anything before. She couldn't have imagined that the once worthless young master who didn't dare speak to her could now frighten her with just one sentence. Seeing her reaction, I get straight to the point, telling Amelia that besides giving her a gift, I want her to give me 10,000 gold coins. This instantly leaves Amelia dumbfounded. So you suddenly came to find me just to borrow money? If it's about borrowing, your father should come personally, not you. Hearing this, I state that this money has nothing to do with my father. I simply want to extort it. Then I smugly reveal another piece of information to Amelia, telling her I already knew why she definitely won't marry me. The guard currently standing outside the door will be her real husband once she becomes the Lord of Leipold. And given the fierce competition among Leipold heirs, what would they think if it was revealed that she had secretly built up her own power base? But I speak so brazenly, yet Amelia still responds calmly. Even if it's a joke, you'd better not spread these words around, or else I cut off her words before she can finish. So give me 10,000 gold coins, and I'll keep your secrets. What if I don't give it to you? After saying this, Amelia immediately calls for Bernaf. I recognize this fellow as a formidable opponent. In my previous life, he was ranked among the top 5 swordsmen in the Northern Territories, though his strength hasn't reached that level yet. Amelia's intention is clearly to kill me, but I still warn them both. If I die here today, a war between our territories would surely break out. Can you bear that responsibility? Amelia waves her hand dismissively, saying it doesn't matter, because your death today will simply be recorded as my personal guard killing a ruffian who is harassing me. So, Bernaf, eliminate this waste immediately. As you command, give me 2.5 seconds. Their words bring me immense satisfaction. Since this is the path you've chosen, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Just as I draw my sword to face Bernaf, suddenly, one of the suits of armor behind me explodes. An assassin wielding a long sword bursts out from inside. Fortunately, I react quickly enough to flip backwards and dodge, kicking a chair into the air to intercept their sneak attack. Then in the split second before they land, I deliver a powerful kick right to their lower regions. The force is so strong it sends them flying out the window. Seeing their secret weapon instantly defeated, Bernaf and Amelia are both shocked for a full 2.5 years. In contrast, I smile mockingly and comment on their methods. This is quite a nice way to treat guests, but if you really think this would pose any threat to me, you'd better go back to your mother's womb and start over. With that said, I grip my sword and charge forward, ready to strike first and catch them off guard. However, even though Bernaf hasn't reached his peak state, his strength still can't be underestimated. I then question Bernaf, as a knight, don't you understand anything about chivalry? To this, Bernaf responds decisively, since you pose a threat to my master's life. As her personal guard, I naturally have just cause to execute you. He then uses his arm to firmly lock my weapon in place, then raises his sword intending to finish me off right there. But this is child's play to me. I use my body's rotation to immediately break free from Bernaf's constraint, and using the momentum from the spin, I channel power into a kick that strikes hard at his kidney. This hit sends him flying a full 10 meters away. At this moment, Bernaf finally realizes something's wrong. The intelligence he gathered was incorrect. In his previous knowledge, I was just a worthless person who could only bluff. But the techniques I've displayed today don't look like something a novice could do at all. Behind him, Amelia seriously questions, didn't you say you'd finish this in 3 seconds? It's been 2.5 minutes now. Don't tell me you can't even defeat a worthless person, or after today, you can pack your bags and get out. Though Bernaf wants to explain properly, he ultimately holds his tongue. Earlier, he was holding back to protect Amelia behind him, but to be able to stay forever by his master's side as her sword, in the next round until the end of the battle, Bernaf will no longer hold back any of his strength. Watching him instantly burst forth with amazing magical power, I do feel somewhat surprised, but unexpectedly, this fellow starts fighting dirty too, taking advantage of my half-second distraction to swing his sword down at my neck, even though I can still barely dodge based on my reactions. His speed has increased more than twofold. His sword still manages to cut a gash on my face. In contrast, Bernaf doesn't even give me time to breathe, unleashing a storm of sword strikes against me. He's trying to force me to expose an opening, then cut me down with his blade. At this moment in Amelia's eyes, she finally understands why Bernaf was briefly suppressed by me earlier. Besides not using his full strength, it turns out I had awakened a mana core and could use magical power. Meanwhile, I know that continuing to defend passively will eventually lead to trouble. So in the next round, I launch my counterattack. But this Bernaf uses the same technique as before, trying to lock my sword with his arm, but the same move that didn't work the first time won't work now either. Once again, I use rotation to evade his attack. But just as I try to kick his kidney like before, Bernaf's reaction speed completely exceeds my expectations. In the blink of an eye, he locks my foot, holding me suspended in midair. Then he spins and slams me hard into the floor. This impact definitely teaches me a lesson. Even if the same technique can succeed, you definitely can't use it again too quickly. Seeing Bernaf's fatal strike approaching, years of mercenary experience tell me I can use his sword to save myself. So I first tilt my head to dodge the blade, then kick off his sword using it like a wall, barely managing to backflip out of the current danger. In contrast, Bernaf taunts relentlessly. I never expected the young master of House Perdium was hiding his strength all along. Rather than say you systematically learned swordsmanship, these techniques are more like common moves for fighting monsters. This might be lethal Cecil on a chaotic battlefield, but it won't work on me. Today you absolutely won't leave here alive. But right now, I'm also worried about whether my magical power can hold out. Though it's a bit strenuous, I still decide to go all out. After all, I'm very clear about one thing. When facing an opponent stronger than yourself, the closer the combat distance, the more disadvantaged I'll be. So next I need to create distance and look for a breakthrough. Only this way can I defeat an opponent I shouldn't be able to win against, as I violently pull the magical power lines I've gathered. My sword that Bernaf had thrown takes advantage of the moment he's not paying attention to his back, and perfectly lands a sneak attack on the back of his head. Then I step forward and deliver another knee strike to him. But just as I'm about to end the duel with a downward slash, Bernaf suddenly regains his senses and forcefully blocks it. After using brute force to send me flying, he turns back to instruct his master Amelia. "My lady, please leave through the back door now. I'll finish him quickly and rejoin you." At this moment, Bernaf is fully prepared to die in battle. Even if he dies, he'll take me with him because he absolutely cannot let someone who knows his master's secrets leave here alive. "Bernaf, I advise you to surrender. I admit my strength was indeed inferior to yours earlier, but now you have absolutely no chance of beating me." But Amelia has no intention of running away. She decides to find the soldiers she arranged beforehand to fully assist Bernaf. At the same time, she becomes certain of one thing, that the rumor about me single-handedly defeating 5 assassins who tried to kill Elena couldn't be false. Although she doesn't know how I managed to become so strong in such a short time, or if I had been pretending to be useless while hiding my strength all along. But now, she absolutely cannot let someone who knows her secrets and publicly humiliated her leave alive. However, just as she's about to reach her destination, Amelia's expression suddenly turns to horror, because all the soldiers she had arranged beforehand have been completely eliminated by someone wearing a black cloak. At this point, the figure turns around without hesitation. "It's been a long time, Lady Amelia." Upon learning that the person's identity is my maid Belinda, Amelia's only thought of survival is to turn and run. But it's too late. Belinda flashes behind her in an instant, placing a dagger against her throat. "Where are you going, Lady Amelia? The young master instructed me to protect you well." At this time, Belinda notices the spider at the corner of Amelia's mouth, so she takes it off and throws it on the ground, crushing it to pieces. Then, with a look of contempt, she says, "I once overheard a conversation between Count Leipold and our lord. When you were young, your siblings always bullied you with spiders, but you ended up reversing heaven and earth, actually raising spiders to bite those who bullied you into serious injury. So this behavior of keeping a spider at the corner of your mouth, is it overcoming psychological trauma for you, or is it for self-aggrandizement? But what I want to say is that it's truly disgusting. Now please cooperate well with my work." Meanwhile, on the other side, my duel with Bernaf has reached a white-hot stage. Facing his rapid thrusts, I use everything in my power to block them one by one, but this fellow's learned sword techniques are truly vicious. Almost every strike aims directly for my vital points, and after I continuously dodge Bernaf's 7,749 slashes, finally in his last strike, I find a breakthrough point capable of turning the tide, using a strange sword grip stance to attack his head. Even though this move is still neutralized by Bernaf, it forces him to switch from offensive to defensive. But just as I'm preparing to attack his lower body, Bernaf's reaction suddenly makes me break out in cold sweat. How is this guy's attack speed getting faster and faster as we fight? Looks like I have no choice but to use that move again. Suddenly, Bernaf's sword pierces toward the back of my head, originally thinking I would surely die to this strike, but I no longer choose to block with my sword, instead directly using my shoulder. My action instantly makes Bernaf's pupils contract sharply. He never expected to see such a bizarre technique in his lifetime. It also makes him understand one thing. Sure enough, you can't let your guard down until a duel is truly over. Next, after Bernaf dodges my next sword swing, he uses his speed to violently kick my kidney. So this is the difference between professional and amateur. Now you have no chance of winning. In contrast, I acknowledge that Bernaf's current strength is still far superior to mine, whether in attack speed, power, range, or in the flow of continuous attacks. I only slightly surpass him in reaction speed. At this point, I can only take a gamble. Meanwhile, Bernaf's full power strike is approaching. Seeing this, I coldly say to him, "You've lost." As I raise my mana core to the 3rd layer, all my attributes instantly increase several fold. Then, before Bernaf's attack can land, I step forward and flash close, relying on the temporary boost in strength to clash with him head on. Finally, Bernaf's sword is knocked flying away by me, meaning he no longer has any way to fight back. And just as I'm about to finish him with one sword strike, Belinda walks in with Amelia, just hearing her say with a disgusted expression, "Whether it's 10,000 gold coins or whatever, take it and get out immediately." After hearing the answer I wanted, I respond, "If you had been any slower, I'm afraid your loyal guard would surely have died. If you had just listened to me from the start, there wouldn't have been such a big disturbance. So to compensate for my wasted time, all my previous conditions for keeping quiet are void. Instead, now I want to get double the hush money from your hands, that is 20,000 gold coins." But as soon as I leave with Belinda, Amelia immediately starts discussing with Bernaf how to quietly erase me from this world. While Amelia is fretting, Bernaf happens to think of a relatively reasonable suggestion, that is to report this matter to Duke Delphine. But no sooner are the words out of his mouth than his master slaps him. "I've warned you countless times to watch your mouth. Don't you know how terrifying Duke Delphine is? Moreover, once he knows about this, I'll be the first to die, because I kept a contract with Duke Delphine's secret from you. As long as I launch a family rebellion, he will unconditionally support me with full force. But the contract doesn't explicitly state that House Perdium can be eliminated too. Now that guy knows about the merchant group. He very likely also knows that I've allied with Duke Delphine, and even about the secret contract. So before he can expose these things, we must not let him return to Perdium alive. Then Amelia inquires about my physical condition. Hearing this, Bernaf explains, that guy's body is covered in stab wounds. There's also a large wound on his shoulder. Additionally, he just consumed explosive magical power. He definitely won't be able to recover to his best condition in a short time. But suddenly Bernaf's gaze becomes sharp. If we don't want to leave traces of assassinating that guy, we can't send knights from our own territory. Amelia naturally understands the severity of this matter. I know, isn't this the perfect time to use the children I've raised for situations like this? And these children Amelia speaks of are a rather troublesome assassination corps she secretly trained, codenamed the Wildcats. Then Amelia marks a coordinate on the map. Send 15 people to guard this area. Seeing this, Bernaf instantly understands her intention, because the location marked on the map is on the necessary route from their Leopold territory to Perdium, and because it's sparsely populated with narrow terrain, it's very suitable for them to deal with threats silently. I will arrange this matter well, please rest assured, my lady. You'd better not make any more mistakes, or I definitely won't let you off easily. Meanwhile, in a carriage elsewhere, I have simply treated my relatively serious wounds. After this, I will use Amelia's 20,000 gold coins, along with the money earned before, as basic funds for rebuilding Perdium. It's a pity that it would have been good to kill Amelia, but this also couldn't avoid a territory war. I can't let a momentary blind decision ruin the upcoming plans. However, not killing Amelia immediately also has its benefits. Just the merchant group alone can make her actions inconvenient. Moreover, I possess all the unknown information about her previous life. Then I recall the memories of my previous life. The family's development trend now should be that, because the border orcs are hard to contain immediately, father will soon choose to temporarily withdraw for a while. But just then, a surge of heat rises in my throat. Then a mouthful of blood instantly spits out from my mouth. Sure enough, forcibly opening the third layer of the mana core, I still suffer its backlash. Looks like I need to hurry and find a way to increase magical power explosively. Suddenly, my hand is pulled over by Belinda sitting opposite me. Seeing this, I feel somewhat embarrassed. Is she checking my pulse? In contrast, Belinda looks very serious holding a silver needle. Young master, the magical power in your meridians is quite chaotic now. Let me help you treat it simply. Then she proceeds to pierce my palm with the silver needle in a series of movements. The result is that in the next second, I feel an even greater heat than before. But this time, what I spit out isn't blood, but a hot breath. At this moment, I can very clearly feel that the magical power flowing through my body is quite smooth. But this also makes me suspicious of Belinda's true identity. Who exactly are you? With your level of skill, why would you stay as a maid in a rural territory like Perdium? However, Belinda was arranged by mother at my side, so I can rest assured about her character. Now that I know her strength is also considerable, that brings benefits to the territory. The more strong people by my side, the better. Those guys' appearance is merely the beginning. At this time, Belinda says to me, although I believe in you, young master, and will unconditionally assist you in whatever you do, but now you must tell me, why did you ask Lady Amelia for so much money? Hearing this, I respond casually, of course it's because the territory needs money for many things, and I only know that rich young lady has the most money, that's all. But unexpectedly, my words directly make Belinda and old man Fergus break out in cold sweat. Then they immediately start scolding me. You got your engagement cancelled and made such a big disturbance just for this reason? If Count Leipold finds out, it will definitely affect relations with our Perdium. Hearing this, I still maintain an unconcerned attitude. Don't worry too much. Amelia absolutely won't dare tell her father. Just trust me unconditionally now. My predictions can't be wrong. Belinda is somewhat speechless. Then at least tell me what those of us who share the risk with you need to do next. But when she hears me say we need to develop the monster forest, old man Fergus is the first to object. That place is where even your great-grandfather's generation, and every generation since, has tried and failed to develop. But before he can finish speaking, I cut him off. How are the things I asked you to do earlier coming along? Old man Fergus seems to sense my firm determination, so he doesn't continue speaking about how every generation has ended in failure. I found the location coordinates you wanted to go to, as you said. Then I seriously say to them, next, if we want to survive, we need to go there, rather than return to Perdium. For this, I also provide an explanation. Based on my understanding of Amelia, she absolutely won't let us off easily. She's even developed killing intent now. I guess she's already arranged forces to block the necessary route back to Perdium. Hearing this, Belinda immediately shows fighting spirit. Young master can rest assured Fergus and I will protect you well no matter what happens. I know you're very reliable, but everything needs to prepare for the worst case. At the same time, this isn't your responsibility, so what you need to do next is just accompany me to meet someone. Scene changes, we arrive in front of a rundown house. I knock on the door. When the house's owner sees us, he looks very cautious. Who are you? What business do you have? Seeing the person's state doesn't seem very reliable. Belinda quietly asks me, young master, are you sure this is the person you want to find? To this, I give an affirmative answer. Unexpectedly, the next second, that guy turns and walks back into the house. Bastard, you're all wasting my time, get far away from here. But his words just make me laugh. I am the leader of the Ratatusk mercenary group, Jillian Jillian Perdium. Hearing this, the other person only feels it's absurd. This title should belong to him, though it was in the past. So he warns us it's better not to waste his time, or he definitely won't let us off easily. But, coincidentally, his name is also Jillian. In contrast, Ricardo and the others are instantly shocked, because as knights they naturally understand the gold content of Ratatosk. To join requires first satisfying the condition of mastering over 1,000 weapons. Even though this mercenary group no longer exists now, whenever anyone hears about it, they think of the former leader Jillian who once led this mercenary group. But just when I say to have a good talk with him, the next second what greets me is an axe flying straight at me. Now Jillian's whole body is filled with killing intent. What exactly are your intentions? Why are you using my title to find me? As his words fall, Belinda decisively blocks in front of me, telling me to temporarily retreat, indicating the person in front's state is very unstable. But I dismiss this with disdain, because I possess the method to cure his daughter's incurable disease. I can save your daughter, if convenient. Let's talk for a moment. And after hearing these words from me, Jillian's heart softens. Finally, after brief consideration, he decides to take the risk and try. His daughter's condition shows symptoms of red spots like flower petals all over her body. Since even priests with divine power could do nothing about this disease, it was seen as punishment from the gods. After arriving inside, Jillian's daughter's condition happens to be acting up. Seeing this, Jillian hurriedly goes to hold her, comforting. The suffering will end soon. Naturally, his words have a double meaning. If she can't be saved, he would also choose to end his life like in the previous life. Looking at the surroundings, with only weapons remaining, I deduce that Jillian has spent all his life savings trying to cure his daughter. But now is not the time to care about such things. I need to hurry and make the medicine to cure Jillian's daughter's disease. At this time, Belinda suddenly grabs my shoulder and says, "Young master, though I don't understand what exactly you want to do, but this isn't something that can be solved purely by strength. Even priests are powerless." Hearing my response is simply, "I just can cure it. And haven't you already promised me? From now on, trust me unconditionally." Then I hand Belinda a note, telling her to quickly buy everything written on it without missing anything. Seeing the contents on it now, Belinda only feels utterly shocked, because she really hadn't imagined that her young master had already grown to this level. Scene changes. Soon I receive the medicinal ingredients Belinda bought for me. Besides being expensive, the method to make the specific medicine is quite simple. Just take this fairy's blessing herb along with other medicinal herbs. Put them in a bottle and pour in a type of distilled alcohol. Finally, shake vigorously for 2.5 minutes and it's done. I pour one dose into another bottle and hand it to Jillian, and tell him this is to be taken orally. Hearing this, Jillian unhesitatingly gives it to his daughter to drink. Then at the moment the medicine takes effect, the red spots on his daughter's body begin to recede at an extremely fast rate. At this moment, Jillian's pupils contract. He really can't believe what I said was true. After repeatedly confirming this isn't a dream, Jillian suddenly turns back to ask how I managed to do this, stating that he had found every possible priest up until now, but unfortunately they all ended in failure. I calmly explain because priest's divine power isn't omnipotent. Its main function is to increase the body's vitality and regenerative ability, thus overcoming diseases. This fundamentally differs from eliminating the source of the disease. As I speak, Jillian can no longer suppress the pain he's held for over 10 years. So my daughter's illness can really be cured? Of course, the medicine I made for you is about 2.5 months worth. Take one dose daily from now on. And in the next second, Jillian immediately kneels on one knee before me in allegiance. I know you must want something from me to come find me, but now I only have these old bones left. So even if you want me as your slave, I'll do it without hesitation. Hearing this, I tell him I don't need any slaves. What I want is simply the former Ratatosk leader's assistance. Hearing this, Jillian finally understands the reason I used his title earlier. It turns out I wanted his participation. So without another word, he takes up his axe and starts trimming his long hair. Seeing this scene, Belinda and the others find it incredible. The slovenly old man from just now just standing there makes them feel an invisible pressure. But suddenly Jillian turns and picks up a spear, asking, "Have you provoked someone you shouldn't have?" I give him an affirmative answer. Indeed, that's the case. But in the future, the people I'll provoke won't be just one or two. As the words fall, Jillian infuses magical power into the spear's surface. Then he violently swings it. The spear flies straight toward the small forest outside. The next second, as Jillian forcefully pulls the rope attached to it, a man wearing a black cloak is dragged into the house. "Tell me who sent you to find my master." Seeing the person still refuses to confess, Jillian can only find the answer from me, but unfortunately I'm not clear about the person's background either. But if not surprising, it must be sent by Amelia. And just as I'm about to draw my sword to finish him, I'm stopped by Jillian. He indicates this kind of dirty work should be left to him. Afterwards, Jillian kneels on one knee before me again. "From now on, this old man's life is your life. If you want me to die, I won't say a word. Then I'll be counting on you, Jillian. Your addition has played a crucial role in my territory's reconstruction plans." But what makes Belinda confused is why I would take such a dangerous person under my wing. At this time, after Jillian eliminated one of Amelia's assassination corps scouts, the news quickly reaches their leader Viego's ears. About this, he's very puzzled. According to the intelligence from Lord Bernaf, that worthless young master of Perdium shouldn't be capable of this in his current state. Could Lord Bernaf's intelligence be wrong? Hearing this, one of his subordinates hurriedly explains, "It's former leader Jillian. He has joined Perdium's ranks." Suddenly, Viego's expression changes. Then he violently grabs his subordinate's neck, demanding, "Are you sure what you say is absolutely true?" The underling is being choked, somewhat breathless, but still manages to say what he saw with his own eyes in few words. Unexpectedly, the next second Viego shows a sinister smile, muttering, "Jillian, you've finally shown yourself, my good former leader." Meanwhile, on the other side, with Jillian in command, we are speeding along the road back to the main city, though Belinda seems somewhat unhappy. It turns out because Jillian insisted on taking all his life's equipment, Belinda had to pay out of pocket for a carriage. He only needs an axe or military knife to fight. Why go to such unnecessary trouble bringing so many weapons? Hearing this, I tell Belinda to stop going on about it. I happen to need to arrange a carriage for Jillian anyway, so let it go. Moreover, what we should be most concerned about now is the danger we'll face before leaving this ravine. At this time, Belinda wants to confirm something with me. That person who was monitoring us earlier must have been sent by Lady Amelia, right? I give an affirmative answer. But this earns a grave expression from Belinda. She says she knows the background of that masked person. Their team all kill without blinking an eye, code name, the Wildcats. But hearing these last two words, I can't help but recall some memories from my previous life. These guys are indeed ruthless. All their work involves dirty criminal acts. However, there's one thing I didn't know that Belinda mentioned, that the Wildcats are composed of mercenaries and some dark guilds. No, are you sure your identity is really just that of a maid? Belinda clearly shows some resistance and concealment. Please don't ask anymore, these are all things I heard before coming to House Perdium, okay? In any case, this enemy is quite troublesome. To this I smile knowingly. This is nothing. You should know that now we have the great General Jillian in command. Little did I know that the moment my words fell, the ground behind the carriage suddenly bulges into two small mounds. What's more unsettling is that these two mounds are approaching the carriage at extreme speed. In contrast, Jillian, who senses the killing intent, immediately becomes alert. Sure enough, as he expected, hidden under the mounds are people from the Wildcats Assassination Corps. He immediately pulls out the military knife and axe from his back. With just casual strikes, he blocks the enemy's sneak attack, then using his weapons to lock the enemy's weapons, violently twisting. The enemy's arm is directly cut off by him. And after dealing with the ambushers, little did we know the next second a thick, large tree suddenly falls from above the carriage. Fortunately, Jillian's quick eyes pull the reins in time. Otherwise, if not crushed to death, we'd at least be severely injured. Meanwhile, numerous people from the Wildcats Corps appear at the side of the carriage. Their leader, Viego, is also personally present at the scene. I am the Ratatosk mercenary group leader. Long time no see, my good elder brother. But I should feel pity for you, or pity, actually dissolving the team and disappearing without a trace for a daughter. Because of you, I lived a life I didn't want to live. Viego's words are naturally directed at Jillian, but unexpectedly Jillian responds, I don't know what you're talking about. Viego instantly becomes enraged. Have you become so senile now that you've forgotten even your former brothers you once fought with? Jillian doesn't want to respond, because his mission now is to protect me. Any personal grudges seem inappropriate to discuss now. Since you don't want to answer, then I'll end this using the method you used to like most. So Viego immediately commands his subordinates, everyone spare no effort, kill the person who has caused us pain for over 10 years. Seeing the opponent's formation is quite large, I ask Jillian if he needs my help, but Jillian unhesitatingly refuses. Since they're intentionally coming for me now, then let me personally resolve this. At this moment, Jillian swings his battle axe, easily killing 3 enemies who come charging at him. Then he calmly takes out a dagger looking to the side. One downward slash, followed by an upward side sweep, again easily eliminating several more people. In contrast, seeing these scenes makes Viego very surprised. He never imagined this old man's combat power would still be undiminished from years ago. So he gives another order, everyone start synchronized attacks, don't give him any time to breathe. But despite this, Jillian still thinks of a countermeasure based on experience. He mounts a horse, starting to fight while maintaining distance from opponents. Although the enemy knows attacking the horse's legs could stop Jillian, but unfortunately Jillian's battle axe seems like it's enhanced. Every strike can be said to be precise and well-timed, but just as he's dealt with nearly half the enemies, Viego suddenly appears in the air above Jillian's head, thinking to take advantage of the gap for a surprise attack. But Jillian's killing intent detection is too sensitive. He lifts his shield and easily blocks Viego's sneak attack. At this time, Viego makes a vicious statement. You ruined my life and dreams. Today, no matter what, I'll make you die without a burial place. As the words fall, Viego takes out 3 hidden weapons. His target is very clear, attacking the defenseless white horse. At the same time, he can seize the moment Jillian falls from his horse to kill him in one strike. However, Jillian's reaction speed can be called monstrous, again breaking Viego's self-proclaimed perfect plan. Then Jillian even solemnly declares before him, I've long thrown away the life of former Ratatosk leader. Now I only have one identity, that is the loyal subordinate of young Master Perdium. If that's the case, then you won't live either. My mission is to kill the young Master of Perdium and everyone following him. Ever since Jillian decided to retire and live in seclusion, Viego began accumulating resentment. He blamed Jillian for ruining his future goals on the mercenary path. Now he doesn't have to maintain a pitiful life, kneeling beneath a woman's feet. In contrast, after learning these reasons, Jillian feels utterly speechless. But just then, after Viego dodges Jillian's fatal strike, he immediately takes advantage of the attack gap to execute a spinning kick. Its power even kicks Jillian's shield to pieces, making Jillian can't help but sigh that he has really become much stronger. Meanwhile, Viego still endlessly complains, I was willing to devote everything, dedicating my whole life to Ratatosk. But what about you? You abandoned Ratatosk, changing to become a dog of an about-to-fall family. As the words fall, Viego takes out 3 hidden weapons, flying straight at Jillian's position. Can such tricks really work on a battle-hardened veteran? No, he wants to use this to create a feint attack. Once Jillian focuses on blocking the hidden weapons, Then he can take advantage of the opening for a surprise strike. However, Gillian's reactions remain undiminished from years ago. Battle instincts make his body automatically dodge the attack. And after the two's duel enters a white-hot stage, Viego suddenly shows a strange smile. He feels that no matter how strong his former boss was, that was all in the distant past. While Gillian was worrying about his daughter's terminal illness, Viego's strength had already become incomparable through countless battles. Now you absolutely won't be my opponent. At this time, Viego suddenly stabs his weapon into the ground. Then what Gillian doesn't expect is, the opponent actually uses his body's rotation to send those three hidden weapons flying at him again. Due to facing away, it's hard to react. Gillian can only use his arm to forcefully block them, while Viego's tactics remain unchanged. Hidden weapons for him can both feint and have a chance to cause damage and negative effects because the surface of the hidden weapons contains poison. But just when Viego thinks the opponent's strength will be reduced, he hadn't anticipated that in the earlier battle. Gillian hadn't even released 50% of his power. Now he is truly using 100% of his strength, and he had long gathered magical power in his body, resisting the poison from invading. Then Gillian seriously questions, "Was what you said earlier really all your reasons for wanting to kill me? If you're speaking as a mercenary, this is simply cowardly behavior." With that, he heavily swings his axe at Viego's face, and looking at Viego gasping on the ground. Gillian also continues saying, "I really don't understand. Clearly you had so many chances to assassinate me much earlier. Why specifically choose this operation?" Hearing this, Viego responds, "I indeed went to find you much earlier, but the former leader of Ratatosk wasn't there. What I saw was just a dying old man not worth killing. At that time I was thinking, how could a person's decline be so rapid?" But his expression quickly turns surprised, because Gillian actually doesn't immediately kill him, instead throws his weapon back to him. "Then I'll fulfill your wish. At this moment, I will duel with you in my capacity as former leader of Ratatosk. Come at me, my former comrade." In an instant, Viego steps forward with a thrust. This feels more like a real battle. I've waited for this moment for so very long, but Viego still has to accept the fact that the strength difference is too great. The following battle lasts only about a dozen exchanges, before he is thoroughly defeated again. Gillian seizes Viego's weapon and violently stabs it into his heart. Although Viego still wants to continue fighting, his body seems unwilling. "I will remember you, former 5th Division captain of Ratatosk." Then Gillian raises his battle axe, drawing the final curtain on this battle between brothers. After the crisis is resolved, I get down from the carriage. Well done. Worthy of being the man I chose. In contrast, Gillian feels quite apologetic about this. "I shouldn't have dragged on so long. I should have." Unexpectedly, his words are cut off by me before he can finish. "I understand everything you want to say. This may be your destiny. You don't need to feel sad or blame yourself." Hearing this, Gillian looks up at the horizon. "Actually, I still want to know what my old comrades are doing now. Before meeting me, they must have been struggling hard for their own lives." Hearing this, I don't say what I want to say, because someday, the comrades who want to continue following Gillian will all return to his side. 2.5 days quickly pass. We finally return to Perdium. It feels really good to have a place to return to now, unlike my previous life, where I had no home even after becoming stronger. But just then, Gillian suddenly asks, "So this is our main city?" Hearing this, I give an affirmative answer, but I also see through to another meaning in Gillian's words. So I deliberately ask, "What's your first impression of Perdium?" Gillian stammers that it's quite good, obviously lying. I tell him there's no need to be reserved, just speak boldly. "Then please don't blame me for what I'm about to say. I know Perdium has been at war with the northern barbarians, but seeing it in person today, I find it's much worse than I imagined." His words I can naturally guess at. I assure him all this will change soon. As for my next plans, of course it's to eliminate everything related to Duke Delphine and fight to protect what was once taken for granted, as long as I can restore Perdium's former glory, no matter how great the price I'm willing to pay. And as our carriage arrives at the city gates, my expression suddenly freezes, because appearing before my eyes right now is my father. This was my first time seeing my father after my resurrection. I was so stunned that I didn't know how to react. At the main gate, we didn't have much time for reminiscing. I was quickly summoned to his office for a conversation, where I met his 3 capable subordinates. They were the Knight Captain Randolph, Treasurer Albert, and the family's General Administrator Homern. Seeing them again, they were still the same as ever, always arguing endlessly even over the smallest matters. Their current dispute was, of course, about father's decision to temporarily withdraw troops from the front line. But ultimately, it all came down to insufficient support funds, which weren't enough to maintain defenses against the massive monster invasions at the front line. Previously, the support funds had always been provided by Count Leipold, but ever since they suddenly started collecting military food reserves, their financial support to House Perdium had been steadily decreasing. Faced with this predicament, father had no choice but to temporarily withdraw from the front line. Meanwhile, I could vaguely sense the unbearable responsibility and fatigue weighing on father's shoulders. Although I had always disliked his rigid and strict nature since childhood, after experiencing decades of mercenary life in my previous life, I gradually came to accept and understand that adults all have their own burdens to bear. At this moment, father sipped his tea and asked me, I heard you haven't stayed in the main city for a week. Where did you go? You haven't caused any trouble again, have you? Hearing this, I responded that I was just bored and went to wander around Leipold's main city. Upon hearing this, Albert suddenly brought up my victory against Cain, saying, I heard you won quite a bit of money from that betting match. So this time when you went out, you weren't secretly gambling again, were you? Of course not. If you don't believe me, you can ask Amelia. She can vouch for me. At the same time, Homer also gently reminded me, young master, whatever you plan to do, you must always remember your current status. You are the heir of House Perdium. Hearing this, I replied dismissively that I knew that, and he didn't need to worry. Upon hearing this, Homer was so angry he nearly exploded, though this was quite normal, because in my previous life, I often responded the same way, yet repeatedly made him clean up after my messes. Fortunately, father promptly ended this topic, preventing the atmosphere from becoming too tense. Then he inquired about the Elena incident, saying he heard I personally executed Jamal and Philip who attempted to assassinate my sister, and asked if this was true. Naturally, this wasn't causing trouble, so I gave an affirmative answer. Unexpectedly, Knight Captain Randolph maintained a skeptical attitude, saying I was merely taking advantage of others' conflict. It seems that even when traitors appeared among the soldiers under his command, he was unwilling to accept that I, once considered the family's waste, had the ability to execute them. Well, it doesn't matter anyway. Now I can only go along with his attitude and try to please him appropriately. But just then, father suddenly spoke words of praise to me, saying, no matter how it happened, Elena being alive and safe is thanks to your efforts. You were brave. However, father's words made me feel somewhat uncomfortable, as this was the first time he had ever given me affirmation. So I decided to take this opportunity to ask father for a favor. Father seemed puzzled and wanted to inquire further, but before he could speak, Homer jumped in first, saying, if you're thinking of using your achievements as a reason to restore your monthly allowance restrictions, I must object first. And unexpectedly, this made Randolph even angrier, because I had done many bad things recently, like stealing money from military supplies to gamble, setting fire to the city gate claiming bad mood, privately slaughtering military horses for barbecue, and melting down knight's armor to forge a legendary sword. I admit I did all of that, but it's been so long there's no point dwelling on it. Then I directly turned to leave, saying, if you all oppose everything I do, then I'll deliberately do it. I'm only asking for your opinion out of respect for you as my elders. I'm planning to go out for a while now. Afterwards, I found Belinda and the others, preparing to head to the monster forest immediately. As for where I was going, I didn't report it to father, thinking it might cause troublesome rumors if I mentioned it now. Besides, if I succeed in developing the area, I could make quite a profit. This was because, not far from the monster forest entrance, there was an area rich in mineral veins. These minerals were extremely rare and full of magical power, treasures that mainland mages were frantically collecting, because wherever magic was needed, their presence was essential for further progress, such as magic scrolls, magic arrays, and other magical items, as well as alchemy and other magical experiments. In my previous life, this mineral vein was discovered by Duke Delphine, which naturally acted as a catalyst for House Perdium's downfall. So now that only I know this information, I must quickly find and obtain it. At this point, although Belinda was somewhat worried about my safety, given what I had said before, she chose to believe that I had made adequate preparations. However, before heading to the monster forest, there was one crucial thing to do first, recruiting about 200 mercenaries for combat support. But Jillian thought this wasn't quite appropriate. He naturally understood mercenaries best, saying if too many were recruited, it might be difficult to control their behavior, and in serious cases, they might even try to devour their employer. Hearing this, I dismissively changed the subject. I remember there's a small mercenary group in the north. Their strength seems quite good. Jillian gave an affirmative response, but he stated that those guys were like mad dogs, and if negotiations didn't go well, employers usually ended up being torn apart on the spot. Hearing this, I couldn't help but smile. Well, don't I have you, Jillian, as my mountain of support? Scene change. Soon, Jillian and I arrived at the landmark where that mercenary group resided. Their group was called Cerberus. Looking at the person keeping watch at the entrance who also noticed us, and seeing me wearing what was likely some noble family's uniform, someone who didn't know better started planning how to extort money from me. Unexpectedly, in the next second, a giant hand suddenly appeared in front of his telescope. Then Jillian was seen firmly gripping his head. Next, to show the mercenaries who's boss, Jillian directly threw him violently away. As expected, Jillian was quickly surrounded by them. Meanwhile, another person who seemed to have some status and strength came forward and said, since you've unreasonably attacked our brother first, don't blame us for being ruthless. His words were nothing but meaningless drivel. So I directly commanded from above, you're not worthy to speak with me. Quickly call your leader out to see me. Hearing this, the bandana-wearing man was the first to object. He then swung his meteor hammer weapon, preparing to teach me, this arrogant, noble kid, a good lesson. You asked for this, don't blame my hammer for being merciless. With these words, the bandana man made a big swing with a precise strike towards me, but I regarded this with disdain, as someone of his caliber couldn't possibly harm me at all. In the next second, a sword suddenly pierced one of the chain links moving at high speed. As for who did it, of course it was my current strongest card, Jillian. As I expected, these guys were all people who wouldn't listen to reason. I'll leave the rest to you, Jillian. Apart from taking their heads, you can do whatever you want. And upon receiving the order, Jillian immediately hooked the hammer's chain with his sword from behind, directly throwing the bandana man into the air, and taking advantage of his completely defenseless this moment, used his meteor hammer to violently smash his chest area. After dealing with one slightly stronger grunt, the other reckless grunts also picked up their weapons and charged forward, wanting to regain some face. So Jillian unhesitatingly used the bandana man as a weapon, throwing him out again, easily preventing that group from even getting a chance to get close. At this point, seeing these two scenes, and feeling the killing intent emanating from Jillian's body, the remaining grunts were directly scared into trembling, their feet seemingly planted with thousands of pounds of iron, unable to move. Seeing I had achieved my desired effect, I dismounted and continued to demand, "Better not keep me waiting too long, or none of you will have a good outcome. Hurry up and go get your boss to see me." And after I finished speaking, a lazy voice sounded, which immediately made all the mercenaries present stand at attention. The person who arrived was the captain of the Cerberus mercenaries, Kaur. "So may I ask what brings you to disturb my sleep in broad daylight?" Hearing this, I explained my purpose. But Kaur didn't seem too pleased, after all, who asks for help while hurting the other party's brothers. "I see from your attire that you should be from a noble family. Are all nobles so unreasonable? Since things have come to this, I'll cut to the chase. This is my way of greeting you. It's to better make you submit to me." Kaur found my words quite interesting. So before fighting, he decided to hear what my request was first. Scene change, our conversation venue moved to a tent, but when he heard that I actually wanted to hire them to help me develop the monster forest, Kaur issued a soul-searching question. "What kind of person are you, kid, daring to interfere with such a dangerous area?" And I also obliged him by stating my title. "I am Cecil, the first heir of House Perdium." Unexpectedly, this triggered their roaring laughter. "Oh, so you're that wastrel from the rumors. I must say you've had too many good days. That place isn't somewhere a pampered person like you can set foot in." And seeing no point in continuing the conversation, Kaur waved to signal his subordinates to prepare to clean house. In response, I seized on Mercenary's competitive psychology and said decisively, "Could it be that you're afraid to go to that monster forest? Seems the famous Cerberus mercenary group isn't all that great." With these words, Kaor's reaction was exactly what I had hoped for. "Kid, I advise you not to speak too soon. As you know, we're mercenaries, so naturally we'll only take commissions if the price is right." I responded, "Only the weak always make excuses. I just need your answer. Will you go or not?" My words made Kaor silent for a full 2.5 seconds, originally thinking he was about to explode in anger. Instead, he was so angry he had no energy or even desire to kill me. "Someone like you who doesn't even understand how the world works. Killing you would just be a waste of my precious time. Just compensate for the damage caused, and you can leave here safely." At this point, I had no choice but to use my final trump card. "Since we can't come to an agreement, I challenge you to Moriana's recognition." At these words, Jillian and everyone present were shocked, so Kaur seriously questioned, "Do you know what this means?" Of course, this is the traditional mercenary duel passed down through the ages. Both parties' hands will be tied together with hemp rope, and without using magic. They must duel with daggers within a defined circle. Usually neither side gains an advantage, and they might both fall in the duel. Then I added a bet. The losing side must unconditionally obey the winner's commands. "So what do you think, sir?" At this moment, Jillian behind me was dumbfounded. As a former mercenary leader, he naturally understood the cruelty of this duel. And in the mercenary worldview where profit is everything, once a challenge is issued, there's basically no possibility of rejection. Kaor suddenly revealed a strange smile. "If you think I'll really lose, then you might as well prepare for reforging already." After this, my duel with Kaor began. The rules were as stated before, and the spectators all shouted for Kaor's victory. Only Jillian seemed somewhat worried, regretting that he hadn't stopped it in time or taken my place in this duel. At this time, Kaor suddenly said teasingly, "I'll be frank, in terms of experience, I have a record of 5 consecutive victories. So I'll be nice and let you make the first move." After saying this, he deliberately pulled me once, wanting to show me how great his strength was. So I also operated according to his example, then disdainfully retorted, "What's 5 times? I have a record of over 100 consecutive victories." At this moment, Kaor, who had been thinking of going easy and letting me attack first, also canceled this thought. Without another word, he raised his dagger and stabbed towards my head. In response, I didn't back down and used the same move, and in the next second, we both similarly dodged each other's attacks with easy head movements. Then we made predictions about each other, using the same side swing in connection with the previous move. Seeing that conventional attacks had no obvious advantage, Kaor immediately gave a fierce pull with his left hand, wanting to disrupt my body's center of gravity, and then follow up with a knife strike. Little did he know his scheme had already been seen through by me, so I managed to block with a backhand parry without affecting my left wrist. And watching Kaor's follow-up penetrating strike, I also hurriedly dodged with a side crouch. Meanwhile, Kaor seemed to think my attacks couldn't threaten him, and wanted to use lower body strength to quickly end the battle. At this moment, his left foot suddenly gathered power and kicked towards me. I must say, this move did catch me somewhat off guard. In the emergency, I used the hardest part of my bones to forcefully block, but the feeling after blocking was quite unpleasant. At this time, Kaor suddenly said to me, "Very few brothers in the whole group can take this move of mine. Your strength indeed exceeds my expectations, but if you really have a record of over 100 consecutive victories, then hurry up and show your true strength in a decisive battle with me. Don't just dodge around like a rat." Seeing their boss Kaor holding an absolute advantage, the watching soldiers also didn't forget to make mocking taunts. "With strength like yours, how dare you make noise here? This is the price arrogant nobles like you have to pay." Suddenly, Jillian's glare filled with killing intent instantly scared those soldiers into silence. At the same time, Jillian also sensed something was wrong. Analyzing the current situation, this was definitely a very unfavorable duel for me. me, because according to the rules, both sides must fight within a defined circle, and if either side steps outside the circle first, it means they lose. Although Jillian trusted his master, my weight disadvantage would be infinitely magnified under these rules. Jillian's analysis was naturally all correct, but what he didn't know was my once famous identity. Moreover, the difference in weight would definitely not be the key factor in victory. At this moment, Jillian was also preparing to make a decision that would violate his honor. If his master's life was threatened at the moment of death, he would take off the opponent's head no matter what. Meanwhile, Kaor on the field was clearly maintaining an advantageous state. After he used a shoulder throw on me, I locked my defense method on his following attack, and the result was, as I expected, I precisely kicked Kaor's dagger and somersaulted away. Little did I know that at the moment I landed, something unexpected indeed happened. Because of forcefully blocking Kaor's kick earlier, my calf experienced a bone-shattering sensation. It seems that without magic power protection, even successful defense would continuously accumulate burden and reach a limit. Seeing my expression change, Kaor arrogantly mocked, "Your expression doesn't look too good. Could it be that just this level has made you nervous?" But actually, in Kaor's inner monologue, there was another view. Although he thought I had been pathetically dodging around like a rat, I was the most spirited among his 5 dual opponents. But it's time to end this farce. The reason Kaor dared to talk tough was of course because he felt he had thoroughly figured out my moves and thoughts. From beginning to now, he believed I had been taking advantage of gaps in his attacks to dodge and counterattack. Moreover, if I couldn't dodge in time, I would block with non-fatal body parts to minimize damage. But since the challenge forbade using magic, naturally Kaor thought my body's damage must be close to the limit. Fine, I'll let you struggle for another minute or two. This is my final mercy to you, noble boy. As the duel progressed to a white-hot stage, the threat level Kaor displayed also increased significantly. Little did he know this was exactly what I wanted, and in another collision with Kaor, my calf obviously couldn't take his moves anymore. The bone fracture clearly worsened. Kaor also noticed my concern and said, "If I guess correctly, this is already your absolute limit. Next, I'll make you lose so completely that you'll be convinced heart and soul, even to death." Seeing this situation, the soldiers all eagerly anticipated bloodshed. As for Jillian, he immediately took out his fighting equipment, preparing to rescue his master from the impending crisis. However, his worry was completely unnecessary, as I already had this duel in the bag. After I dodged another of Kaor's penetrating strikes, he immediately felt incredible. The technique before him was something he had never seen before. This was actually quite natural. After all, these were techniques I had developed independently, similar to stacking buffs. I achieved dodging effects by maintaining a whole-body relaxed state. At the same time, I also seized Kaor's moment of confusion, using him as a center point to start rotating, and under everyone's watchful eyes. I was the first to leave serious wounds on Kaor's body with my dagger. Seeing himself actually being hit, Kaor also started to become somewhat flustered, leading to his subsequent attacks becoming all force and no intelligence. Not only were they easily dodged by me, but they also let me continue to deliver more wounds. At this moment, the advantage that should have belonged to Kaor alone began to sharply tilt towards my side. This left Jillian staring in amazement, as it was his first time witnessing such a terrifying side of his master. Meanwhile, Kaor had completely lost his rhythm, his attacks lacking even the most basic killing power. After being successfully hit by my shoulder, Kaor's head experienced a half-second of dizziness, so I pressed my advantage, continuously delivering strikes to his throat and head. And in his mentally dazed state, Kaor completely lost his ability to resist, but to make him assist me later, I didn't attack his dominant hand with my next strike. However, Kaor hadn't yet realized his current predicament, still struggling with those moves that I had thoroughly figured out. Suddenly, Jillian finally noticed the key point. It turned out his master was cleverly utilizing an understanding of muscle force. When people exert force, it brings a moment of temporary stiffness to their body, meaning that while gaining power, they lose some agility. My master wasn't directly confronting Kaor's momentum, but rather staying relaxed within a safe range, causing greater burden to the opponent, making him lose more agility. Though shocked, I must say Master's approach indeed completely overcame the disadvantage of weight difference. At this moment, seeing Kaor's panting state, I deliberately said, "Some people when facing critical moments, often let their desire for victory occupy their minds, leading them to break rules." And Kaor's response made me admire him greatly. My position as leader was naturally earned through recognition. If I were to violate even these small rules, wouldn't I be letting down my brother's expectations? I admit that continuing to face off directly is disadvantageous to me in the current situation, but to let you have the victory is absolutely not allowed. As he spoke, Kaor, disregarding the possible twisting degree of his shoulder, directly forced a shoulder throw at me. After all, he certainly knew another rule stipulation: if either party leaves the circle first, it means they've lost. But just when Kaor thought his scheme was about to succeed, I unexpectedly pulled off an even more outrageous move, using the back of my blade to forcefully brace against my own wrist, to achieve a body spinning effect. And I also used the impact force generated by the spin to deliver a fierce kick to Kaor's groin. But that wasn't all. I continued pulling hard to make Kaor lose his balance. While he couldn't counterattack, I flipped over to above his body. Finally, under my series of techniques, Kaor was sent out of the circle. "So, you've lost this challenge. If you're willing to accept the bet, you'll be my subordinate for the rest of your life." At this time, Kaor suddenly questioned, "Who exactly are you?" In my knowledge, there's absolutely no one of this caliber in House Perdium. To this, I made no response. Instead, I violently pulled him back to his feet. The reason is, of course, that he didn't treat me well enough in the time that followed. I would begin conducting love education for my newly acquired subordinate. I immediately struck his face with an elbow strike, and seeing my body once again exceed the designated circle, Kaor immediately started to state the so-called rules, but before he could finish, my other fist had already landed on his face again. Who would have thought that the captain of the Cerberus mercenaries would care about rules one day? Rules are only for games. They don't exist on battlefields where life and death are at stake. Also, never question anything your master does. And in the next 2.5 minutes, every strike I landed on Kaor was ruthlessly violent. The mercenaries behind him started saying that if this continues, their boss would die. But I couldn't care less about that, because Kaor's fighting spirit was still burning strong. I had to beat him until he only acknowledged me as his master. At this moment, Kaor suddenly shouted to his men, "Are you complaining I'm dying too slowly? Quick, rush in and kill him." Hearing this, these guys finally showed their true nature. They didn't care about any laws, they just wanted to get it done. But in the next second, the appearance of an axe instantly made these death-seeking fellows slam on their brakes. Some even wet themselves in fear. At this moment, Jillian warned from his high position, "If anyone dares to take another step forward and interfere with my master's business, I'll immediately send them to report to the underworld." Seeing his men being such cowards, Kaor was dumbfounded. Moreover, in his understanding, nobles were just pathetic cowards. As long as he showed a bit of authority to make them afraid, they would immediately bow down in submission. Even when conducting business, they would give him whatever money he demanded. Nobles wouldn't dare show any defiance. Thus, Kaor earned his nickname as the Mad Dog, and his power and influence gradually grew larger. But he just couldn't understand why today he not only suffered his first defeat in Moriana's recognition, but the one who defeated him was a noble youth whom he looked down upon the most. And seeing that I had beaten Kaor until he lost consciousness, I waved my hand and ordered, "If you don't want your boss to die, then quickly fetch me some bandages and water." The mercenaries heard this, and all stood at attention accepting the order, and this kind of response was exactly the result I wanted. Looking at Jillian, he now understood my intention. In the world of mercenaries, fists often hold a much higher status than laws, so the master wanted to use the most direct method, to deeply engrave authority in their minds, to tell them who the true leader is. The scene shifts. After I handed Kaor the agreement about submitting to me, I sternly ordered him to quickly sign and leave his handprint. Hearing this, although Kaor was still somewhat defiant, he still obediently did as I said. However, there was a small incident when submitting it. Sure enough, dogs can't easily break their habit of eating shit. His actions and tone still carried the air of a boss. So I had no choice but to give him another direct look. "Seems you haven't learned your lesson yet. Shall we go out and fight some more?" In an instant, Kaor's muscle memory made him lower his stance. Now his status was nothing more than a noble small subordinate. Suddenly, my hand grabbed firmly onto Kaor's arm, giving him quite a shock as he feared he had said something wrong again. But actually, I wanted to say some sweet words to him. From now on, we're family. Here's to a pleasant cooperation. Time flew by, and 2.5 weeks passed quickly. At this time, in a place in the outskirts, there was a mercenary group waiting for their noble employer who was about to arrive, and their lazy and disdainful tone was exactly like the untamed Cerberus, as if cut from the same template. Just then, a muscular giant with a well-developed physique stood up and shouted, "Don't we need a representative to deal with our employer?" Obviously, from his words, it wasn't hard to see that this mercenary group didn't even have a leader. The muscular man's name was Gordon, but regarding his behavior of wanting to be the boss, the others seemed somewhat annoyed. After all, there had been several precedents among them before, where every time after dealing with clients, the business that came to them ended up falling through completely. To convince them, Gordon directly took out a stack of money bags and promised, "Before I succeed, this money will be my guarantee to you. There won't be any problems letting me be the spokesperson." Seeing money, their eyes lit up and they instantly changed their attitude, all agreeing to let Gordon temporarily be the team leader. Meanwhile, someone suddenly came to report that a young noble on horseback had appeared not far ahead. Upon hearing this, they looked in that direction. If they weren't mistaken, his appearance completely matched the description of the person who was planning to hire them. Looking at Gordon, he excitedly waved his hand, indicating that they should watch the show that was about to unfold. "I'll teach this presumptuous kid a harsh lesson." But just as he finished his tough talk, the next second his pupils suddenly contracted, because the noble youth in front of them wasn't alone, but was followed by a large group of mounted men. That's right, the person coming to find them was me. At this moment, a man wearing a headband suddenly pointed ahead and said, "What's going on here? How come the infamous Cerberus mercenaries are following so obediently behind our employer?" And as my main force arrived in front of this mercenary group, I asked who was in charge here. Hearing this, Gordon was instantly scared stiff, but now he could only steel himself and say it was him. Then I had him give a brief self-introduction and description of his group. Although these were things I would find hard to remember, it was just to go through the motions to demonstrate my authority. After this, I gave Gordon an order: gather everyone within 3 seconds. From this moment on, we would head to the monster forest and completely conquer it. The scene shifts. All preparations before the expedition had been completed. We had built a temporary operational base camp nearby. Resources had been reasonably allocated and put in place. Finally, and most importantly, we had sufficient manpower. There were 148 mercenaries hired through Belinda from the guild. The Cerberus mercenary group had 41 members. Adding the 3 of us made a total of 192. However, before setting out, I still confirmed one thing with Belinda. How was the situation with Scoven being handled, as he was the commander in charge of this area? Hearing this, Belinda responded that originally she thought he would flatly oppose it. Who knew he would unusually say that if help was needed, he would immediately immediately bring troops to assist. It seems everything was progressing quite smoothly. As for what needed to be done next, it was of course to officially march forward and develop this monster forest that concealed treasures. Now I probably don't need to say much. Everyone was very clear about its level of danger. Various monsters, unknown dangers, and anything beyond imagination would appear before us. After I finished speaking, some mercenaries' emotions changed. The reason was that when Belinda hired them, she hadn't clearly stated it was to develop the monster forest, leading them to think it was just developing an ordinary forest. This indeed caught me by surprise, and even left me somewhat speechless. Looking at this situation, Belinda fiercely warned them, "Isn't a monster forest still a forest? You're all grown men yet here fussing over something even a 3-year-old wouldn't question." However, even so, they still couldn't accept such a forced explanation. The only way to stabilize their emotions was one thing: adding money. If the development mission could be successfully completed, I would give them 3 times the original payment. But before the mercenaries could show any reaction, Belinda immediately expressed absolute disagreement, because all the previously saved funds had already been spent on today's preparations. However, I deliberately avoided this topic. After all, this was the only way to reignite their fighting spirit, and moreover, I understood mercenaries' personalities better than anyone. Anyway, when we later dig out all the magic crystals from that ore vein, the money to pay the mercenary fees would only be a drop in the bucket. Belinda, you haven't forgotten our agreement, have you? Hearing this, Belinda heaved a deep sigh. Remember, of course I remember. I wouldn't forget even if I died. No matter what, I just need to unconditionally trust you, young master. Since Kaor didn't know about the ore vein, he naturally found my decision quite puzzling. To this, Jillian offered an explanation. Better not underestimate our master, and don't forget you're the one who lost to him. And so, with the team I had assembled in less than 2.5 weeks, we began bustling about at the entrance of the monster forest. And after dealing with some large trees that were blocking sunlight, the surrounding environment became much brighter under the illumination. However, these timber materials were also part of our resources, so I ordered that the cut-down timber be transported back to the camp, and the tree stump's roots be completely pulled out, to prevent the cleared path from returning to its primitive state in the future. But come to think of it, after personally arriving at this monster forest, I discovered its area was terrifyingly vast. This was something impossible to know just from Duke Delphine's journal about it. But even so, one day I would eliminate all the dangers existing here and convert all obtained resources into capital for House Perdium's treasury, to prevent House Perdium's second downfall. However, currently the task I gave them was just to find that ore vein and consider it complete. Looking at Kaor, he found it incredible that I was personally involved in the road clearing work. Even though I was the employer, I still personally showed up. As for many others, they also had similar thoughts, but their progression was faster. They all felt I was definitely just putting on airs to show off noble qualities, and they were certain I would soon find an excuse to leave and slack off. This infuriated Belinda half to death. She immediately scolded them to stop talking nonsense and get back to work. Otherwise, don't blame her for being merciless and docking their wages. Afterwards, Belinda found me and told me everything that had just happened, feeling that as an employer, I really didn't need to do such manual labor. To this, I responded that it was unimportant. The reason I wanted to join in was just to finish quickly, because staying here too long would be all harm and no benefit. Hearing this, Belinda pouted and muttered to herself, "You talk as if you understand everything that will happen in the future." Hearing this, I was speechless. Of course, I understand. I just can't say it directly, okay? And seeing what appeared to be flirting going on over here, Kaor couldn't help but say a few words. How envious that he has a woman who cares about him. Unlike us who are only fit to be dogs used at will, even with one foot already in hell, we still have to work our lives away. But as soon as Kaor finished speaking, what greeted him was Jillian's merciless hammer. This instantly enraged Kaor, who decided that after the development was complete, he would definitely have a proper Moriana's recognition challenge with Jillian. Just then, I realized a very serious problem. Although everything had progressed quite smoothly so far, having nothing happen at all made one feel strangely uneasy. But thanks to Duke Delphine's journal from my previous life, which clearly recorded everything from resource locations to monster ecological conditions, it allowed me to make thorough preparations in many aspects. For example, these hundreds of oil lamps, although ridiculously expensive, would soon demonstrate their worth. Now as the development distance from the entrance grew deeper, the surrounding environment gradually became more eerie. The only similarity was that no dangers had appeared. Some mercenaries even felt this monster forest was nothing special, concluding that previous people had just made up some lies to scare others. Yet little did they know that their so-called peace was hiding terrifying killing intent everywhere. Suddenly, Gordon discovered that the path ahead was blocked by an extremely huge tree, so he turned to ask me about how to handle it. To this, I quickly ordered him not to shout and to slowly walk back to the group. Otherwise, continuing to stand there would mean death. Hearing this, Gordon felt somewhat panicked, which caused him to accidentally hit the giant tree in front of him with the timber on his shoulder when turning around. The next second, it scared him so badly he collapsed to to the ground. But the result wasn't as I had said. Gordon was still sitting unharmed on the ground. So naturally, my words were treated as meaningless noise by a bald fellow. Look, this is nothing but a rather sturdy tree, right? There's no threat at all. In that case, if our employer is too cowardly, why don't I temporarily take charge as the leader? But just as the bald man was still eloquently speaking, a thick vine had already firmly bound him, and what greeted him in his final moments of life was a giant mouth filled with sharp fangs. Everyone be on high alert. What's about to appear before us are monsters capable of dealing fatal blows. I immediately ordered everyone to be on guard, but before I could finish speaking, many of the mercenaries had already started scattering in fear. Not knowing this actually increased their chances of being hunted and eaten. These swamp man-eating flowers were extremely sensitive to moving objects. Soon, nearly 20 mercenaries became free buffet meals. At this time, Gordon was seen tightly hugging a tree trunk and screaming for help, saying he was only 18 and hadn't taken a wife yet. He didn't want to die. 2 mercenaries heard this and hurriedly ran over to rescue him. But even after several axe strikes, the vines wrapped around Gordon showed no signs of breaking at all. Instead, the axes were damaged and became useless scrap metal. Just as they were wondering what was going on, Gordon, who had run out of strength, had already been pulled into midair by the vines, his life hanging by a thread. Fortunately, I arrived in time with my sword drawn, not only successfully saving Gordon, but I also used his back as a springboard to flip up again, landing a spinning heavy slash right on one of the swamp man-eating flowers' eyeballs, and seeing the enemy let out a piercing cry after being heavily wounded. The mercenaries assumed the eyeballs were these monsters' fatal weakness, and were preparing to focus all their attacks there. Luckily, I issued another order in time, which saved their lives. Spreading out makes you easy targets for the enemy. So to ensure everyone's safety, from this moment on, all of you raise your shields and form defensive formations. Absolutely do not leave without my new orders. Seeing that multiple defensive formations had been successfully implemented, I turned around and instructed Kaor and his men to begin executing the next plan. Light all the previously purchased oil lamps and throw them frantically towards where the monsters were. Although Kaor was somewhat confused about this, he still gathered several subordinates to carry it out. In less than 2 seconds, they had thrown about 100 oil lamps. Looking at the threatening flames coming their way, the swamp man-eating flowers also swung their vines to intercept. This scared Kaor and his men into a cold sweat. But just as they were distracted, the enemy took the opportunity to extend vines to attack them. Fortunately, I had already instructed Jillian and Belinda. I would act as the vanguard to raise the monster's hatred value towards me, while they would cover Kaor and the others as they continued throwing oil lamps. Otherwise, with that strike just now, even if Kaor and his men wouldn't have suffered fatal injuries, a large portion of the oil lamps would have been destroyed. At this time, I was seen alone at the very front of the entire team. Facing countless vine attacks that couldn't be counted by eye, I stood my ground and swung out slashes for self-defense and to attract enemy attention. But seeing the oil lamp still couldn't burn the enemy, I thought this wouldn't work if we continued like this. And just then, a bright idea flashed through my mind. That was to give all the swamp man-eating flowers' eyeballs a slash. The effect turned out to work perfectly. The following oil lamp attacks almost all hit their marks. In no time, the enemy was trapped in a vast sea of fire. Seeing this, everyone thought victory was at hand and started becoming somewhat lax. Little did they know this was merely stripping away the enemy's disguise. I hurriedly shouted at them not to let their guard down, to throw out all the oil lamps until none were left, because if we didn't burn them to the end, these creatures' true forms would absolutely not be revealed. And as the huge wave of flames burned for exactly 2.5 minutes, the next second, a massive burst of steam suddenly gushed out. The side that was still ablaze instantly extinguished. Belinda found this incredible and anxiously asked what kind of terrifying existence these monsters were, that they could actually release steam to extinguish their burning bodies. Hearing this, I responded that this was because their shells were filled with flesh containing high water content. When water meets high temperatures, it instantly transforms into steam. The scene unfolding before us was exactly due to this. As for what appeared next, of course it was these swamp man-eating flowers revealing their true forms. They each had delicious flesh and a giant fanged mouth on top. Flames now posed little threat to them. So what needed to be done next, what could be done, was to grab our weapons and hack away somewhat rationally until it's done. Brothers, charge! With those words, I charged into the horde of magical beasts with my sword drawn. But even after I said all that, those hired mercenaries still had cold feet. How could we possibly fight such gigantic monsters? They could crush us flat with just one stomp. However, our force also had another mercenary group who charged forward without hesitation upon receiving the order. Their leader, Kaor, was grinning from ear to ear. He had been feeling so bored, and now he could finally have some real action. Finally, Jillian couldn't stand it anymore, so he sternly questioned what these cowards were hesitating about. You just need to trust our young master and follow. After a brief moment of consideration, Gordon and the paid mercenaries finally decided to go all in. If the situation turned bad, they believed their employer would surely help them out. As for why I took the lead as the vanguard, it was naturally to eliminate any hesitation from those who followed me. After all, hesitation only leads to bad outcomes, and I needed to cultivate a mindset that turns the impossible into possible, even into certainty. Only this way could we achieve victory after victory in our upcoming expedition. Everyone listen up. These magical beasts have already lost the hard shells protecting their bodies. Now they're nothing more than oversized toys. We can easily cut them down without even using mana. Under my leadership, these swamp carnivorous plants blocking our path were quickly slaughtered to extinction. Those cowards from before could hardly believe they had actually done it. Meanwhile, while they were still in shock, I left them with these words. This is the unknown Demon Claw Forest. We've barely entered and already there are countless magical beasts. But please don't worry about your lives. Whenever danger appears, I will definitely stand at the front to protect everyone present. So from now on, please trust me unconditionally. I will definitely make you rich and leave here safely. And after my motivational speech, this force displayed all the power they were capable of. It's just that obstacles kept emerging endlessly. Every time we advanced, we faced attacks from new types of magical beasts. Fortunately, everyone fought every enemy they encountered without retreating. Their coordination also became increasingly proficient. Jillian led the shield soldiers forward to intercept. The Cerberus mercenary group and I served as the main damage dealers, delivering fatal blows to the magical beasts. Gradually, they began to acknowledge my leadership abilities. They all felt that to survive, they must follow my commands. But there was one exception, a buck-toothed man from the paid mercenaries. The scene changes. We had now advanced to a lakefront. If I remember correctly, this lake was the most important junction point for that ore vein. I then ordered everyone to set up a temporary camp with our backs to the lake, rest briefly, then continue. After settling down for about 2.5 days, that buck-toothed man from before started causing trouble. He found Gordon and the others to complain. Who knows what terrifying magical beasts will appear if we go deeper. We might really die here. No point earning money if we're not alive to spend it. To this, Gordon responded, hasn't our employer already said the destination is near? Besides, you've been on this expedition with us all along. How can you just give up like that? Left with no choice, the buck-toothed man brought up my dark past. You think our employer's nickname as the Perdium scoundrel is for nothing? After much thought, I'm certain he just wants to gain glory by blindly pioneering this demon claw forest. At this point, a one-eyed man was confused. We took the employer's money, so we should follow orders. Are you planning to take the money and run? Hearing this, the buck-toothed man's emotions instantly flared up. I don't underestimate our employer's strength, but so far, I think he's just been lucky. After this, even one mistake and our entire force will be wiped out. And when faced with danger he can't handle, he might even use us mercenaries as meat shields. That's what nobles do, isn't it? After hearing this, Gordon admitted he had a point. But just when the buck-toothed man thought his plan had succeeded, the one-eyed man pointed at me in the distance and said, if he really thought our lives were worthless, would he have given out medicine more valuable than an injured soldier's life without hesitation? Taking 10,000 steps back. If it were another noble, I'd believe what you're saying. But when it comes to him, I don't agree. He's already proven through actions that, at least so far, he's never abandoned anyone. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jillian and the other two had something important to discuss with me privately. It was clear I was ignoring the buck-toothed man. Kaur was a bit puzzled. If it were him, he would have already ripped that guy's tongue out. But to me, this was merely a trivial matter not worth mentioning. The scene changes. The three of them had already searched the camp as I requested. After confirming there were only 24 oil lamps, I began to realize something was wrong. The number had decreased. Previously, after entering the Demon Claw Forest, magical beasts attacked suddenly day and night. But the past 2 nights have been eerily quiet. At this moment, Jillian suddenly said seriously, we've entered the territory of nocturnal monsters. Hearing this, I confirmed, from now on is when it gets most dangerous. As time moved to late night, everyone in the force was immersed in sleep. Little did they know, a life-threatening calamity was quietly approaching. Just then, Gordon was suddenly awakened by the urge to urinate, and he happened to witness a bizarre scene. The oil lamp that had been placed for lighting was actually floating in mid-air. This stunned Gordon. He wondered if he was still dreaming, but just as he was about to slap himself, he unexpectedly saw a magical beast with 4 pairs of eyes kissing him. Upon hearing Gordon's scream, the teammates sleeping nearby immediately woke up. But even as Gordon was waving his weapon, shouting that magical beasts had invaded, in everyone else's eyes, they only saw Gordon wildly swinging alone at nothing. To figure out what Gordon was doing, they asked, "What are you talking about? What magical beasts? We don't even see a single mosquito." Hearing this, Gordon cautiously looked around, only to find the magical beast from before had disappeared. Seeing Gordon like this, his teammates were more inclined to believe he must have had a nightmare. After all, they'd been dealing with magical beasts quite frequently lately. But little did they know, just as Gordon was about to continue explaining, a hooded man from Cerberus suddenly walked over and said, "This is definitely not a dream, because I also witnessed the oil lamp disappear from my sight for no reason." Afterwards, more people with similar experiences came forward. Besides the oil lamps disappearing, they also heard bone-chilling mocking laughter. To this, the hooded man said seriously, "No matter what, one thing is certain. There's definitely something unclean here." And the moment he finished speaking, I came over upon hearing this. "Everyone, emergency assembly. We need to formulate a plan immediately. As for the discussion, only 6 people will participate." At this moment, Gordon said in great shock, "Employer, are you saying that the strange incidents at the camp were all caused by magical beasts, and they're the kind humans can't easily see?" After hearing this, I gave an affirmative answer. That's the ability those creatures possess. They can perfectly blend with the dark environment. They're also one of the magical beasts beasts that rule the darkness in this forest. They're called Shadow Pale. Under normal circumstances, humans not only can't see them, even attacks have no effect on them. Of course, the reason they stole the oil lamps from the camp is because this is their most skilled hunting method. Darkness is their home turf. At this moment, Kaor couldn't hold back. Are they planning to toy with us before killing us? No way. I absolutely won't allow this to happen. With that, Kaor immediately stood up forcefully. What are you all standing around for? Let's take the initiative now and strike first. I responded, your idea is too reckless. Besides, as long as we wait for them to attack first, we'll get the best opportunity to counterattack. Belinda showed some concern. But we're almost out of oil lamps. Do we really only have the option to wait for our doom? I told her, of course, because if we attack rashly, they'll retreat temporarily and change their original hunting strategy, harassing our future operations even more persistently. Then we'll lose the opportunity to eliminate them all at once. At this moment, Jillian asked, puzzled, so you're saying there's a method that can hunt hundreds of invisible and seemingly invincible magical beasts simultaneously? To this, I gave an affirmative answer. Then I instructed Belinda to distribute the magic scrolls I'd prepared in advance to everyone. Next, I began explaining how to fight. According to my guess, the Shadow Pale are currently surrounding us from 3 directions. They're stealing oil lamps and slowly tightening their pincer attack. And since our force is small, we can't cover all areas. So if we forcefully engage head-on, our rear will be a direct vulnerability for the enemy to exploit. At that point, our only outcome will be death without a burial ground. But please trust my decision. In this battle, we absolutely hold the initiative, not them. First, we need to divide into 3 groups. The first is shield units, the second is bow and crossbow units, and the last is the elite strike force, including myself. The shields and bows will form a tight formation at the center to resist the enemy's offensive. Meanwhile, as the elite strike force, we'll concentrate all our firepower to quickly cut off the Shadow Pale on the left flank. Once we form an encirclement with the center, from then on it will only be one-sided slaughter, and victory will be ours. Suddenly, Belinda raised a question. Didn't you say those magical beasts can merge with darkness, making it impossible for us to attack them easily? So how do we deal with them? Hearing this, I told Belinda not to worry, because this magic scroll is the answer. The scene changes. The situation was exactly as I had anticipated. The Shadow Pale indeed attacked from 3 directions, and after the last oil lamp was driven away, the camp plunged into complete darkness. In an instant, I ordered everyone to take out the magic scroll and tear it. The intense light it releases will expose the Shadow Pale's true form, and this was still something I learned from Duke Delphine's diary. As all the magic scrolls were used simultaneously, an intense light instantly enveloped the vast darkness around us, and under its illumination, the true forms of the Shadow Pale were revealed. From now on, any attack could harm them. As for now, of course, the center will draw their fire. As the elite strike force, we began our assault from the left flank according to plan, ultimately forming an airtight encirclement. And the reason we could cut down the Shadow Pale like slicing vegetables was, of course, because their physical resistance was extremely poor. Their ability to melt into darkness was their greatest trump card. Looking at the current situation, I believe this force will soon achieve an early victory. Then I ordered the elite strike teammates following me to reduce the number of Shadow Pale as much as possible. The fewer they are, the more helpful it will be for our future ore mining tasks. Naturally, Jillian being the strongest in the force, he would serve as the main firepower to block the magical beast's attacks and attract the enemy's attention. And as long as we coordinate with Kaor's speed to disrupt their rhythm, Belinda and I could completely deliver fatal blows to batches of Shadow Pale. As for those Cerberus underlings behind us, they were left with nothing to do but watch. Meanwhile, near the central area of the camp, the shield soldiers and archers were still maintaining over 100% firepower output. It's just that there were too many Shadow Pale. They all felt willing, but unable, if the elite strike force couldn't arrive according to the original plan's timeline. This defense line would eventually fall, but this worry was obviously unnecessary. The moment they finished speaking, we arrived at the central area with overwhelming momentum. Seeing this, Gordon and the others' previously dejected expressions completely vanished, leaving only joy of impending victory on their faces. Then Gordon shouted, "Everyone, follow the employer's orders and change formation to a dispersed pattern." Little did we know, just as we were about to surround these damned magical beasts from all sides, an unexpected situation occurred the next second. The remaining Shadow Pale seized a gap and fled without looking back. This indeed gave me a headache. We hadn't even had time to surround them. However, I quickly realized what the problem was. I immediately tasked Belinda with something. Capture the one acting as the leader among those Shadow Pale. I remember it's distinguished from the rest by the sharp horn on its head. I guess it must have noticed the anomaly and issued the retreat signal. To this, Belinda was confused. Isn't letting them leave beneficial to us, whether in terms of time or other aspects? I explained. Shadow Pale have an extremely strong obsession with their prey, even though they're now fleeing in disarray. It won't be long before they sweep back to interfere with our operations until all Shadow Pale are defeated, so we might as well eliminate them all now as much as possible to prevent future trouble. Hearing this, Belinda instantly understood my intention. As long as we eliminate the intelligent leader, that enemy force will surely fall apart from losing command. "Young master, you've really grown up a lot." As her thoughts settled, Belinda pulled out a claw blade. After cleverly securing it to a sturdy branch, she spun forcefully, shooting forward like a cannonball. In less than 2 seconds, Belinda quickly reached the airspace above, not far from the enemy force, and spotted the shadow pale I had described. "It seems this creature is the leader the young master wants me to capture." And as Belinda's claw blade was thrown again, it hit the opponent's torso with perfect accuracy. At the same time, after seeing this, I, following right behind, leaped and charged into the enemy ranks, beheading with one sword the shadow pale acting as the leader. Now it had breathed its last, which meant this battle could only be our victory. Take advantage now and take down the remaining low-intelligence shadow pale in one go. At this moment, everyone charged forward like hungry wolves. The force was even competing with each other. Don't lose to that old man Jillian who's over 50. I guess if Jillian heard this, he'd probably only want to say a few words. Finally, just as sunrise came, we successfully annihilated all the shadow pale. Seeing their joy in victory, I was also very happy. But now wasn't the time to celebrate yet, because there were still 2 things to do. First, I ordered Belinda to quickly count the casualties for me. Second was to recover the shadow pale corpses. To this, Kaor was puzzled, which was naturally understandable. After all, he had no idea what these things were really for. So I explained to him and Jillian, this is because the shadow pale are one of the highest level magical beasts at the entrance of this demon claw forest. Even just their corpses, the residual scent is enough to drive away other lower level magical beasts. So placing these treasures around the camp will definitely form a temporarily absolutely safe defense line. After the tasks were assigned, I also began thinking to myself, it had been over 10 days since I pioneered the demon claw forest. Now that all the shadow pale were eliminated, after the plan, only the ore mining work remained. It was time to finish and shift focus back to revenge. Just then, my thoughts were interrupted by Belinda. She reported that only 3 paid mercenaries were missing from the force, with no other casualties. A total of 126 people. This news made Kaor extremely arrogant. Worthy of the Cerberus I lead, tough enough. But when asked if the 3 missing had died, Belinda said their bodies weren't found. Perhaps they had already. Before she could finish, Gordon and the others already understood the whole story. If I'm not mistaken, that buck-toothed man who wanted to desert must have had 2 accomplices following him. And the situation was indeed as he said. The buck-toothed man and his group had been fleeing for some time. Little did they know, this selfish behavior would soon bring a painful price. Originally, they were enthusiastically saying the buck-toothed man's decision was right. Even if they earned money, they definitely wouldn't be alive to spend it. But now, seeing the 2 fools still had the mood to chat, the buck-toothed man angrily scolded, while the monsters are distracted. Let's run quickly. Don't let everything fall apart. Who knew? Just as the buck-toothed man finished speaking, his teammate in front was trembling all over in fear. Seeing this, the buck-toothed man was naturally completely confused, until his teammate struggled to tell him to look behind. Only then did he realize the problem. At this moment, in the direction ahead, a pair of terrifying eyes had already locked onto them. In the blink of an eye, the 3 became a meal in the giant serpent's belly. However, as if wanting to enjoy a free buffet, the serpent actually spat out the nearly dead buck-toothed man. Then it hid once again in the mist that was hard to see with the naked eye, quietly waiting for prey to fall into its trap. Meanwhile, after resting for a week, we resumed our development mission at the entrance of Monster Forest. At this moment, Kaor suddenly expressed surprise. This is the first time I've seen those lazy mercenaries follow orders so strictly. To this, Jillian responded that it was only natural, because they all believed in the young master's leadership ability. Kaor continued asking me, so do you plan to disband them after this operation ends? Using them only once would be such a waste. Hearing this, I replied that I'd already thought this through. I plan to continue training them as my private soldiers. As everyone knows, mercenaries with weak organization cannot defeat regular armies in large-scale battles. But judging from their experience here, they have already surpassed the limits of ordinary mercenaries. So everyone here will be a solid foundation on my path to kingship. At the same time, the bandana-wearing leader of Cerberus came over to report the situation. According to my requirements, he had already scattered all the shadow pale corpses around the vicinity. The effect was naturally quite obvious. Even the skeptical Kaor couldn't help but praise my judgment. This is too incredible. From the camp to here, we actually didn't encounter a single magical beast. But for some reason, looking at the area we were about to finish excavating, my right eye kept twitching. Could something bad be about to happen? Suddenly, Belinda jumped down from above. It seemed she had successfully completed the scouting mission I assigned her. I saw her report to me with excitement, young master. It's just as you said. Not far from here is exactly what we wanted to find. The moment her words fell, I immediately turned around and ordered everyone to clear the path at full speed, telling them the destination of this operation was right before our eyes. As the last area of trees fell, what struck us from behind was waves of dazzling pale green light. Everyone except me was basically mesmerized by what appeared before them, unable to pull themselves away. They stood there silently for quite a while, until I started speaking. Breaking this brief silence, I guess I don't need to say much now. The treasure before our eyes has already explained everything. And this is exactly what I wanted to find. An ore vein containing a massive amount of top-grade magic crystals. At this moment, I heard Kaor say excitedly, so this foggy forest really does have valuable things. Jillian was somewhat speechless hearing this. Haven't I already told you? The young master doesn't make strategies without any profit returns. In contrast, Belinda hugged me, saying our hard days are finally over. But just when Gordon proposed to start mining immediately, I suddenly informed them that no one was allowed to act rashly, and I specifically explained that this development mission might very well end in failure. As the mist gradually dispersed, we also saw a familiar figure within it. That's right, it was the buck-toothed deserter from our team. Although Gordon and the others looked down on this guy's selfish behavior, as former comrades, they still wanted to go forward and attempt a rescue, but they were quickly intercepted by me, fall back to the rear. The buck-toothed man is beyond saving. He's already a juice-dripping corpse now. While speaking, I also drew my greatsword. Then with one slash downward, the sword energy I released immediately dispersed the obstructive mist around us. What came into view were actually piles of freshly gnawed skeletal remains, not only human, but also magical beast bones. This instantly scared most of the team members until their legs went weak. Seeing this situation, I knew we couldn't go deeper. There's likely a high-level magical beast guarding here. Some of the bones are even fresh. Looks like they met their fate recently. Besides that, there's also something wrong with the air around here. Poison gas is mixed with the mist. Damn it, in my previous life, the records clearly stated this ore vein had no dangers whatsoever. Everyone, stay alert and be ready for incoming danger at any moment. But the moment my words fell, a giant serpent with its tongue flicking had already appeared above our heads. Then it opened its bloody maw without warning. Seeing this, I immediately charged forward, swinging my greatsword to meet it. But even though my attack hit this creature's vital spots squarely, it only left a faint scratch. To find its weakness, I redirected my focus to the giant serpent's head area, but still couldn't inflict any significant damage. At this moment, seeing that I was still in midair, the serpent spewed piles of venom toward me. Fortunately, I reacted in time, forcefully twisting my body, so the venom could only harm the cloak behind me. Unexpectedly, the serpent's other attack had already fallen before me. With no choice, I could only forcefully channel more mana to block, but its strength was clearly greater than mine. Soon I was violently slammed to the ground by its tail. Seeing this, Belinda was extremely worried. She shouted without caring about her image, asking if I was okay. But the serpent's attack hadn't stopped yet. It wriggled its massive body, weaving back and forth through the team. For a moment, Belinda and the others' rescue efforts could only reach the weaker soldiers in the team. On my end, after taking the serpent's fierce attack, although my body suffered overload injuries, this still wasn't my limit. It seems this creature is the master of this ore vein, but it's actually also one of the magical beasts I classified as undefeatable in this operation. Clearly it lives deep in the forest. How could it appear in this kind of place now? Could it be that the trajectory of history has truly changed drastically due to my alterations? So with such low chances of victory, should I choose to retreat and preserve my life in time, or challenge it regardless of the risk to my life? No, this kind of choice shouldn't appear in my thoughts. I absolutely cannot give up easily. Otherwise, all the previous efforts will be in vain. Damn it, don't block my way. I'm carrying a burden you can't imagine on my shoulders. Today, either you die or I live. After sensing my provocation, the serpent immediately opened its bloody maw and fiercely attacked me. In contrast, to calculate the power gap with the enemy, I unhesitatingly blocked this strike with my sword. After confirming I had fighting strength, I immediately extended this block into a side-cutting finishing move. Although it still wasn't enough to break through its highly defensive scales, it did let me find a position where I could inflict damage. The serpent's eyes. Suddenly, tremendous killing intent came from behind me. Fortunately, I reacted in time and gripped my sword to defend. Otherwise, if I had really been hit by that tail, I probably would have been instantly killed. As expected, from here on I was in a passive, disadvantaged position. But no matter how slim the chances of victory, I must shoulder this burden. Like my father, sometimes, some wars are not chosen by one's own will. Just then, my sword drawing slash luckily drew blood from this snake. Seeing this, the onlooking crowd was stunned, yet they also worried about my safety. But such worry was clearly unnecessary. After all, I'd already thrown my life to the wind in this battle. Originally, I thought the serpent's sudden collapse was because those two slashes more or less caused it fatal damage. Little did I know when I looked back. The serpent stood up again as if nothing happened, like it was deliberately toying with me. But none of this matters to me now. What matters is that the burden continuously releasing the third layer brings to my body has almost exhausted my mana. Suddenly, my teammates rushed toward me like madmen. Belinda even asked about my injuries immediately. Because I didn't respond in time, Belinda called Gordon to escort me to a safe position, saying they would handle things here for now. But before she finished speaking, I cut her off. Everyone retreat immediately. This is an order. Jillian was very confused about this, asking me what this order meant. After all, even he couldn't guarantee that under his protection, everyone could avoid being harmed by such a gigantic magical beast. In contrast, I seriously replied, I cannot lose anyone present here. My words worried Belinda greatly. Then what about you, young master? Don't worry about whether I live or die because I have a reason I must take it down. Belinda was very puzzled. Clearly, reaching this area was already a miracle. Why does her young master still insist on fighting to the death? Just then, the serpent sprayed a large amount of venom toward our position. Seeing this, I issued the retreat order again. But what I received in return was unprecedented unity. The shield soldiers in the team directly raised their shields and blocked the incoming venom. And just when I wanted to say something, they actually said in unison, since you as our employer fight to the death, we'll accompany you. Meeting an employer like you is already a blessing for us mercenaries. Thanks to you, we've been able to survive crises multiple times. If we kill this damn guardian beast, the treasure behind it will be ours. I absolutely won't run away and leave the young master alone. Young man, ginger is spicier when old. Let me attract that thing's attention and create a fatal opening for you. Please trust us, just as you let us trust you unconditionally. Hearing their words, I was silent for a long time because I really didn't know what to say, and the only thing I could do was tell everyone relevant information about the serpent. That thing's venom is lethal. Its blood-red scales can move at will, and its defensive power is extremely high. Even weapons imbued with magical power can hardly harm it. But not everything is disadvantageous to us. The serpent's left eye is blind, and I've also carved a huge wound in its mouth. We're not incapable of defeating it. Everyone listen up. The final battle of this development mission officially begins. After this battle, we'll go back and celebrate properly. No one is allowed to die easily on me. The moment my words fell, a great battle of gang beating a high-level magical beast was about to break out. My several capable companions also unreservedly displayed all their special skills. As for those weaker soldiers, they knew one person's strength was insignificant. But if they united, their combat power wouldn't be lacking at all. And as the battle entered its white-hot stage, basically everyone in the team inflicted irreversible serious injuries on the serpent. As for me, I naturally destroyed the enemy's other eye. I deeply know that even though I'm reborn, not every matter and plan goes according to my wishes. This battle is an example. The occurrence of unexpected events forced me to shoulder this burden. If I don't stand out, then this carefully assembled team of mine will surely be buried here. After my thoughts settled, I unceremoniously rushed into the enemy's giant mouth. Because 2 lifetimes of experience are telling me, as long as I enter the serpent's body, I can deliver a fatal blow. Finally, under everyone's shocked gazes, from inside the serpent's body, I pierced through its head with my sword and cut its tongue in half. This battle, we ultimately claimed victory. The scene shifts and 2 days quickly passed. At this time, Perdium's main city was holding an emergency meeting. That boy actually ignored the Lord's orders and assembled an army to enter Monster Forest without authorization. No, we can't continue to do nothing about this. If we keep waiting, it might bring great disaster to Perdium. It's all that bastard Gorban's fault. If he hadn't forged false intelligence, we would have stopped all this already. But no matter how much the finance minister and head butler kept chattering, the Lord of Perdium didn't say a word from beginning to end, as if waiting for something. Just then, the family's knight commander suddenly came to report, "Jillian, the young master has returned." But very soon I was summoned by my father, and the first thing he said to me was, "I should have given you 1,000 warnings. Developing Monster Forest is absolutely not allowed." Hearing this, I nodded in acknowledgement and apologized, but I still insisted on my own opinion. After all, for Perdium, it's absolutely something that must be done. In response, Knight Captain Randolph was the first to speak up. "You need to understand that trespassing into Demon Claw Forest is already a violation of the law and regulations. Moreover, have you even considered the consequences? What if the magical beasts from there surge out to attack the main city and its surroundings?" I sighed. Can't you stop thinking about the worst? I'm still alive and back, aren't I? And there haven't been any new attack incidents either. Naturally, my retorts sparked their displeasure. So the family's treasurer Albert decided to give me a proper lecture. I saw him reach into his clothes. Since this exploration mission didn't result in any incidents, we'll let it go for now. But if it's about this matter, I don't think you'll have any excuse that can justify it. When I took the paper Albert handed me and looked at it, it clearly stated the matter concerning me and Amelia. Thanks to you, Count Leopold was furious. Not only did he cut off all support he'd been providing to our Perdium, but he also canceled the alliance marriage between both parties. However, I had my doubts about this, because having lived through one lifetime, I knew that Count Leopold didn't like Amelia very much. It's just that this letter didn't look forged. But thinking about it from another angle, it made sense. Amelia must have already joined forces with those people. It seems the leverage I had against her is now completely useless. I knew that vicious woman would never let this go, and sure enough, the pace of history has accelerated because of my changes. At this moment, my thoughts were interrupted by Albert. "So, young master, you can't find an excuse this time, can you?" Then General Administrator Homern also scolded angrily, "Hurry up and return that money you borrowed from Amelia." As for Randolph, he complained, "That money is enough to cover more than half a year of the knight's expenses." My response was just 4 words: I spent it all. But unlike before, I spent this money on preparations for developing Demon Claw Forest. As soon as I finished speaking, the scene immediately fell into a deathly silence, and it took them quite a while to recover. "You're saying you spent that huge sum on something meaningless?" I knew they didn't understand, so I still apologized first. But just as I was about to argue back, a large hand suddenly grabbed my collar. "You damned bastard. Do you know that your unreasonable behavior has completely ruined Perdium's future? From now on, you're no longer the family's eldest son. You'll be a criminal, and you'll spend the rest of your life rotting in prison." In the end, it's still about the money. So from today on, I, Jillian, will personally provide financial support for the family. After I said this, my usually silent father finally spoke up. "What do you mean by that?" I didn't respond immediately, but called in Belinda, who had been waiting outside for a long time. Then I had her open the box to show everyone present. "If you think my exploration plan this time was just for fun, then you're gravely mistaken." When they saw that the box was filled with magic crystals, they were immediately shocked. They didn't even dare to breathe. At this moment, Homer asked, "Don't tell me you exchanged that money for these?" Belinda wanted to explain, but I stopped her. "You're quite the general administrator. These are top-grade magic crystals. Do you really think that money was enough to exchange for this many?" Albert, on the other hand, said, "These are all genuine top-grade magic crystals. But if you're saying these alone are enough to sustain Perdium, that's pure fantasy." I smirked contemptuously at this. Of course this isn't enough, but I never said how much inventory I actually have, because the real show is yet to come. At this moment, I brought my father and the others to the site where the spoils from Demon Claw Forest were being transported, also to let them see with their own eyes what I've actually been doing in Demon Claw Forest these past days. At this time, my father confirmed something with Belinda. "Tell me the truth. Did all these things come from your forest exploration?" Belinda gave an affirmative answer, and she also added, "Being able to obtain these is all thanks to the young master's credit. Resilient tree bark, giant serpent remains, and many magical beast corpses. As for the magic crystals on site, they're actually just a small portion. The ones that haven't been excavated yet are the majority." After Belinda finished, I followed up. "Everything I've done is for Perdium. Of course, I won't keep anything for myself. I'll use it all for the family's development." Suddenly, Albert exclaimed in shock. I made a rough estimate. "If we convert all these into funds, we won't have to struggle painfully over this matter anymore." The moment he finished speaking, both Homer and Randolph immediately changed their attitudes. They kept praising me for being accomplished, saying things like, "If I need anything, I can order them around any time." Well then, let me state a few conditions first. First, release Goban and Ricardo for me. They were just following my orders. Second, continue restricting public access to the forest. If unnecessary rumors spread, it might cause unnecessary impact on the family. As for the third and final condition, I want to personally recruit my own army. After all, if I have to requisition soldiers from the family every time, that's just wasting my time. They basically agreed to the other conditions. Only this last one was strongly opposed. In that case, as for supporting Perdium, perhaps I should learn from Count Leipold after all. My words frightened Albert, so he directly asked my father to say something, accusing me of now even bargaining with the family's future. At the same time, Jillian and Kaor came over to report. "The loading of magic crystals is almost complete. As soon as you give the order, we can depart at any time. Following your instructions, the tree bark has been properly preserved. As for that giant serpent, what do you need us to do with it?" I instructed them, disassemble and categorize the venom, blood, meat, and skin, and prevent them from rotting. At this time, my father and Randolph whispered to each other, because they both knew Kaor and Jillian's strength and status. They couldn't understand how I managed to convince them to become my subordinates. They even felt that the army I'm now managing is no less than Perdium's current military strength. Training this group of unruly mercenaries to be willingly submissive. I bet you spent quite a lot of effort, didn't you? Hearing my father's words, I quickly shook my head to indicate, actually, they all joined us voluntarily. They're not bad by nature. The fact that others can't manage them isn't entirely because of their mercenary status. My father took my words to heart, but before leaving, he still gave me a reminder. "This time I'll consider your unauthorized actions as making up for your mistakes. But if there's a next time, I believe you also know what the consequences of defying my orders will be." I responded to him with a smile. "Thank you, father. One day, I will become the heir, inheriting all of Perdium. You'd better have that awareness, or you should first have the spirit of the Northern Wolf." My father's words made me think for a long time. Northern Wolf is the title of my father, Count Perdium. It's all because his whole life has been spent defending the northern border of the kingdom of Lucania, a person as lonely as a wolf. But even though my father devoted his entire life, his final outcome was a miserable death and being forgotten by the world. At this time, Belinda pulled my thoughts back. "Young master, we should head back to the main city next, right?" Hearing this, I refused without hesitation. The plan is already prepared. Of course we're departing for the next destination. Before Belinda could lecture me, Jillian noticed my bad expression and suggested I rest for a while before making plans. Belinda naturally understands me best. "Do you know how seriously you were injured in your duel with the giant serpent? And the poison in your body hasn't been completely expelled yet?" Who knew she hadn't finished speaking when I interrupted her? "Don't forget our agreement to trust me unconditionally. Actually, my reluctance to rest also has unspeakable difficulties. I predict that news about the magic crystals will spread quickly. Of course, it will also reach those who covet Perdium. Just based on these points alone, I shouldn't have the right to rest. I must hurry to strengthen my existing power, strong enough that no one would dare to easily violate Perdium." But just at this moment, right in front of everyone, I suddenly lost consciousness and collapsed on the ground. I merely neutralized the deadly snake venom present in my body. Yet overnight, I developed 8-pack abs. Even my original mana reserves increased substantially. At the same time, this is a brand new experience I never had in my previous life. I really didn't expect that this strange folk remedy could actually help me rapidly improve my strength. And all of this started from when I rushed into the mouth of that guardian monster, the giant serpent. At that time, I quickly faced the situation of being digested, because snake-type magical beasts secrete piles of dissolving venom before swallowing prey into their esophagus to facilitate subsequent digestive protection. I, on the other hand, continuously released the mana from my third-layer mana core to the outside to prevent this venom from touching my body, creating a combustion reaction with it. But I never expected this process would bring me even greater bad news. The gas produced by combustion was also toxic. Just inhaling a small amount made my willpower uncontrollable. So, to avoid dying from poisoning here, I decided to try converting the inhaled toxic gas into my own. As for the operation, of course it was to forcibly absorb the toxic gas already present in my body into my mana core, then use the intense mana rotation within the mana core to achieve the effect of neutralizing the toxins, making the toxins become a suppressant for my excessive use of the third layer mana core. This method is a type of delicate mana control. Only someone as powerful as I was in my previous life could barely master it. After this, I woke up from my coma. My memory is somewhat hazy. I remember that after receiving my father's forgiveness, I became unconscious. At the same time, I noticed my sister Elena sitting diagonally to the side. Before I could speak, Elena suddenly hugged me tightly and cried to me, "You already left without saying goodbye. When you came back, you even met me in a state of unconsciousness. Do you know you've been unconscious for 2 whole days? But brother, I'm really happy that you're okay." Who knew? Just as I was about to say something, Elena suddenly pushed me away forcefully. Then she left the room without looking back. Seeing this, I knew I didn't have time to deal with her, so I didn't chase after her. I could only explain properly after matters were settled. After all, 2 whole days have passed since I fell unconscious until now. I must hurry and sell all the magic crystals we harvested for money. Otherwise, those covetous people will soon come knocking on our door. But what I didn't expect was that my physical condition was surprisingly good. Normally speaking, resting for such a short time couldn't possibly allow recovery to this extent. Could it be that my recovery speed has greatly increased? That's the only thing I could think of. Because at this moment, I also felt that my mana reserves had increased quite a bit, and the properties of my mana had changed as well. If my sixth sense is correct, when I forcibly absorbed and neutralized the toxins in my body back then, the energy contained in the toxins might have been integrated into my mana core, indirectly increasing my mana reserves. Having lived most of my previous life, I never discovered this kind of folk remedy that could help me become stronger quickly. What a pity. But now that I've discovered and mastered it, I believe I can soon become stronger by at least dozens of times. After that, I put on my clothes. I can't keep delaying anymore. I must immediately gather my mercenaries. At this moment, several knocks came from outside the door, along with Belinda's voice. After getting my permission, the door was pushed open. But what puzzled me was that, besides Belinda and Elena, my father actually appeared here too. Belinda has already told me about what happened. If you still feel uncomfortable anywhere, don't push yourself anymore. Rest a few more days before doing what you need to do. Hearing this, I indicated that I'd fully recovered and didn't need to worry too much about my physical condition. Father nodded to show he understood and hoped I wouldn't do such reckless things in the future. After all, he only has this one. Who knew? Before Father could finish, Belinda cut him off. How could you possibly be fine? You suddenly fainted that day and nearly scared me to death. At this moment, I could only be extremely speechless. I already said I've fully recovered. Hurry and prepare the things we need for departure with me. But at this time, Father proposed that he wanted to have a private word with me. But what he said next made me freeze in place instantly, because he actually said he had a request to ask of me. This doesn't sound like something my father would say at all. At the same time, elsewhere, that guy who previously wanted to kill Elena and frame Perdium with a crime has already put the plan that his mastermind wanted him to execute on the agenda. Everyone listen up, officially prepare for war starting today. His name is Desmond, and he's also a count, and he also received a carrier pigeon message. It read, "The partial reclamation of Demon Claw Forest has been confirmed. Launch a territorial war with House Diggold, and while you're at it, eliminate that Perdium guy. After the deed is done, the Duke's mansion will intervene." When Desmond told this news to his subordinates present, they all celebrated excitedly, because everyone here has long been fed up with Perdium. Then Desmond inquired, "How many people do we still have hidden in Perdium?" Hearing this, one of them immediately responded, "1 knight and 2 servants. Then Desmond continued to order, "Send 2 servants to Diggold's main city and leak the information that Diggold's eldest son died in Perdium. And also, let Victor be in full command of all operations this time." His last statement instantly made the subordinates present clap and cheer. I can't believe we're deploying our strongest trump card so soon. However, some felt that although sending Victor would definitely get things done, the Duke's mansion has always been cautious in their actions. Isn't this a bit too hasty? Hearing this, Desmond explained, because of Demon Claw Forest. But he only stopped at these simple 6 words. Every decision follows Duke Delphine's will. It's best not to question him. Everyone listen to me. Officially prepare for war starting today. At the same time, on the Leipold territory side, Amelia was lying on Bernaf's body, crying, "This is absolutely outrageous. That bastard Jillian actually used the money he borrowed from me to control the entire magic crystal vein in Demon Claw Forest. And even though we dispatched our secret weapon, the Wildcat Core, we still couldn't manage to kill him. In the end, it even made me bow my head to that damn father of mine, begging him to cut off all funding to Perdium. This way, I'm really no different from an idiot." Bernaf was about to say some comforting words, when Amelia, after a long sigh, had already adjusted her emotions. "Now that the die is cast, we need to quickly execute the next plan." Bernaf gave an affirmative answer. "You're absolutely right, my lady. I've already made all preparations and am awaiting your orders." Then Amelia pointed at the map and said, "Since Perdium has already gained control of the magic crystal vein, they'll naturally soon escape their financial crisis. But from these past 2 days of observation, Perdium's side doesn't seem to have sold any magic crystals yet. Their supply chain hasn't been established either. So we can exploit this weakness and guess where they're most likely to sell the magic crystals." This kind of thinking is obviously beyond Bernaf's capability. In the end, it still has to rely on Amelia. If it's just the north, then there's only one place they can sell to, the Tower of of Ascension managed by the Grand Mage Delmud. After all, magic crystals play a crucial role in magical research. Therefore, we need to set traps on the road leading there and position the Wildcat Corps' people. Since we can't beat Jillian and his group, we'll order the Wildcats to target the transport carriages and seize most of the magic crystals while they're at it. Bernaf thought the plan was fine, but the problem was that besides the Tower of Ascension, there's also the Crimson Tower in that area. How can you be sure they won't sell to that side? Amelia had definitely considered this point. The Crimson Tower has been in a declining stage ever since it lost its top position, plus that bastard Jillian is greedy as hell. He'll definitely choose to sell at the higher price, so he absolutely won't go to the Crimson Tower. This time I must reclaim everything that belongs to me. Damn you, Jillian. Just you wait and see. Time returns to the moment when my father suddenly sought me out. After briefly checking on my physical condition in the afternoon, he proposed that he wanted to have a private word with me. Besides that, he also had a request he wanted to ask of me. When I heard this, I was shocked on the spot, because this was the first time I'd seen my father like this. These words shouldn't come out of his mouth. The scene changes, and at this moment I've already come to the training grounds with my father. If I remember correctly, in my previous life, my father never brought me here even once from childhood to adulthood. In my past life, I was always busy avoiding him, afraid that he would scold and beat me when I made mistakes. At this time, I heard my father say to me in an apologetic tone, "Sorry, calling you out hastily right after you just woke up." I indicated that I'd already slept for 2 days, and now there were no problems with my body or spirit. "So father, what exactly is this request you mentioned?" Hearing my words, my father remained silent for a long time, as if he felt a bit embarrassed to say it. As I watched my father's eyes begin to dodge, I also recalled what my mother said to me before she passed away. It seems what she was referring to should be my father's current situation. I remember my mother said it like this: "Your father always sees others as more important than himself. He feels he must become the unwavering pillar for the people of Perdium's main city. He also never shows his true feelings to others, except for that time when he proposed to me. So even if he seems rough, you should try to understand everything he wants to do. Your father just isn't good at expressing himself." Suddenly my thoughts were pulled back by my father's voice. "Raise your sword and face me one-on-one with all your strength." Although this situation was somewhat sudden, I still nodded to show I understood. Who knew that just as I finished preparing for battle, the next second my father rushed toward me at lightning speed. Seeing this, I hurriedly raised my sword to block. After steadily receiving it, I immediately seized the opportunity to counter with one strike. But my father's strength isn't some random nobody. His blocking was extremely effortless. Even his counterattacks were quite unexpectedly difficult. Even though it looked like I could fight back and forth with my father basically maintained his own rhythm in delivering attacks. I, on the other hand, was the passive party, having to defend and attack based on my father's attack patterns. I have to admit, each of my father's strikes is quite heavy, and his sword, a sharp blade sufficient to suppress the northern barbarians. At this moment, after my father delivered a double strike to me, my blocking began to seem somewhat weak. I felt as if I'd been hit by a mountain. If it were my previous life, I would definitely lose this duel quickly. But in this life, I've returned with years of battlefield experience and techniques. As long as father dares to show even the slightest opening, I can keenly capture it and deliver his most reasonable counterstrike. At the same time, father was also quite surprised. He really didn't expect my strength had become this strong. To be able to block his slash in an instant, then borrow his power for a spinning counterattack. However, what's interesting is that we both thought of the same move for what came next. As we both held our swords in front of each other's necks, this duel came to an end. Father, while withdrawing his sword, also said, "You've made great progress. I hope you can continue to maintain it." But just after I said thank you for father's praise, what father showed me at this moment was something I wouldn't dare dream of, because he actually gave me pointers on our duel just now. When the swords are drawn, I think you can try to reduce the pressure a bit. After all, even if your strength and reflexes can handle the giant magical beasts of Demon Claw Forest, your next move might easily be read by your opponent. My father's words made me fall into deep thought. In battle, I usually understand my opponent's movement habits. Who knew the next second my expression became extremely surprised? I remembered, this is the first time I've received guidance from someone else. In my previous life, my swordsmanship was completely based on actual combat and experience. Or you could say it became an instinctive habit. Moreover, from childhood to adulthood, I never received any formal training, resulting in me missing out on quite a few things unknowingly, such as the reduced pressure my father mentioned today. Even though I've been reborn now, I still maintain that mindset. No matter what, on the path to becoming stronger, I must rely on myself. As a result, I've overlooked people around me who could give me tremendous help. Thank you, Father. I will definitely keep this in mind. But who knew after hearing my words, Father glared at me coldly. Actually, I really want to scold you. Even if you achieved extraordinary results in Demon Claw Forest, violating regulations must still be punished. If everyone were like you, ignoring regulations because they want to show off, it would only cause greater chaos for the family and even the nation. However, fortunately, you've changed. If it were the old you, I really might have locked you in prison for life without letting you out. As for the warning, I still need to give it to you. If you dare to be like those people who recklessly pursue achievements at all costs, then regarding the consequences, I think you should understand them even better than I do. Now you just need to fulfill your responsibility as the family heir. Father was right. Everything I'm doing now is being considered for future inheritance incompetence. But father clearly hasn't stated his real request yet. Why is he about to turn and leave the training grounds now? I then asked my father in confusion, I remember you still have something you haven't told me. What is it? Who knew the moment I finished speaking, I seemed to feel father shiver. Although this phenomenon didn't last long, after briefly adjusting his emotions, father also hesitantly said what it was. Do you have any extra money? Could you lend some to dad? The scene changes, and at this moment I've already returned to the temporary camp outside Demon Claw Forest. The moment they saw me, the subordinates willing to follow me all stood up solemnly. This scene made me feel extremely gratified. It seems their attitude toward me has stabilized. If I encounter troublesome enemies in the future, as long as I have their help, my chances of victory will definitely be infinitely close to 100%. Then I found Jillian and the others at the back of the team and had a simple chat. At the same time, Jillian had something else he wanted to tell me. Because of my help, his daughter's condition has basically recovered. Thank you, Master. Without you, I probably would never have been able to see her smile so brightly for the rest of my life. After that, I got straight to the point. There's something I've been thinking about for a long time and decided to tell you clearly in advance. Perdium's main city is currently facing an enormous crisis. If not handled properly, destruction will be inevitable. As for the formation of this crisis, it goes back to the day Elena was attacked. At that time, her two guardian knights wanted to try to kill her, using this as a reason to launch a war with House de Gald, because their eldest son actually died in some corner of Perdium's main city. Although I've already disposed of his body in time, I suspect those people must have sent other spies besides those two knights, watching our every move at all times. Moreover, even if we know about this situation, we still don't have enough time and resources to prepare for war. At this time, Belinda complained, I finally understand why you're in such a hurry, young master. So everything was within your plan. As for Kaur, he was somewhat excited. After conquering Demon Claw Forest comes the territorial war. Following you was definitely the right decision. Jillian, on the other hand, was the only one who caught the key point. He understood that Perdium was being targeted because it was one of the easiest territories to attack, plus a priceless vein suddenly appeared. You're absolutely right, so they definitely won't miss this timing. Suddenly, Belinda said anxiously, in that case, why not quickly tell the family head and the others? But I directly refused this suggestion, because I feel there are also spies planted around my father. So without knowing who's friend or foe, it's best not to rashly do this now. However, it's also thanks to Elena being able to survive that attack, which disrupted their original plan, giving us a bit more time. Friendly reminder, the battle we're about to face will be more than 10 times harder than excavating Demon Claw Forest. My words made the scene fall silent for a long time. I understand their feelings. After all, this is when we need to prepare for the worst. Like Jillian, he still has a daughter at home waiting for him. At this time, Kaur was the first to break the long silence. Since things are like this, then quickly give new orders. That's right. We've already sworn to follow Master for life. Just a little difficulty, how could it easily defeat us? No matter what, as long as the young Master encounters troublesome problems, I, Belinda, will be the first to step forward and protect you. Their responses calmed my somewhat anxious mood. It seems if I can't win this farce, I'd feel pretty bad for this group of people. Just you wait and see, you lackeys who only take orders from Duke Delphine. Once I deal with you, his death won't be far off either. As for the next action, of course it's to set off for the Crimson Tower, to sell the magic crystals. Belinda had questions about this. Clearly selling to the Tower of Ascension would be more profitable. Why would you make such a decision, young master? Hearing this, I firmly explained, because choosing the Crimson Tower can reduce more unnecessary trouble. I'm sure the road to the Tower of Ascension already has ambushes laid just like before, but besides this, I have another purpose for choosing to go to the Crimson Tower. That is to find her. Even though the Crimson Tower has now lost its original position as the #1 tower, as long as I can join forces with her, returning to the #1 position will just be a matter of time. Time returns to the moment we successfully arrived at the area where the Crimson Tower city is located. At this moment, everyone in the team was shocked by its magnificent sight. You can't tell at all that this is a magic tower whose strength is in a severe decline phase. Moreover, from the residents' clothing, and those magical tools visible everywhere, it doesn't look like the super poverty-stricken state the rumors said. Just then, several mages conducting magical experiments appeared ahead. But when my team passed by with inexperienced looks, they cast extremely disgusted looks at us, as if they would launch magical attacks the next second. But in fact, they didn't. Instead, they jointly took out a magic wand and began chanting spells. In less than 2 seconds, those 3 mages disappeared from public view without a trace. This scene made the mercenaries in the team both surprised and frightened. They really didn't expect there existed instant teleportation type magic in this world. I gave them a negative answer to this. This isn't any kind of instant teleportation at all, but a concealment spell that temporarily hides in the air. I can only say they don't seem willing to tolerate us. At the same time, Kaur also took the opportunity to scold his underlings behind him. Don't act like country bumpkins coming to the big city. We're their esteemed guests. Belinda, on the other hand, showed great admiration, as expected of a magic tower. Even if it's no longer the best one, Jillian responded to this. That's natural. After all, this brand is one of the kingdom's wealthiest regions, but I hold a different view, because this is merely a superficial phenomenon. Otherwise, how could a magic tower that has held a stable position for nearly 100 years be unable to continue climbing upward? After about 2 hours of travel, we finally arrived at the city gate of the Crimson Tower. However, the armor scattered all over the ground in front of the gate puzzled Belinda greatly. Could it be that the mighty Crimson Tower's gatekeepers are merely this? Who knew before Belinda could finish speaking? several loud scolding voices suddenly came from above the city gate. Everyone back off. What followed next was that the armor originally scattered on the ground was suddenly controlled by several magical threads in the blink of an eye, thus beginning to piece together, picking up weapons to become actual gatekeepers blocking our path. At this moment, Belinda stood frozen in place, unable to understand why they were being controlled like puppets. Kaur offered an explanation. I've heard this is the typical gatekeeper that appears at magic towers. No need to be alarmed. Just then, the person at the gate continued speaking. The Crimson Tower is not some amusement park where just anyone can set foot, so please state your identities and purpose for coming here. If you refuse, you can go back to wherever you came from right now. His words angered Jillian, who quickly revealed my identity and ordered them to call out whoever was in charge of trade, stating that Perdium had brought extremely valuable goods for trade. To his surprise, Jillian's words had the opposite effect. The bearded man at the gate flatly refused and expressed his dissatisfaction. This made Belinda feel they were being disrespectful. You're making judgments without even looking? Don't come begging us to sell to you later. The bearded man showed no courtesy whatsoever. As everyone knows, Perdium is the beggar territory of the north. What you could sell us is nothing more than cheap potions and low-grade monster materials, so stop wasting your breath. If you insist on making trouble here, don't blame us for getting rough. Belinda was furious. Perdium is not some beggar territory. Apologize to us right now. Jillian looked at me. Master, do you really not mind them mocking us like this? Let me teach these arrogant fools a lesson. I didn't respond to his words, because I was about to use concrete evidence to slap them in the face. The next second, I pulled out a magic crystal I had prepared in my pocket. I believe you're all mages and understand what this thing in my hand represents. The bearded man couldn't see clearly at first and remained indifferent, but once he got a clear look, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. He also realized something terrifying, that every single one of the fully loaded carriages behind us was filled with magic crystals of this caliber. Seeing his drastically changed expression, I smiled without saying a word. After all, if they still didn't know what to do, I'd just have to sell elsewhere. After that, the bearded man quickly summoned Sylvan, the Crimson Tower's trade manager. Please forgive our rudeness. Whatever I can help you with, please feel free to tell me. I pointed behind me and responded. As you can see, we've brought a considerable quantity for trade, so I'd like you to bring the tower master to meet with me. My words shocked Sylvan for 2 seconds. After a brief adjustment, he ordered the bearded man to take us to the reception room to wait. Meanwhile, Belinda didn't forget to give the bearded man a warning. I remember exactly how you insulted Perdium earlier. I expect you to show magnanimity and give me a reasonable explanation later. The bearded man was completely numb. He probably wanted to fall on his sword. But as we were heading to the reception room, a shrill scream suddenly reached our ears. So I asked the bearded man what was going on. This guy actually lied to me, adding another crime to his list. He had the nerve to tell me it was a common sound from magical research. But at the source of that sound, a scene of bullying was taking place at that very moment. The leader was berating a girl on the ground. I've told you a million times not to set foot in this magic research laboratory. You know you can't even use basic magic, yet you keep deluding yourself about making a place in the magical field. That's pure fantasy. The two people behind that woman chimed in. I feel sorry for our teacher having a disciple like you. Being trash is one thing, but you can't even recognize your place. Yet even after being insulted like this, the girl still resolutely insisted on her position. I'm a mage just like you. I have the right to freely enter and exit the magic research laboratory. Her words gave the lead woman an opportunity to attack. Is that so? Then I'll be kind enough to acknowledge you as a mage just this once. As her words fell, the woman immediately conjured a fireball in her hand. Since you're a mage, I believe you should be able to use defensive magic to block this. Without mercy, she threw it at the girl. Though the girl tried her best to chant, it seemed impossible. Just as the fireball was about to hit her, a figure suddenly blocked her path, effortlessly cutting the magical attack to pieces. The woman looked at me with confusion. Who are you, and why are you interfering with me disciplining someone who made a mistake? I didn't immediately respond to her question. So bullying the weak is the magical experiment you conduct at the Crimson Tower every day? Meanwhile, elsewhere, Tower Master Hubert was having a serious meeting with the elders about the Crimson Tower's complete lack of magic crystal inventory. At this rate, the gap between us and the advanced tower will only widen. Hearing Hubert's words, the subordinate elders all sighed and shifted responsibility, though these were honest thoughts. However, one more enlightened elder spoke up. The magic crystal problem is one thing, but you should know the advanced tower's master has already reached the rank of 7th Circle Archmage, but you, Hubert, are still only at the 6th Circle. This elder's words naturally weren't what Hubert wanted to hear. He still believed that with enough magic crystals, he could easily catch up and become the next 7th Circle Archmage. However, his tone wasn't quite as confident as his words suggested. Just then, Sylvan finally arrived at Hubert's room with news. After a brief explanation, Hubert's initial anger instantly vanished. What did you say? A large batch of magic crystals has been delivered to our Crimson Tower? Back on my side, I was still dealing with that woman, but I only wanted to protect the girl behind me, so I didn't strike to kill. Seeing that even her full effort couldn't match me, the woman became extremely agitated. But before she could speak, Belinda had already whipped out her combat whip and bound her tightly. If you dare to speak disrespectfully and insult my master, your tongue will enter its grave today. This farce quickly stopped with a loud shout. Everyone stop right now! Can someone tell me what the hell is going on? To avoid affecting our subsequent plans, I had to order Belinda to untie the attacker. Though Belinda was reluctant, she still followed my instructions. The next second, that woman shouted, "Master!" and threw herself into Hubert's arms, acting all pitiful. She said she was merely trying to stop the powerless Vanessa from entering the laboratory, yet was inexplicably harmed by US invaders. At this moment, Belinda showed a mocking smile at her behavior. The other party was shocked by this and said something even more surprising. She angrily scolded Belinda not to misunderstand. She was a boy full of masculine energy. To be honest, I always thought she was female. What I didn't expect was that even with things escalating to this point, Vanessa still timidly didn't dare tell the Tower Master the truth. You should know that in the future, she would be given the nickname Red Nightmare. People seeing her would feel as if the gates of hell had opened before them. The contrast was almost unbelievable. It was hard to imagine this was the same person. Suddenly my thoughts were pulled back by Hubert's magic display. Not only did you trespass in my tower, you deliberately harmed my disciple. I'll burn you all until not even ashes remain, Belinda made a suggestion. Be ready for battle. After all, his stance looks quite intimidating. However, I didn't want things to end unpleasantly with mutual losses, so I reluctantly lowered my head and apologized to the Tower Master. I also told him I was the young master of Perdium, here specifically to trade magic crystals with the Crimson Tower. My words completely confused Hubert. He looked utterly bewildered. That man was equally confused. I firmly emphasized again, if you don't believe me, we can go outside the tower right now to confirm. The scene shifted, and what appeared before their eyes truly stunned the Crimson Tower people. For them with insufficient current inventory, this was simply a dream come true. Where did they get so many magic crystals? This looks like enough to meet our consumption for at least a year. At the same time, the old man in the yellow hat behind them asked the Tower Master how to handle this matter. It took Hubert a full 2 minutes to snap back to reality. His mood was extremely good at this moment. This is definitely heaven's blessing upon our Crimson Tower. With this quantity of magic crystals, I can definitely take back everything the advanced tower stole from us. However, this was only Hubert's inner monologue. In reality, he appeared calm and composed. The quantity of your magic crystals is much less than I expected, and the quality doesn't seem that great either. I admit, the moment this man with the mustache finished speaking, I truly felt speechless. However, Kaur couldn't stand this treatment. After all, these magic crystals were mined at the risk of their lives. The next second, Hubert's expression suddenly changed drastically, but he was actually influenced by Vanessa behind him. As far as I know, even a cart of low-quality magic crystals would be enough to cover our consumption for a week. Not to mention, surprisingly, Vanessa's words were cut off before she could finish. If you don't understand, don't pretend to. At least have some self-awareness. After saying this, Hubert pushed Vanessa forcefully with one hand. If you know what's good for you, disappear from my sight right now. After that, Hubert gave the elders behind him a look, and they naturally understood. The four of them quickly gathered to examine the magic crystals on the carriages. Just as the Tower Master said, the quality is super low, and a territory so poor they can't even afford food having such a large quantity. I'd guess they're probably counterfeits. Their words infuriated Belinda, but just as she was about to retort fiercely, they became even more shameless. As buyers, we certainly can't trust the seller's one-sided claims. There are just too many scammers nowadays. But since I chose to come here, I naturally had full confidence I could sell all the magic crystals we transported. We understand. Everyone's been there before. Alright everyone, let's head back. The Crimson Tower doesn't seem to need this batch of magic crystals. The next second, Hubert immediately panicked. Wait! Don't leave! How about we sit down and talk this over properly? Then Hubert gave another look to the elders behind him. The next second, the old man in the blue hat said with a smile, to avoid letting these youngsters return empty-handed with nothing to show, how about we elders buy them? Hubert kept nodding as he listened. Since the elder says so, I'll give some face and agree to this. But the purchase price will have to be slightly lower than market price. The moment his words fell, I coldly replied, you seem to have some misunderstanding. Then I ordered Kaur to leave one carriage and take away all the rest. Kaur was naturally a bit confused by this, so I continued. Didn't we agree to only sell the Crimson Tower one carriage worth of magic crystals? Did you forget? Then Kaur flashed an evil smile at those behind him. He said nothing, but it was enough to make Hubert and his group uneasy. Finally, after Kaur gave the order, Hubert took the initiative to talk to me. What's going on? Didn't you say you were planning to sell all the goods here? I responded that due to a subordinate's mistake, there was an error in quantity. After all, we came to the Crimson Tower just to exchange for some travel expenses. Where we really want to go is actually the advanced tower. At this moment, Hubert was so angry he could only grit his teeth. Even though he had 10,000 things he wanted to say to me, his weakness was in my hands. He could only respectfully say to me, everything earlier was just a joke. If you don't mind, how about we go inside the tower now and talk in detail? The scene shifted. We had already moved to Hubert's office. Hubert spoke first. Sitting on both sides of you are the four great elders of the Crimson Tower, all powerful five-circle archmages. Hearing this, I feigned surprise. Of course I knew they were trying to intimidate and warn me. Impressive, impressive. Truly worthy of being the North's second most powerful tower. Your strength truly lives up to your reputation. The reason I said this was to strike directly at the pain deep in Hubert's heart and turn the tables. Hubert could only reluctantly make up an excuse. I think you've heard some rumors. The Crimson Tower has been at the top of the Northern rankings for the past 2 years. At this moment, Belinda saw through my intention but still felt it wasn't great to provoke provoke these powerful individuals. Jillian told her not to worry too much. The master definitely has everything under control like before. Suddenly, Hubert raised his hand. Let's stop the small talk here. Now let's continue discussing the price. Before Hubert could finish, I made a gesture of 2 with my hand. Double. I want to sell this batch of goods at twice the market price. Instantly, the atmosphere in the room was filled to the brim with a mysterious force. After calming his emotions, Hubert continued. I don't know who taught you to trade like this. I think this behavior is no different from highway robbery. I smiled slightly in response. I don't need you to think. In my view, the Crimson Tower should pay double. This immediately enraged the elders. How dare you make such jokes in front of us? Hubert felt the same way. You ignorant brat, spouting nonsense about things you don't understand really makes people angry. But considering you're a junior and we're elders, we can continue to forgive your rudeness. Out of my generosity, I've decided to purchase this batch of magic crystals at slightly above market value. Before his words fell, I had already stood up. It seems you're still not interested. Since you won't accept double the price, I think our fate ends here. As I turned to leave, Hubert's heart jumped to his throat. Sit down. Can young people not be so impulsive? And I never said from start to finish that I wouldn't make this trade. As you wish, we'll purchase everything at twice the market price. Hearing this, I smiled and said, that's good, but this only applies to 1 carriage of magic crystals. What does that mean? My words shocked the elders, so I patiently explained. Because rare things are valuable. I believe after the advanced tower hears you purchased 1 card at double the price, they'll definitely be willing to pay more than double for the rest. So to sell to you, I must continue raising the price. I'll give you a loyal customer discount. How about triple? I could see the killing intent in Hubert's eyes, but the temptation of the magic crystals was simply too great for him. I agree to all your conditions. I'll go gather the money for you now. Just sit here and don't move. But at this moment, Hubert was already in tears. He never imagined that he, a dignified six-circle archmage, would one day be toyed with by a kid still wet behind the ears. As for Vanessa's matter, it was actually my mercenary comrade Claude from my previous life who told me about it. I remember we were having a barbecue when he casually mentioned, Commander Jillian, do you know about the Red Nightmare, Vanessa? Naturally, I had no idea. To find out, I took advantage of my free time to have Claude explain in detail. This is an interesting thing I discovered while collecting the latest intelligence. That Red Nightmare Vanessa, after breaking through to 7-circle archmage, actually burned the northern part of Lucania Kingdom to ashes. Hearing this, I started to feel it was exaggerated, so I asked Claude what her reason was for destroying the north. Claude responded, she went insane and lost her mind. And although she's a mage, she only learned magic cultivation. This did pique my interest in Vanessa. Then why, as a mage, did she choose to skip the magic circle and learn magic cultivation instead? But Claude couldn't satisfy my curiosity on this question. Anyway, she burned and killed everywhere, bankrupting all the lords. Recently, bounties for her elimination have been issued everywhere. I didn't pay much attention to Claude's words. What I cared about was how Vanessa managed to reach the 7th circle through magic cultivation rather than the traditional magic circle. So to resolve my doubt, I decided to recruit Vanessa into my mercenary group. After that, I assigned Claude an important task, bring Vanessa back to the group first. However, this plan from my previous life wasn't realized at the time, because Vanessa couldn't control her magic. By the time Claude found her, she had already been dead for 2 days. Looking at it now, despite her lack of control over magic, she still possessed the prerequisites to enter the 7th circle. With just a little guidance and intervention from me, her growth could even surpass her previous life's brilliance. In this life, I will definitely bring her back to Perdium and keep her by my side as my personal mage. Time returned to when I first proposed to Hubert that he hand over Vanessa to me. From Hubert's expression management, he was obviously confused as hell. It wasn't until I stated my request again that Hubert realized his ears weren't playing tricks on him. Then he began discussing with the 4 great elders of the Magic Tower. This proposal is simply perfect. After all, she's just dead weight in our Crimson Tower, and we've taken care of her for so long. This should be enough to prove we weren't ungenerous in return. On my side, everyone was also chattering away. Neither Belinda nor Jillian understood my intention, thinking this girl looked like a weak pushover who was easy to bully. I didn't respond to any of this, since I really couldn't explain right now. Just then, I heard Hubert say somewhat insincerely, as you know, although Vanessa is also one of our Crimson Tower's most precious mages, she's also very willing to dedicate herself to the Magic Tower. Hubert's words had just finished when his expression suddenly changed drastically in the next second. Because besides taking away Vanessa, I also wanted Hubert to lend me several 3-circle or higher combat mages for 1 year to accompany me to Perdium for a territorial war. These are my 3 conditions for agreeing to sell this batch of top-grade magic crystals. Not one can be missing. At the same time, the faces of the Magic Tower elders gradually became difficult to look at. Something indescribable seemed about to happen. Sure enough, in an instant, Hubert erupted with all his strength as a 6-circle archmage. Under his powerful pressure, even the environment in the room was shaken to pieces. Jillian and the others watching from the side were also shocked. This was their first time feeling the oppression of the strong. You damn country bumpkin, you really think you can play me, Hubert, for a fool? Don't you know that mages belonging to a magic tower cannot interfere in any territorial wars? Not only are you completely ignorant of the kingdom's basic laws, you want to send my core mages to the battlefield. This is a great insult to our Crimson Tower. If you maintain this attitude, I'll burn you until nothing remains. After hearing this, I remained calm and composed. After all, I had long anticipated this situation would occur. I casually gave Hubert a look. You'll regret this. Because on our Perdium territory, there's still a huge magic crystal vein waiting to be mined, estimated to be dozens of times today's quantity. As soon as these words came out, not only Hubert, but even the 4 great elders were shocked. Do you know what you're saying? I continued to add. However, this information has already spread throughout the north. I don't need to explain the rest in detail. You should understand. At this point, the originally furious Hubert finally started using his brain. You mean to say, as long as we participate in this Perdium territorial war, the Crimson Tower will have even more magic crystals in the future? I stood up and gave a positive answer, also explaining that Perdium didn't want to start a war, but needed the Crimson Tower to strengthen overall military power. If you help us overcome this crisis, I guarantee on my honor as the first heir that from now on, will only supply magic crystals mined to your Crimson Tower. Just then, Hubert said lightly. Exclusive supply rights to the vein, is that it? Yes. With this quantity of magic crystals, your Crimson Tower reclaiming the position of the North's #1 magic tower will only be a matter of time. Hubert looked at my outstretched hand and thought deeply, but he still looked like he was gritting his teeth. I thought he wanted to propose counter conditions, but the next second, his demeanor suddenly changed as he firmly grasped my hand. Then it settled. The scene shifted. Hubert had found his capable disciple Alfoy. I'm assigning you to lead this support mission. Alfoy was initially reluctant and wanted Hubert to assign other mages, but Hubert had his ways. For the future of our Crimson Tower, I must have you, the greatest talent in history, lead the team. Alfoy felt beautiful inside listening to this. Then Hubert continued. When you become the tower's master, this experience will surely be of great help to you, and you must monitor closely to ensure those country bumpkins don't secretly sell the magic crystals elsewhere. Moreover, if a territorial war really breaks out, you don't need to fight at all, just retreat immediately. Just endure for 1 year. After 1 year, our magic tower will definitely reclaim the North's #1 position. Now that Hubert had finished speaking, Alfoy naturally accepted this task willingly. After that, Alfoy brought 6 mages who were also 3 circle and moved together to Perdium's main city. Welcome to Perdium. Please take care of us in the future. But this shabby environment made Alfoy impatient. He, the dignified heir of the Crimson Tower, was sent to a place dirtier than a garbage dump. But for the tower master, Alfoy had to endure. Then, as team leader, he came to report to me and introduced himself and all the mages who came with him. But I didn't listen to a single word. Instead, I asked where Vanessa had gone. Alfoy glanced to the rear side and said, "She's probably in the back carrying our luggage." At the same time, Vanessa had just entered the gate carrying a huge pile of luggage. She was gasping for breath. She didn't even have a pair of shoes to her name. Yet when Vanessa saw me for the first time, she respectfully bowed and greeted me. I guessed Vanessa being treated like this definitely had something to do with Alfoy, so I reached out to take the luggage from Vanessa. But this Alfoy didn't know he was about to pay a heavy price. He was still chattering away with gossip. Vanessa often did this kind of work at the tower. Since she can't use magic anyway, she might as well work harder. Before he could finish, I immediately picked up the luggage and smashed it into his face. Vanessa no longer belongs to your Crimson Tower. Now she's Perdium's person. This time I'll let it slide as not giving advance warning. But if there's a next time, I definitely won't let anyone who dares bully Vanessa off easy. At this moment, Alfoy was so angry his lungs were about to explode. You damn country bumpkins dare treat me like this. The followers behind him felt the same. Even if you're nobles, this is too much. If we wanted, we could instantly turn this garbage dump into a sea of flames. Facing such provocation, I simply snapped my fingers without saying a word. In less than half a second, those 7 mages who came to assist Perdium were surrounded. Seeing they couldn't win in a fight, Alfoy used his identity as a mage as leverage, stating they must be given the respect they deserved. I shot back with a single word: shut up. No matter what you think, a contract is a contract. Through a legal trade with Hubert, I obtained the right to freely command you for 1 year. You obtained exclusive supply rights to the magic crystals. If the contract breaks due to your behavior, I believe Hubert will rationally choose my side. Let me remind you again, your role in Perdium is merely as backup mana sources. If you want better treatment, work well for me. Hearing such insults directed at himself, Alfoy's veins bulged. You dare call me a backup mana source? I didn't respond and turned my back, walking away. Before leaving, I ordered Kaor and Jillian to give them a good lesson. As for Alfoy's subsequent fate, he would naturally be trained to be obedient. On the other side, I found Vanessa. From now on, besides me, you don't need to listen to anyone else's words. Now you are my personal mage. Hearing this, Vanessa was obviously a bit shy and at a loss, but soon she became dejected again. But I can't even use basic magic. How can I serve you effectively in magical matters? I smiled and told her not to look down on herself. Come with me. Soon you'll understand my reason for choosing you. As I brought Vanessa to Perdium's training ground, I noticed her nerves were a bit tense, so I immediately comforted her not to feel any restraint. After all, Perdium was now her home. Then I asked Vanessa about her magical studies. I've studied up to the 5th circle, but only the magical formulas. This was Vanessa's answer to my question. Then she said dejectedly, but these are all useless to me because I simply can't use magic. Hearing this, I asked if she knew the specific reason. Vanessa shook her head. She said she only remembered that since childhood, She had never felt any mana flowing in her body. Even though she already knew this fact, she still immersed herself in the ocean of knowledge every day. However, Vanessa later felt that the more she learned, the more she felt she would never be able to use magic. And from the day her mentor passed away, she knew being expelled from the Crimson Magic Tower wasn't far off. After hearing all this, I didn't respond. After all, she would soon be able to let go of these experiences. As for a 5-circle stage mage, in terms of strength alone, this was equivalent to most elders of the Magic Tower. Magic isn't something you can learn just by memorizing formulas. You need to understand the principles of activation and have insight to add it to the user's autonomous consciousness. But Vanessa was the type who understood in her mind, but whose body couldn't keep up. She must have gone through arduous efforts and various attempts to overcome it. Now I just want to tell her, your efforts weren't in vain. You just chose a different path. Ever since that night Claude told me about Vanessa, I became extremely appreciative of her. It's just that in my previous life, fate didn't want us to meet. But now with this second chance, I will help change Vanessa's tragic future. Starting now, I'll teach you how to use magic cultivation. As soon as these words came out, Vanessa was at a loss. I'm clearly a mage, why would I learn magic cultivation? I responded. The magic circle and magic cultivation are essentially both based on the activation of mana. Looks like you've never tried it before. Yet even after I explained this, Vanessa still felt it wouldn't work. This approach is simply too crazy. You should know that if even the slightest step goes wrong, both parties could become permanently disabled in an instant. But I didn't care about any of this. I just wanted to use firm eyes to tell Vanessa we could do it. Please trust me unconditionally. At this moment, Vanessa's cheeks flushed. Besides her magical mentor, no one had ever treated her as someone important. Finally, after looking at her hands for 2 seconds, Vanessa resolutely made up her mind to pursue magic cultivation. The scene shifted. Vanessa was sitting with her back to me. She began loosening the vertical tie at her collar and the buttons on the back of her clothes. This was one of the necessary steps for magic cultivation. In my previous life, Vanessa had the same eyes as I do now: regret, anger, and hatred. She yearned for magic in the endless void, yet accidentally fell into an endless abyss. She learned a magical cultivation technique of unknown origin, but became the driver of a disaster, forced to burn everything down. Now that you're in my hands, I will never let you fall into that damned abyss again. And the moment my thoughts settled, I immediately mobilized all the mana throughout my body. And the instant my palm touched Vanessa's back, I transmitted my own mana into her body. At the same time during this process, Vanessa immediately felt extremely uncomfortable, because an unbearably painful burning sensation was repeatedly surging through her body. Seeing Vanessa somewhat dazed, I immediately reminded her not to lose focus. The mana in your body now is all mine. Don't lose this feeling. Focus as much as possible on sensing the flow of mana. It will spread to every corner of your body. And finally, rush into the mana core at your Dantian. During this experience, Vanessa's thoughts were pulled back to 10 years ago, when her mentor was fighting for resource support for her. Vanessa is very talented. Without her, we would have failed hundreds or thousands more times in proving the law of mana particles converting to mana. But despite this, Hubert still blamed the problem on Vanessa not being able to use magic. This is absolutely not something intelligence can compensate for. How can someone who can't use magic become a real mage? Hubert, you can't do this. This is unavoidable. No matter how much is invested, Vanessa will have no more opportunities to give back to the Magic Tower. At this time, after the negotiation failed, Vanessa's mentor made a decision. He would leave the Crimson Tower. Vanessa thought it was because of her, but actually it wasn't. The reason her mentor had to leave was to embark on a journey to find a cure for Vanessa's special constitution. I promise you, I'll be back by your side soon. One day, light will also shine upon you. After all, there is no place in this world that will remain in darkness forever. During this time, just stay well at the Crimson Tower. Hubert has promised me to take good care of you. And it was only at this very moment that Vanessa finally saw her teacher's words come true. The new master before her was the hope that could bring light to herself. Afterward, Vanessa fell into a deep sleep after exhausting her physical strength. Fortunately, the mana core at her Dantian position was already emitting rays of bright light. This also meant that this mana cultivation had successfully concluded perfectly. At the same time, in a small tavern somewhere, a brawl between mercenaries and soldiers was taking place here, and it seemed the mercenaries had the upper hand, only to hear the leading man mockingly taunt. "Come on, loser! Did you really think you could cut me with these metal toys?" The soldier saw the guy in front of him getting distracted and wanted to take this opportunity for a sneak attack. Who knew this man's reaction was actually quite quick? After easily dodging the soldier's attack, he immediately returned the favor with a powerful shoulder throw. Then the man suddenly sprang up, because he sensed tremendous killing intent coming from behind. Just like that, the man who tried to sneak attack him was sent out of the tavern along with the soldiers who still had combat capability. I haven't even warmed up yet. How are you all already down? As expected, big brother. You truly are the greatest warrior of this era. But little did they know, they were about to encounter an extremely brutal beating. After all, they had disturbed the blonde guy behind them who was enjoying his drink during his leisure time. Scene change. At this moment, a man wearing a cloak found the blonde guy who had already dealt with a bunch of thugs. "How's the recent training going?" Hearing this, the blonde guy was somewhat impatient. "Just say what you want to say. I'm not in the mood to play guessing games with you." So the cloaked man explained, "Count Desmond asked me to deliver deployment orders to you and to execute them immediately. From this, one could easily deduce this guy was Victor, the strongest trump card that Desmond mentioned." After this, he picked up the helmet from the ground crown and put it on his head. Let's go. I'm bored to death anyway. Might as well find some fun. Tell Count Desmond I'll soon return with good news to complete the mission. At this moment, as Perdium saw the carrier pigeon message just delivered to Perdium, his expression immediately darkened. My son was killed by your wretched son Jillian, so I want revenge. With a single command he ordered, immediately recall all of Perdium's soldiers. The Daigold family is declaring war on us. After this, Perdium quickly convened an emergency discussion meeting, and once everyone understood the general situation, the Knight's Order commander Randolph was the first to express his anger. That bastard must be crazy. How could Jillian possibly kill his son without any grudge? To this, Perdium offered a reasonable explanation, that Daigold wanted to use a false pretext to launch a territorial war with Perdium. Little did they know, the moment Father finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed dramatically. It's because of the top-grade magic crystal we mine. Someone definitely wants to eliminate us and take it for themselves. Besides, Father, didn't you say that during my trip to trade at the Magic Tower, 2 servants went to Daigold as envoys? Those 2 bastards must have leaked our internal information. After hearing my words, Father fell into contemplation. Sometimes what's done for territorial interests will instead accelerate its downfall. However, Jillian, judging from your calm expression, you seem to have anticipated today's events. At this moment, Randolph suddenly shouted, "We don't need to think too much. Perdium has far more troops than Daigold. Moreover, we have combat experience they can't match. In terms of fighting, our chances of winning are almost 100%. Who knew?" Just as Randolph finished speaking, the office door was suddenly pushed open forcefully. "Report, Lord, you need to come outside and see. The Daigold family has already stepped into our territory." Scene change. At this moment, I followed Father and others to the city wall of Perdium. Looking at the enemy army's orderly strategy, the internal officers were extremely surprised. They've come to fight so soon after declaring war. This is definitely a carefully prepared conspiracy. The powerful force supporting them from behind cannot be underestimated. As numerous siege weapons from the other side began to deploy, Albert broke out in cold sweat. "Randolph, tell me what's going on." Daigold family is also a poor territory in the Northern Alliance. How could they possibly have money to gather 6,000 armed forces? To this, Randolph was helplessly exasperated. "You ask me, who do I ask? Anyway, I warned you before not to always reduce our own forces to save that bit of money." At this moment, Father, who was at the very front, suddenly roared, "Shut up! What we need most now is absolute calm. Unnecessary chatter will only delay our response to changing situations. From now on, gather all soldiers outside the city wall. Have all civilians hide in the castle. After these 2 things are done, close every city gate. And also, everyone give me 1000% combat spirit. The war has begun." At the same time, on the enemy side, the guy wearing a yellow cloak in the scene was Lord Daigold of the Daigold family. He said with some regret, "Thanks to my idle son, I finally have a reason to occupy Perdium's territory. I must say, my good brother's things are really appealing." Then he issued a command to the person beside him. "Come with me, Victor. I have some things to say to my dear brother Perdium." Meanwhile, when Perdium saw Daigold, he immediately shouted at him furiously, "Are you crazy or mad? How can you be so certain that Jillian killed your son?" To this, Daigold responded, "This is an ironclad fact. My beloved son died on this land. Stop covering for your incompetent heir. I'll give you one chance to surrender. After all, in this war, Perdium has no chance of winning." Hearing this, Randolph and others behind him were about to explode with rage. "Even now you're pretending to be righteous. I see no point in continuing this conversation." Meanwhile, I thought to myself, as expected, even though I saved Elena, the fact that Daigold's eldest son is dead won't change. The territorial war was inevitable sooner or later. This time Daigold brought siege weapons, meaning they really want to completely crush Perdium. At this moment, my thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Father. "I believe in my son. He absolutely could not be the one who killed your Daigold's eldest son. This is also the only response I can give you. However, if you still insist on war, I will certainly fight to the end." At this moment, the oppressive aura displayed by Perdium directly scared Daigold into a cold sweat. As a fellow knight, Victor also deeply admired, "The general who has guarded the north for so long is truly great and fearless." At this time, Daigold tried to maintain composure and sighed, "Your temperament will only cause your subjects to bleed because of your foolish choice. I hope you won't regret today's decision." After delivering the harsh words, Daigold turned back and began issuing subsequent orders. At the same time, Randolph was eager to obtain command of Perdium's forces. Those guys below are just a mob without professional training. Eliminating them would be easy. Little did they know, Randolph's words were met with opposition from Maine and others. "Are you crazy? The enemy army has over 6,000 people. No matter how strong you are, you can't match the combat power difference from numbers. If we lose because of your thoughtlessness, Perdium will be completely finished. But we can't just stand here and do nothing. No, we still have a chance. Quickly send a carrier pigeon to request support from the Northern Alliance." At this moment, listening to the officers chattering behind him, Perdium just wanted to calm himself and quickly think of a countermeasure. After all, the enemy suddenly declared war. They must have made thorough preparations for victory. And with Daigold having so many forces, who exactly is supporting him from behind? Seeing Father's anxious mood, I also quickly began to help him resolve his worries. In terms of forces, we're short by 5,000 compared to them. I believe in just 15 days, they'll begin a full-scale attack after their siege equipment is ready. From this situation, requesting support and defending with all our might is our best choice without exception. You're right. Under normal circumstances, I would think so too, but I really can't figure out who's behind instructing Daigold. Hearing this, I leaned close to Father's ear and told told him something that could shock for 2 full years. After this, I found Jillian and the others to hold an emergency discussion. I believe that within the 15 days while the Daigold family prepares for war, if we want to win thoroughly, we must launch a surprise attack, targeting the enemy's supply chain. Once supplies are cut off, a prolonged war will be absolutely disadvantageous for them. At this time, Belinda raised a doubt. Now, most of the area in front of the castle has been occupied by Daigold. There must be many watchful eyes planted around. To this, my response was, so what if that's the case? Then I continued to Carl and Jillian, how's the task I entrusted to you going? According to orders, I've already stationed troops at the outpost in Demonclaw Forest. According to Master's requirements, we made clothes from the skins of previously slain monsters. I believe their near black material color will definitely make nighttime operations more convenient. Now preparations before the surprise attack are ready. Next, let me carefully review the next step of the plan. I said to Belinda, I need you to help me with something. Find out where exactly the Daigold family has built their army supply point. After hearing this, Belinda indicated she understood and vowed to complete the assigned task without holding back at all. However, the reason I'm sending Belinda to infiltrate the enemy camp at the risk of death is because only she can do it with ease. As for ending this war, that will be left to my strongest trump card, Vanessa. Just like that, time quickly passed 2 days. At this moment, in Daigold's supply corps camp, 2 guys were excitedly celebrating their upcoming wealth and glory. These were the bastards that Desmond planted in Perdium, Perdium and Nigao. Big Brother bringing me to join Desmond's camp was brilliant. I never thought that I, a lifelong lower servant, would have a day to turn my fortunes around. Goodbye to that dog shit Perdium. Who told you to be both weak and poor? But what these 2 bastards didn't know was that they had money to earn but no life to spend it, because Belinda had already brought me to the Daigold supply corps camp. Even heaven is helping me. Today's weather is so gloomy, it's a perfect opportunity for a surprise attack. Then I issued the ultimate command to everyone behind me. We don't need any prisoners. Kill them all. At this moment, as my mercenary corps poured out, the sentries guarding the camp perimeter hadn't even reacted yet. They were already thrown into chaos under our frenzied assault. However, our commotion quickly woke up those who were sleeping. It's a surprise attack. What the hell are the outer sentries doing? Who knew, the moment they finished speaking, the fate of trash like them was only to be instantly killed. Seeing some enemy soldiers starting to flee, I quickly reminded, take them down for me. Absolutely cannot let anyone from the supply station leave alive. At the same time, on the side of Perdium's 2 traitors, Nigao excitedly told his big brother, emergency situation! Our supply station seems to have been ambushed by unknown forces to this. Perdium responded there was no need to panic. After all, the forces they currently controlled numbered over 1,000. Hearing this, Nigao's cold sweat reached its peak. The problem is, in 2 minutes, we've already lost 80% of our forces. The opponent's strength is extremely terrifying, especially the guy charging at the front. As the words fell, there was no way Perdium's heart wasn't afraid. So he made a decision for certain victory to become a deserter. Quick, let's escape through the secret passage we dug in advance. We'll make up lies about wealth and glory later. Who knew, before Perdium could finish speaking, Nigao's neck had already been steadily hit by 2 throwing knives. He fell to the ground, his breath stopping. As for who did it, of course it was Belinda. So it really is you, Perdium, you damn traitor who sold out Perdium. Meanwhile, when Perdium saw Belinda, he was immediately scared into a cold sweat. He knew he couldn't even match a single finger of Belinda's. Just like that, 30 minutes later, our night raid on Daigold's reserve supply station ended perfectly with 0 casualties. The only deviation from the plan was that Belinda didn't immediately deal with the traitor Perdium, but brought him before me, because she felt it necessary to extract some information from this guy, selling Perdium's intelligence, serving as the enemy's supply commander. Even dying 100 or 1,000 times wouldn't be enough for you. Hearing this, Perdium quickly begged me to spare him. As long as I spared his life today, he would go through fire and water from now on without hesitation. To this, I ignored him and changed the subject. Who bribed you? After hearing this, Perdium responded, it was Count Desmond. They threatened me with my family to do this. You understand, I had no choice. Hearing this, I fell into 2 seconds of contemplation. So Desmond is the behind-the-scenes participant who provided Daigold with force support. At this time, Perdium, facing death, actually still wanted to make a deal with me. How about you imprison me? I believe Desmond will definitely pay a large sum to ransom me. This would absolutely be a win-win for Perdium. While he was speaking, I also leaped down from my warhorse. Lift your head up. Seeing this, Perdium thought his scheme had succeeded. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Who knew the next second what awaited him was a merciless beheading experience? I would never make deals with scum like you. For those who betray Perdium, there is only one path, death. After it was done, Carl asked me, so what do we need to do next? Of course, return to our main city to provide support. I believe the enemy has already begun their first round of siege, and precisely because of this, their attention must all be on this aspect. This gives us a perfect opportunity to surround them from behind. Belinda, Carl, you 2 are responsible for the left side of the enemy's rear flank. I'll lead troops alone to support the right side. As for old man Jillian, who has the strongest combat power in the team, I gave him an ultimate command. I'm entrusting him with the most important and difficult area, which is directing the center. At that time, Jillian will face thousands of people with a small force. When I asked him if he could do it, Jillian also confidently smiled, of course. There's absolutely no problem, as long as it's your command, master. To this, Carl complained sentimentally, why does that old man always get assigned the most fun part? I'm not convinced. Meanwhile, Belinda noticed a key point. Young master, don't we need to support the city gate? I gave a positive answer. No one needs to worry about the city gate situation. Such words naturally aroused Carl and others' doubts. Why is that? The city gate is the position that needs most defending during war. I told them not to worry unnecessarily. After all, they would understand my intentions when the time came. At the same time, on Father Perdium's side, with a single command, everyone prepare to attack. As the words fell, Randolph began to command the crossbowmen to fire in an orderly manner, determined to effectively stop the enemy's siege engines from continuing to attack the city wall. But little did they know, the opponent actually brought out multiple long ladders and climbed up the city wall along them. Seeing this, Perdium also took the lead, charging forward, because no matter what, he must protect the city wall. At this moment, watching flames begin to spread in Perdium's main city, Diegold was overjoyed. I didn't expect to achieve such success before Victor and I even made our move. Looks like this will all end soon. Then Diegold continued, prepare the second catapult launch. Let's crush these guys who don't know their place at the fastest speed. Meanwhile, Victor's expression seemed somewhat subtle. Even with absolutely no chance of winning, he's still fighting with all his might, despite being known as the lone wolf of the north. It's as if he must fight for even the slightest possibility of turning things around. At this moment, as more and more enemy soldiers broke into the city wall, Randolph also began asking Perdium, this can't go on. One of us two must go guard the city gate. Who knew? The moment he finished speaking, he was rejected by Perdium. Don't worry about the city gate situation. Just guard the city wall and that's enough. Although Randolph was very confused, he had no intention of objecting. When Perdium saw Gabon, he anxiously inquired about the reinforcements. To this, Gabon expressed regret. Not a single country in the Northern Alliance is willing to help our Perdium. Even Redford territory used internal problems as an excuse to decline. Randolph was so angry his lungs were about to explode. Those ungrateful bastards treating Perdium like this. One day I'll definitely avenge this. At the same time, a soldier suddenly found Diegold. This is bad, something seems to have happened at the supply camp. Hearing this, Diegold was shocked. Don't casually draw conclusions from me. This is absolutely impossible. However, he soon slapped his own face. How did those trash trapped in the castle know the location of the supplies? Meanwhile, Victor looked at the spreading smoke and thought to himself, it seems there are people with strategic thinking in Perdium. This is truly interesting. As for Diegold, he asked Victor, what should we do next? The war has just begun and we're already out of supplies. Victor indicated not to worry, we don't need any supplies at all, because we can successfully take down Perdium today. In the following time, Victor began analyzing the situation using his veteran strategic experience. The left wall and right wall have been under attack for so long, yet there's still no news of a successful breakthrough. This situation only has one possibility. Perdium's elite forces, including the lone wolf of the north, must be holding their positions. In comparison, the city gate seems to be the relatively weakest position to attack. Thinking of this, Victor immediately issued orders to his subordinates behind him. Everyone listen up. Now quickly go break through their city gate. Then Victor continued to Diegold, from this moment, I'll be commanding soldiers to break open Perdium's main city gate, so you just stay and hold the original position for now. Absolutely cannot let them easily set foot here. At the same time, on Perdium's main city side, the Diegold army was still unstoppable at this moment. They continuously invaded upward through the siege ladders. Fortunately, the limitations of the ladders prevented the enemy from rapidly increasing in the short term. At the same time, Perdium could also kill enemies while commanding, preventing the disadvantageous battle situation from continuing to deteriorate. Just then, Gabon was shocked into a cold sweat by a scene in the distance. This immediately caught Perdium's attention. Just as he was about to ask what happened, those siege towers had already traveled to the front of the city gate. Damn it, how do they know the exact height of Perdium's city wall? Still need to think? Of course those bastards who sold us out leaked it. Seeing the current situation was already unbearable, Perdium also quickly issued a long-range attack order, get the launching devices ready for me, and it must be immediately. As the words fell, soldiers below began carrying bags of stones and installing them on the so-called launching devices. Then they charged up and fired directly at those siege towers. Although this sudden long-range weapon made the Diegold army panic for 2 seconds, Victor quickly easily resolved this crisis. After infusing the weapon with mana, he used all his strength to throw it out. His target, of course, was to destroy the incoming stone projectiles. This scene left Perdium and others in panic. They never expected their somewhat secret weapon would be easily intercepted. And in the next second, Perdium's expression suddenly became grave. If it's that guy, then indeed these stone projectiles can't have their intended effect. Meanwhile, Victor took out his weapon from behind and declared, "Stop your futile resistance, Perdium. Your defeat is inevitable." Then, without giving the opponent a chance to respond, Victor ordered the soldiers to begin the siege operation. Just like that, the siege towers pushed by the Diegold army got closer and closer to the city gate before them. At the same time, since the second floor's height was equal to the city wall's height, this allowed the Diegold army to easily climb over. At this moment, hearing those heavy impact sounds one after another couldn't help but make Perdium feel somewhat panicked. How much longer does that boy Jillian need? If this continues, the civilians in Perdium will soon fall under the enemy's swords. But what Perdium didn't know was that I had already made thorough preparations not far from the city gate. Quickly untie us. This vulgar family lord dispute is forbidden for mages to participate in. Hearing this, old man Fergus explained, "This is our young master's order, so please stay calm." How can I stay calm? If I get reported, my life is over. Moreover, those siege weapons are about to break through the city gate. Do you really think we can win this battle even with our participation? To this, Vanessa held a different view. Please believe in my new master. He definitely won't easily hand over Perdium. As expected, Alfoy was even angrier after hearing this. If it wasn't for this bastard, I wouldn't be dragged into this hellish situation. Vanessa heard this and wanted to continue saying something, but before she could speak, she was shut down by Alfoy's "shut up. Why are you still so foolish even now? Could it be you only know how to follow your crazy master's orders without any intelligent opinion of your own?" To Alfoy's words, Vanessa directly firmly denied, "Absolutely not. My master is definitely not crazy. I believe in my new master. He will definitely save Perdium from fire and water." And just 2 days ago, at this moment, Vanessa, through mana cultivation, was finally able to chant spells and cast magic skills as she wished. However, the size of the mana particles seemed a bit outrageous, making the atmosphere at the scene become awkward due to their appearance. Vanessa said with a blushing face and a small voice, "I'm sorry, master. Even though I finally learned how to cast magic, this is all I can do. I don't mean to blame you. After all, being able to cast it is already enough. The mana you lack will gradually accumulate over time. Come with me. I have something very important to show you." Watching Alfoy and others use shovels to bury the magic crystals, Vanessa was instantly confused. Even though she had read through a lot of materials so far, she couldn't see what my intention was. Meanwhile, when Alfoy saw me, he immediately complained, "Young master, I believe you definitely know our identities are all mages, but why do you assign us to dig holes? Don't you have soldiers equipped for this?" Suddenly, Alfoy's voice became hoarse. It turned out Gordon saw him chatting during work and directly applied a rear naked choke. This made Vanessa somewhat nervous. To this, I simply said calmly, "This is the most important preparatory work before battle. In war, the simplest and most effective tactic is to overwhelm the enemy with absolute numerical superiority. No matter how hard we resist, we can't withstand their endless attacks. Perdium's city gate will eventually collapse, but this doesn't mean we have no possibility of victory." When Vanessa heard the plan I told her afterward, she began to doubt whether she could actually do it. Flashback ends, timeline restored. At this moment, Vanessa picked up her magic wand and suddenly thrust it into the magic circle formed by Alfoy and others. Then in the next second, Alfoy actually felt inexplicable. He felt his own mana was gradually draining. That's right. The next step of the plan I told Vanessa was to perform mana transfer. The reason I emphasized to Hubert that I wanted mages of 3rd ring or above was of course because mages at this stage have more mana, facilitating the smooth development of this plan. I must do this perfectly, because this is the first task Master has given me. At the same time, on the right flank of Perdium's main city, I had already returned with a small troop. This scene was also caught by Randolph's eyes. "Big brother, look over there." Meanwhile, Perdium's expression instantly relaxed. He could finally catch his breath for a moment. "I'll leave the rest to you, my precious son." However, since our movement wasn't small, Victor soon learned about it from a soldier's hasty report. "This is bad, sir. Unknown cavalry are launching an encirclement attack on us from the rear flank." But so what even if they knew? At this very moment, I had already taken out my long-sealed greatsword and begun slaughtering the enemy. This was also a warm-up exercise before welcoming the real battle. As for those Daigold soldiers, when they saw me, they were extremely confused. What's going on? Wasn't it said that Perdium didn't get any reinforcements? Seeing these guys start taking up weapons to shoot arrows at me, I also urged my warhorse to display a high leap. Not only could I dodge the opponent's offensive, but I could also use the force of falling from the air to give those guys below who were courting death a loving embrace. Just like that, with just a single horse and in less than 2 minutes, I easily broke down more than half the number of right-wing enemy forces. Meanwhile, those guys still alive, after witnessing my terrifying strength, were scared stiff and at a loss. This guy couldn't be a monster, could he? At this moment, as the troop members I led assembled, the next step was naturally to begin the task of further eliminating the trash. "Raise your morale. From this moment, we Perdium army will sound the horn of counterattack." The moment the words fell, I also took the lead, charging toward the enemy's right flank position. As for my other battle roles, they also began executing according to my previous strategic deployment. At this moment, at the Daigold army's main camp, Jillian and the people he led had already smoothly arrived at the target area and began wildly slaughtering. "Gordon and Torin, I'll be responsible for holding them here. I'll draw their attention while you can rest assured to destroy the Daigold army's key combat facilities." Meanwhile, the Daigold army's minions, upon realizing the main camp was under ambush, immediately sounded the alarm and became vigilant. However, seeing these people so scared they nearly wet themselves, Gordon and Torin couldn't help but mock them as utterly pathetic. "Don't worry, this place will soon become scorched earth. Stop your futile struggles." At that moment, Daigold stammered out, "What the hell is going on? Who came to assist Perdium and ambush us?" Naturally, no one could answer that question, and soon he would be captured by Jillian as a prisoner of war. "I'm guessing you're the fat pig commanding the Daigold army, right? Please come with me, or else don't blame me." But before Jillian could finish his threat, a spear suddenly charged at him from his left side. Fortunately, Jillian was extremely skilled at sensing killing intent. With a sidestep and swing, he easily blocked the sneak attack aimed at him. As for the attacker, it was Fashu, another powerful warrior of the Daigold army. From that single strike, Jillian could clearly judge that his opponent's strength far exceeded his own. At that moment, Fashu called out contemptuously, angrily. How dare you launch a surprise attack on our main camp with just this few soldiers? You've got some guts. Then Fashu, claiming to admire Jillian's courage, decided to exchange names with him. Unexpectedly, Jillian responded by calling himself a nobody. He stated that he was just an insignificant figure in Perdium, even going so far as to describe himself simply as a tool. Meanwhile, at the left wall of Perdium's main city, Kaur and Belinda were engaged in fierce combat. However, unlike Kaur, Belinda defeated enemy soldiers mostly by taking them down without spilling blood, so she was extremely repulsed by Kaur's fighting style. Not only did his attacks waste unnecessary effort, but every swing also splattered blood everywhere. To this, Kaur explained that this was a joy Belinda would never understand. If she didn't believe him, she could try it and definitely get unexpected rewards. At the same time, on the right wall of Perdium's main city, due to my overwhelming strength, many Digald soldiers began to harbor thoughts of escape. Because many of them had been temporarily called in to boost numbers, they didn't want to die on the battlefield. In my view, this situation was favorable for us. After all, the enemy's panic was the perfect opportunity for us to annihilate them. Yes, boss Jillian. We'll handle these scum from here on out. Please find a place to rest for now. Rest was naturally impossible, since I now had an additional mission I had to execute: destroy the Digald army's siege towers. But before that, I had to break through the layers of obstacles in front of me. All infantry, block him. He's just one person. We have an absolute advantage in numbers. Little did they know this posed no threat to me whatsoever. After ordering my warhorse to evade danger on its own, I stepped on the horse's back and leaped into the air above the enemy forces. The moment I landed, I first executed a scissor leg move, breaking one soldier's neck. Then I began launching frenzied attacks in all directions. Finally, after a full 8 minutes of one-sided crushing, I had completely cleared out all the obstacles in my way. But soon, a rather troublesome problem presented itself before me. The wall's condition was worse than I imagined. Could that siege tower's power really be that outrageous? At this rate, before my backup plan could be successfully implemented, Perdium's main city would be completely captured by the Digald army. Even though our cavalry's morale was currently quite fierce, the huge numerical gap between us and the enemy forces made this territorial war difficult to win in a short time. At that moment, a somewhat capable Digald commander said, "Don't let that guy get near our siege tower. The wall is about to collapse. Even if we can't kill him, it doesn't matter. Just keep him too busy to act, that's enough." In contrast, I knew full well that I didn't have much time left. So before the Perdium army lost momentum, I had to urgently step in and control this situation. The moment this thought settled, I immediately flashed and slashed, charging back into the enemy's defensive line. They were as weak as ants, killed instantly by me, but their sheer numbers made it difficult for me to move forward at times, whether in front, behind, left, or right. People kept trying to sneak attack me from behind. I understood they were wearing down my energy and stamina, but they really underestimated my strength. Suddenly, Digald soldiers on top of the siege tower shot multiple arrows at me. Seeing this, I calmly repositioned to dodge them. At the same time, I caught an opening in the guy who had been commanding them. With one piercing thrust, I sent him straight to heaven to meet his maker. To destroy the tower even faster, I forcefully threw my greatsword toward it. Seeing it firmly lodged at the tower's peak, I didn't hesitate to deploy my secret technique, mana thread. That's right, I connected the mana thread to the sword's hilt. I planned to use this method to speed up my progress in destroying the siege tower. Seeing me use some unknown means to leap up, those Digald soldiers were so scared they could barely walk. At that moment, my next powerful heavy strike was fully charged, precisely hitting the siege tower's weakest structural point. Finally, the siege tower was destroyed by me alone, just as I wished. The Digald army couldn't help but feel even more fearful of my existence. Is this guy even human? He's clearly a monster. At the same time, Victor, watching from not far away, saw the entire process with his own eyes. He could hardly believe this was something the Perdium army could achieve. Who the hell is this guy? With how long I've been around, I should know his true identity by now. Just then, a subordinate came to report the battle situation. This gate is much more solid than expected. Internal interference has slowed our progress. However, it will only take another 10 minutes before Perdium's gate is breached. Victor fell silent for 3 seconds upon hearing this. Then he issued his ultimate order to the subordinates behind him. Reduce 10 minutes to 5. I'll temporarily go deal with the guy interfering with our progress. Before then, make sure this gate is destroyed. Success only, no failure. Otherwise, you won't have a decent life either. Hearing this, the soldiers behind him were scared out of their wits, but as subordinates, they could only unconditionally accept the task. But little did they know, in the next second, a commanding voice came from behind. "Fuck off and stop right there. You're not going anywhere." Victor immediately questioned who the speaker was. "Your grandpa's name is Kaor, leader of the Cerberus mercenary group, so let's have a good fight." Hearing this, Victor's expression became serious. He didn't know who this person was, nor did he have time to waste on nobodies. To this, Kaor immediately threw out his title. "Your grandpa here is Kaor, leader of the Cerberus mercenary group." But Kaor didn't want to give Victor any time to respond. Taking matters into his own hands, he grabbed his most prized saber and charged forward. Seeing this, Victor didn't panic at all, merely patting his warhorse's head. The horse, with perfect timing, kicked out a finishing blow, catching Kaor completely off guard. Victor took advantage of Kaor's moment of shock, drawing his greatsword and advancing. But his target wasn't Kaor. Instead, he first slashed Kaor's warhorse's throat, trying to put him at a disadvantage. But Kaor, battle-hardened as he was, understood this immediately. He used the momentum to stomp hard on his horse's back and leap into the air. He intended to turn the tables and attack Victor's warhorse. Unexpectedly, Victor's defensive range didn't leave even a single opening, easily resolving the crisis for his warhorse. force. Kaor refused to believe it, thinking everything just now was pure luck. So in the last 2 seconds before his airborne body landed, he delivered Victor his most powerful strike from above. However, the result remained unchanged. Victor's combat performance was far too relaxed. At this moment, Kaor's mind was in chaos. Before the battle, he knew the opponent he was about to face shouldn't be underestimated, but he never expected him to be this strong. At that moment, Victor suddenly began mocking. "I've seen too many people like you who don't know their limits. The most common among them are mercenaries like you. You think you're tough, but in the end, you're not even worth as much as worthless scum." While speaking, Victor executed a horizontal slash toward the descending Kaor. Even though Kaor's reaction was quite quick at that moment, the difference in strength and weapons became the fatal factor in his defeat in this round. Undoubtedly, Victor's strike not only severely wounded Kaor, but also significantly lowered his morale. In terms of psychological warfare, Victor had maxed out his skills. Nothing is easier to deal with than you beasts who charge around frantically on instinct. Hearing this, Kaor was so angry his lungs nearly exploded, but he couldn't deny that he had already been fighting with all his might. Just as boss Jillian had said, Victor was indeed Count Desmond's strongest ace and a powerful force in this battle to capture Perdium's territory. Before the encirclement plan was executed, Kaor had asked me what level Victor's strength was at. My answer was simple. He's an opponent I currently can't defeat either. Even if you and I team up, we can't win. But this guy has a habit. He likes to use overwhelming numerical superiority to force us to concentrate all our attention on defending the walls, then launch a full assault the moment they breach the gate. Thinking of this, Kaor's expression gradually darkened. He knew that if he fell easily, the long-planned strategy would completely collapse. At the same time, Kaor recalled the last favor I had asked of him before the battle. No matter what happens, you must delay until the secret weapon can be deployed for Perdium. After this thought settled, Kaor finally rallied himself again. He wasn't glaring angrily, but smiling at the enemy before him. That's right, his innate competitive nature kept encouraging him to at least try to become comparable. On the other side, old man Jillian's duel with enemy warrior Fashu was also at a stalemate. Although Fashu couldn't hurt him, he also couldn't break through the opponent's defense. In contrast, the loyal Degald wanted to join the fight, but was promptly blocked by soldiers under Fashu's command. However, Perdium's situation also had its bright side. Gordon and his troops were fighting splendidly, with no one able to suppress their morale. The sharpest axe of mercenaries versus the hardest shield, who would ultimately prevail? On one side was Jillian, Perdium family's newly recruited warrior. On the other was Fashu, the second in command of the hostile force trying to invade Perdium. After their battle had been at a stalemate for about 30 minutes, Jillian suddenly felt his brain burning. He could no longer waste time here. After all, under the opponent's massive protective shield, Jillian's attacks from multiple angles were all blocked one by one. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. How long has it been since I faced such a tough enemy? But even so, Jillian still wouldn't admit to being old. He once again charged up his strength and slashed fiercely at the enemy. This time, without exception, the result remained unchanged. That last strike was indeed a powerful attack, but if you think you can break through my proud defense with just that level of power, it's utterly laughable. In the following rounds, Jillian tried attacking from even trickier angles, thinking the opponent's bulky body would definitely slow his reaction speed. Unexpectedly, Jillian had miscalculated. Fashu didn't need to move his body much at all. After all, to defeat him, Jillian naturally had to actively close the distance between them. Moreover, Fashu was inherently a damage-absorbing knight and didn't need to charge recklessly like Jillian. But at that moment, an accident occurred. Jillian's warhorse was severely wounded by Fashu's horizontal slash, due to the horse suddenly losing balance. Jillian fell to the ground, unable to control the situation. Seeing this, Fashu certainly wouldn't miss such a great opportunity to break the 50-50 deadlock. However, even though Jillian could still react and raise his battle axe to block the attack, Fashu's strength far exceeded his. Once he made contact with the ground, Jillian would immediately lose initiative for multiple rounds afterward. Undoubtedly, Fashu now had enough capital to boast. After Kaor was also beaten to near death by Victor on the other side, the Diggled army soldiers finally breached Perdium's only main gate within the required 5 minutes. This scene scared Count Perdium and others into a cold sweat. This situation was a major accident beyond all expectations. His son hadn't told him any countermeasures. At the same time, Alfoy, still having his mana transferred, was literally scared to the point of incontinence. Can't you see Perdium's main gate has already been breached? You mad woman, if you want to die, go die yourself. Don't take me with you. Hearing this, Vanessa completely ignored his words, because she was just one final step away from completing the task her master had assigned her. No matter what, she had to persevere. In contrast, Victor, upon learning the news that the gate had been breached, immediately issued orders. Everyone assemble! Full attack! Our goal is to capture Perdium's castle. Before Victor went to capture Count Perdium, the commander, he specifically instructed the soldiers behind him. Safely escort Daigold over here and wait. Soon the news of our victory will arrive. At that moment, Kaor, who had previously lost consciousness and fighting ability, stood up again with tenacious willpower. You seem to have forgotten what I just told you. Your opponent is me, Kaor, so you're not going anywhere. To this, Victor helplessly responded. Right now, Perdium is on the verge of destruction. You should be clear about which things are worth giving your life for and which are not. On the other side, soldiers brought news that the gate had been breached. So Fashu, from his high position, tried to persuade Jillian. This isn't your battle alone. So what if you're strong? Even our weakest soldiers have been carefully selected and trained. Why not surrender to us? At the same time, Victor said similar things to Kaor, filling the elite strike force with worthless mercenaries. That's the fatal mistake that led to House Perdium's downfall. In this war, you have nothing of value to sacrifice for. As mercenaries, you actually bet your lives on a family you knew would be defeated. Hearing this, Kaor finally couldn't hold back. So what? Does your family live by the ocean? Mind your own business. On the battlefield, whether mercenaries or knights, it's all the same. Only two outcomes exist: victory or defeat. To this, Fashu gave a forceful response. Losers' excuses aren't worth listening to, because their impending death makes them meaningless. But little did they know that in this round of confrontation, Jillian seemed to have found his youthful feeling again. His strength and power instantly enlightened and improved. Finally, Jillian, with his superior technique, fully suppressed Fashu's weapon while simultaneously delivering a fierce sideways horizontal slash upward. Not only did he instantly kill Fashu's warhorse with one axe strike, but Fashu's weapon was also knocked out of his hand. Now that Fashu had lost his balance and fallen to the ground, naturally everything had to be repaid with interest. At this moment, after Jillian had fully charged his power, he immediately struck down at Fashu, who was still trying to forcefully defend. No matter how solid a defense line is, there will always be flaws. I give my life to my master as a weapon. Then my existence means helping him achieve victory. I understand you're a formidable opponent, but unfortunately you followed the wrong person. As his words fell, Jillian mercilessly finished off Fashu with his saber. At the same time, on Kayor's side, although he knew he might die here, he had to complete the task boss assigned him. Even if there was only the slightest chance, he had to succeed. It turned out that before the battle started, Kayor had found me seeking help to improve his combat power. Boss, do you remember that life or death mercenary duel we had? That sudden transformation and quick connecting thrust you did was so cool. But as he spoke, Kayor became stammering. This was the first time in his life he'd asked someone for help, requesting that I teach him that combat technique. Seeing him like this, I just found it amusing. I never thought this once decisive killer would have an embarrassed side. Then I told him an extremely important combat formula. What's important is the action itself, not the result. Suppose someone attacks you with a preemptive strike. You'll most likely instinctively think he's just a brute who charges recklessly, not requiring even a bit of brain power to engage in combat. You'll naturally underestimate and take the enemy lightly. Kayor kept all of this firmly in his heart. As he once again displayed his brutish side charging at the enemy, Victor easily blocked all the attacks. But so what? The goal I want is much simpler than you defeating me. As his words fell, Kayor suddenly threw out the saber in his hand, pointing it at Victor not far away. In contrast, Victor was long accustomed to such small tricks. Once again, without breaking a sweat, he neutralized the attack to nothing. However, he couldn't have imagined that he had now completely fallen into the trap the enemy had designed. Then Victor taunted arrogantly, "Fools always make brainless decisions because they think they have nothing to lose, so the only final outcome is death." As his words fell, Victor immediately swung the greatsword in his hand. "Let me personally send you to hell." In contrast, Kayor, at the instant when the sword was just 1 millimeter away, sidestepped to evade. Then he suddenly grabbed Victor's arm, using his height to execute a kickflip leap into midair, precisely catching his saber that was still falling. At that moment, Victor was somewhat stunned, causing his reaction speed to suddenly decrease. Although he barely managed to dodge Kayor's attack aimed at his vital points, this was merely Victor's one-sided interpretation. After all, Kayor's purpose from beginning to end was to kill Victor's warhorse. Only after Kayor completed the task I had assigned him did he exhaust all his strength, his life coming to the brink of stepping into hell's dangerous Jing Di. At the same time, Victor couldn't believe his judgment could be so mistaken, but he knew full well that only someone prepared to die could execute such irregular movements. Could this guy really be willing to sell off this unruly mercenary life so cheaply? Then Victor muttered, "Honestly, I quite admire you. You actually dared to bet your life as a wager. If you'd met the right opponent, you could have definitely turned defeat into victory. But unfortunately, you met the wrong me. So before you died, do you have any last words you want to say?" Unexpectedly, the next second, Kayor showed a sinister smile. "Your grandpa here has already accomplished what I wanted. As for my life, if you want it, I'll give it to you." Hearing this, Victor suddenly felt greatly insulted, so he no longer had any mercy arising. Suddenly, Victor detected 3 waves of killing intent from above, determining they clearly posed no threat to him. After he dodged all the incoming hidden weapons, Belinda appeared on the scene. Naturally, those 3 hidden weapons were her doing. She wanted to take advantage of Victor's distraction, to secretly bring back the severely wounded Kayor for treatment. However, even if she couldn't deliver a fatal blow, Victor didn't really care. After all, fighting this guy was unexpected anyway. After successfully invading Perdium's main city, it wouldn't be too late to clean up the remnants. But suddenly, the man in victory was shocked to discover that he seemed to have been set up by the weaker opponent he'd just defeated. He understood that the opponent's target from beginning to end wasn't him, but rather the warhorse he was riding. Just as Victor was about to issue an emergency retreat order to his subordinates, a terrifying magical pressure emanated from the gate in front of him. Could this bastard be trying to trap me here? This magical pressure was naturally emanating from Vanessa. At this moment, she firmly remembered the words I had instructed her. When Perdium's gate is breached, most of the enemy will definitely be at the gate too. So with your output, it's definitely enough to let Perdium reverse the disadvantaged situation. Although Vanessa back then was still worried she couldn't do it, I hope she would just do her best. At this moment, after Vanessa fully charged the mana for casting her powerful magic, the wind wave she shot out momentarily made the enemy unable to move an inch. The next second, the moment Vanessa shouted flame strike, the area within a radius of 10 miles in front was instantly engulfed in a sea of fire. Then, in the intense explosion, Diggold army soldiers died or were wounded. There was no way they could endure it with just their physical bodies. At the same time, this scene shocked Count Perdium and the others. They never expected the secret weapon I prepared to be so terrifying. I'm gratified. The victory of this battle is ultimately steadily within my predictions. After this, I began to slaughter the Diggold soldiers who wanted to escape. However, I alone definitely couldn't handle it. Everyone listen to my command. From this moment, surround the gate at full speed. We absolutely cannot let even half an enemy escape. In contrast, Victor, blown away by the explosion's shockwave, knelt on the ground full of regret. Clearly, this was a war carefully prepared and planned over many years. They had already cut off every channel Perdium needed to survive, but they never expected them to have a top-tier magical ability user. With just one strike, several thousand people were eliminated. At this moment, Victor felt as if he was destined to fail. The opponent's plan was far stronger than theirs. Damn it. In the end, I was too careless. If I'd killed that guy earlier, it wouldn't have come to this situation. Now Victor knew full well that continuing to fight was useless. He ordered the subordinate who came to pick him up to recall everyone and temporarily retreat from this moment. In his view, this area wasn't a forest zone. Once their Diggold army army escaped the Sea of Fire, they could regroup new forces. Although completing this task entrusted by Desmond would take more time than originally planned, this was also a helpless measure. He felt that as long as he explained clearly, he could avoid punishment. But who knew that just as Victor was about to go find Fashu to regroup, Jillian had already come to him personally carrying that guy's head. The person you're looking for is here, and if I'm not mistaken, you're the outside force that came to assist the Diggled army for some reason, but I still advise you to surrender quickly. Your backup army and strategic garrison no longer exist. Unexpectedly, the next second Victor burst into laughter. Stop making me laugh. Do you think my war will end with this kind of outcome? Next, I'll personally slit all your throats and dismember your corpses to feed to dogs. So my moment starts now. Time rewinds to the moment Vanessa charged her mana and used Flame Strike. Its unexpected destructive power directly routed the enemy forces. Seeing this, Count Perdium naturally wouldn't miss such a great opportunity. He immediately ordered all archers to rain arrows on these fleeing rats. At the same time, on my side, it was the same. This is definitely the perfect opportunity to turn the tide. We absolutely cannot let even half of them escape. In less than 2 minutes, the Diggled army's overall forces had dropped to the original 20%, and were still decreasing at an extremely fast rate. Just then, Belinda found me and anxiously asked about my condition and whether I was seriously injured. I gave a negative answer and asked back if she had completed her mission. Hearing this, Belinda glanced at Kaur lying on the horse's back behind her. Completed is completed. It's just that this guy's life almost ended in that guy's hands. Seeing Kaur's thumbs up, even without him speaking, I understood he must have made a death-defying resolution at that time. Thank you so much, Kaur. After this territorial war ends, I'll properly compensate you with some combat techniques. Suddenly, Belinda complained, when I first heard your plan, I had a very strong bad premonition. I also thought it was utterly absurd. I responded that she was being too cautiously careful. The plan's result was quite perfect in the end. But we should also properly praise Vanessa afterward. If it weren't for her, who knows who would laugh last in this territorial war. But as I spoke, I suddenly remembered that Jillian hadn't regrouped at the scheduled time yet. Belinda also suddenly found it strange. Logically, subduing an enemy like Fashu shouldn't be difficult for Jillian. If that's the case, then there's only one situation. After defeating Fashu, Jillian went to find that guy on his own. Belinda, you take Kaur for treatment first. I need to rush over and find Jillian right now, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. On the other side, at this time, Jillian and Victor's duel was intense. Both sides refused to submit to the other. Both went all out from the start, using their full lifetime strength without reservation. However, Jillian soon realized something was wrong. Starting from the 75th round of their clash, he suddenly felt his opponent's striking power getting stronger and stronger. Even more outrageous was that the unstoppable attack frequency kept increasing. Jillian instinctively wanted to counterattack, but his attack speed was easily dodged. Like this, Victor sees Jillian's turning gap, and directly gave his right arm a deep scar. At this moment, Jillian understood that continuing like this, he would sooner or later be worn down to death. Victor seemed to see through Jillian's concerns, and deliberately mocked, "You mercenaries who only do dirty work. At first I had a bit of probing intention toward you, but you actually thought you were awesome and became arrogant. Let me give you some advice. A frog at the bottom of a well will always be just a frog at the bottom of a well, absolutely unable to turn things around." As his words fell, Victor even utilized the special structure of the axe weapon, first firmly locking it with his sword body, then exerting full force in a rotational twist, effortlessly flinging Jillian's weapon away. Already unable to win, now without a weapon to contend with, Jillian could no longer block Victor's offensive. As large amounts of blood spurted out, this was the second serious injury Jillian sustained in combat. Fortunately, he used his bare hands to forcefully turn Victor's blade to avoid vital points, otherwise he might have really fallen in this round. In contrast, seeing this, Victor was quite surprised. He understood that the opponent defeating Fashu wasn't luck. Not many people could respond to his attack so effectively. What a pity. You exhausted your strength before facing Fashu, then came to face me. What an utterly foolish decision. Otherwise, the battle between us two might not have been so easy to determine victory. This was why Jillian felt his opponent had become stronger. Actually, not so. The real reason was that he had truly reached his limit. It was he himself who had weakened. Little did they know that, just as Jillian was about to be sent to heaven to meet Fashu, Victor suddenly detected fierce killing intent from behind. To evade, he could only forcefully terminate his capture of Jillian. Victor angrily questioned, "Who the hell dares to ruin my good work?" The next second, a figure slowly walked out from the ruins, and went straight toward Jillian's weapon that had been knocked away. Even though Victor repeatedly asked who you are, what came in return was still my silent response. I didn't waste any words, and immediately unleashed the third layer of my mana core, swinging my battle axe and charging fiercely toward Victor's position. And this first round of attack was also my test to see just how much strength Victor had left after enduring the wheel battle to fight against me. After analyzing with my combat experience from 2 lifetimes, my chance of winning this battle was as high as 99.999%. Throughout the next several hundred exchanges, Victor and I were basically in a 50-50 stalemate. But even so, the moment when I would gain the upper hand wasn't far off, because I could clearly feel that Victor's strength and speed had been continuously declining, just like his high position, downward / just now. It looked extremely lethal, yet I managed to block it with just one hand. At the same time, I once again used my unpredictable attack patterns. Using the stability of my battle axe's weight, I flipped into the air and delivered an unexpected kick to Victor, kicking him so hard that he directly lost his balance, and I didn't give him any time to catch his breath, immediately following up with a scissor leg lock around his throat, maximizing the damage he took when hitting the ground. But I have to say, Victor was quite durable. Facing this situation, he could still get up, dodge backward, and create distance. It's just that his panic was still evident. After all, he simply couldn't predict my next attack. If he dared to let his guard down, the possibility possibility of being killed would be extremely high. Although he had guessed that the opponent he faced was a secret weapon brought in by Perdium, the pre-battle intelligence had already confirmed that this possibility was extremely slim and absolutely impossible. The next second, I looked down at him from above and said, "I know who you are, and I know all the ins and outs of your plans, including your forces and the power supporting you behind the scenes. So stop struggling, it will all be in vain." Hearing this, Victor's heart trembled uncontrollably. Had he been betrayed and fallen into the organization's trap? But thinking it over, it still seemed unrealistic. After all, he was recognized as the strongest trump card in Count Desmond's hand. You think I'll fall for such a cheap trick? Besides, Perdium could absolutely never have known about this operation. But the moment those words fell, I once again utilized my ever-changing attack patterns. Only this time Victor had indeed learned to be a bit smarter, leaving himself enough reaction time to dodge backward. At the same time, he also took advantage of the battle axe's long recovery time, and tried to strike me with his sword. Little did he know, his every move was already within my grasp, as my kick landed squarely on target once more. Victor, who hadn't even touched the ground yet, was scared witless. To this day, he had never encountered anyone who could calculate every single attack so precisely, making each strike flow so smoothly and seamlessly. At this moment, even though Victor could still raise his greatsword to block, with his strength severely declined, his defeat was already sealed. As dust filled the battlefield, Victor's helmet also rolled out nearly 100 meters away. "So who the hell are you, and why are you helping this worthless Perdium territory?" I didn't immediately answer him, but walked straight toward my own sword and said, "The battle axe is indeed a weapon with extremely high destructive power, but this one suits my hand better. As for who I am, after I remove my helmet, take a good look and figure it out." Seeing my face, Victor let out a deep sigh. He had originally heard that the young master of Perdium had pulled himself together, but he stubbornly believed it was impossible. "So what kind of death do you want?" Hearing this, Victor was momentarily stunned, but soon he began laughing while looking down, then slowly stood up. "I, the greatest knight of the North, have actually been bullied to this extent by a scoundrel at this point." I showed no mercy to his words. "Victor, today I will make you thoroughly understand who truly deserves to be called the best in the northern continent." Victor laughed in response. "How utterly arrogant. But I won't ask how you set this trap either. After all, in any war, using all necessary means to achieve victory is a basic principle. No matter what methods are used, whoever laughs last is the ultimate winner." As his words fell, Victor also released his hidden reserve of power. Even if he had to die in battle, he would never allow anyone to steal his pride as the strongest. In the north, right before his eyes, a little brat who hasn't even grown all his hair dares to speak so presumptuously. Of course, this was my response to affirm my own strength. At the same time, I also reopened the third layer of my mana core. "Then let's continue this battle. Only this way can I give you the answer you least want to hear." And the moment Victor and I both assumed our battle stances, it meant the fight was about to erupt. As our great swords clashed, I immediately unleashed my unpredictable attack combinations. It seemed Victor had become familiar with my fighting habits, so he thought even more carefully about my elusive patterns. In the following hundreds of exchanges, both sides swung our weapons with full force. Even the slightest mistake of 0.001 seconds would result in instant death. Suddenly, Victor used a feint attack. Although I caught it in time and dodged backward, the distance left me unable to block with my sword. The only solution was to step and leap into midair. Of course, before using the height to deliver a descending slash, the element of surprise was essential, and after my kick hit Victor square in the chest, my slash also followed immediately. However, even in this situation, he could still reflexively raise his sword to forcefully block. When Victor regained his footing, he even directly used brute force to send me flying backward. The impact also made me slide hundreds of meters before stopping. But seeing that my left wrist was actually injured because of this, my expression became serious. Meanwhile, seeing this, Victor revealed a smug smile, also convinced that he would definitely laugh last. But he was wrong, completely and utterly wrong. My seriousness was because he made me recall certain memories. Soon after, my battle with Victor also reached a white-hot stage, with our slashes connecting even faster and more fiercely. Little did anyone know that at this moment, Victor actually cleverly used the residual momentum from blocking, and immediately executed a low 180-degree spinning slash. Fortunately, I reacted in time, or my legs would have been done for right here. But this didn't mean the intensity of the battle would decrease. After all, even in midair without a foothold, I could still leverage environmental advantages to respond accordingly. At this moment, as I landed steadily, I gave Victor no time to breathe and charge forward again. This strike being blocked was an inevitable result, but he was burning his life force to fight me. So no matter what, I, who was still fighting back with only my remaining stamina, definitely held the advantage. This guy did have some talent with the sword, to actually learn a trick or two just from fighting me. In that case, let's see who can use more cunning and deadly moves. Finally, in the next exchange, I grabbed Victor's collar and delivered a spinning kick, making him immediately lose his center of gravity. Seizing the opportunity, I stepped forward, wanting to settle the outcome with this move. Unexpectedly, Victor could still narrowly escape danger by rolling and crawling. Immediately after, while kicking up dust, he delivered an unstoppable counterattack to me. At this moment, watching Victor fight relentlessly to win, it made me recall memories from my past life once again. When I waged war and attacked Count Desmond's territory, you also blocked my path back then. Until the end, I barely managed to kill you, but I also wasted too much time because of it. As a result, those people seized the opportunity to take down Perdium. That's why after being reborn, I swore to the heavens that from now on, anyone who dares obstruct me even slightly will only face death. Victor, the gap in combat ability between you and me isn't that large. I won because I opened my third core. Looking at the dying Victor, I knew he was doomed, so I didn't deliver a finishing blow. I turned around, preparing to return and reunite with father to claim victory in the territorial war. But suddenly Victor called out to me and asked me that question again. Who exactly are you? I guessed he must be unwilling to accept this reality. But then his next words made me cancel that thought. It seems none of this matters anymore. The only important point is that Jillian, the most worthless person in the northern continent that I knew, has actually become the new strongest. Thank you for making me understand one thing. People absolutely cannot be short-sighted and look down on anyone. Take my beliefs and keep moving forward. Don't let me see you in hell too soon. At this moment, as I helped Jillian back to base camp, the comrades who had given their all to battle had been waiting at the gate for a long time, although almost everyone had inevitably suffered serious injuries or permanent disabilities. Thankfully, Perdium achieved the feat of 0 casualties. As my thoughts settled, I revealed a gratified smile. Everyone's still alive. This is truly wonderful. The next second, my mercenary comrades all rushed forward at once, and Belinda was no exception. I'm saying, Commander Jillian, in all our years as mercenaries, we've never witnessed such a brutal battle where life and death hang by a thread. I have to say, this really gave us goosebumps all over. To this, I responded, thank you all for trusting me all along. Your performance far exceeded my initial expectations. At this point, Carl joked, old man, stop trying to act tough and lie down so Belinda can treat and bandage you. But this Jillian also had his pride. Despite the blood flowing wildly outward, he just said, I'm fine. But there's one thing I really want to know quickly. Where did Elena and Vanessa go? Hearing this, Belinda said they had both been taken by old man Fergus into the castle for protection. She heard that after Vanessa released her powerful magic, she immediately fainted from exhaustion. Before I could respond, a bold voice suddenly called out to me. My young master, you did this brilliantly. As the captain of the knights, I'm ready to bow down in admiration. I told you I definitely didn't misjudge you. You are the perfect fit as Perdium's future heir. I just smiled without saying anything, remembering how he used to be the first to raise his hand in opposition to anything I did. At the same time, father slowly walked over. Looking at his expressionless face, I thought he would coldly say, you did well again this time. But what surprised and puzzled me was that father actually stepped forward and hugged me tightly, though what he said next was indeed that same phrase I just imagined. When I first heard your plan, I thought it was absolutely absurd, but you, who staked your life as guarantee, achieved it perfectly. I responded, the key to success was all father's doing. After all, it was his steadfast defense that prevented the enemy from easily slipping into the castle from the city walls. Father shook his head and refused such credit. This was all thanks to you. Thanks to you, we were able to laugh until the very last moment without any casualties. After his words fell, father also firmly grasped my hand and raised it to the sky, shouting, victory belongs to us, to Perdium. And at this moment, everyone was immersed in celebratory joy, speaking freely without the slightest hint of restraint. And this was exactly the scene I most wanted to see after being reborn. As for the word survival, it naturally could not exist in my dictionary. Unexpectedly, as I spoke, I couldn't help but clench my fists. This was because this territorial war only appeared to be over on the surface. In reality, it was far from finished. Defeating Victor was merely the first shot fired before truly encountering them. Suddenly, father's words interrupted me. He hoped I could rest well with my comrades, and he would handle the rest. But I directly refused, because the war was not yet over. For us now, there isn't enough time to luxuriously spend on rest. Starting immediately, we must quickly and formally confirm the surrender matters with that guy Daigold. Father, though somewhat puzzled, still told me not to worry too much. We could rest well and set out tomorrow. I responded, if we do that, it will inevitably cause irreversible losses to Perdium. Starting now, immediately, I must hurry and take the mercenaries to the Daigold family's territory. So please grant me temporary agency rights as Lord of Perdium. The man had lost the battle, causing his territory to face bankruptcy, but instead of being dejected, he looked excited, because he had long thought of a brilliant plan to break the deadlock, as long as he could produce the corresponding compensation to Perdium. His territory definitely wouldn't be forcibly taken away. Then he just needed to find the big boss behind the scenes to achieve a reversal from defeat to victory. As for the compensation, Daigold decided to thoroughly squeeze his dearest common people. However, while imagination is beautiful, reality is the opposite. Soon, the sudden situations that followed would press down on him until he couldn't breathe. At this moment, after I borrowed from father all the powers of his lordship, I immediately stated, this territorial war was initiated by the Daigold family, which completely violated the rules of the Northern Alliance. So we cannot give him even a minute to think, or he could launch another counterattack at any time. We must take action now, demand compensation according to our terms, so he will never dare infringe upon our rights again. Hearing this, father fell into deep thought. He had originally thought this boy would take some time to enjoy the joy of victory, but he had already planned the next move. Just follow your heart's desire and go make it happen. And from now on, if you have the ability to solve problems completely, you don't need to consult with me. In addition, father specifically reminded me that Count Daigold used to be our good friend, and was also a noble person loyal to the royal family. Hearing this, I understood father wanted me to treat him with the most polite attitude possible, but I had my own methods. After getting father's permission, I found Carl and the others. How are you all doing? If you're okay, we need to set out quickly. To this, Carl gave an affirmative answer and said these were just minor scrapes. In that case, let's depart at full speed to the Daigold family's territory. On the other side, at this time, the Daigold territory's flag had long been replaced with a white surrender flag. I'm so angry. Why do I have to endure this ridiculous outcome in the end? I clearly accepted that secret agreement. Moreover, everyone knows Desmond is a very tough person, yet the two subordinates he sent actually lost to those damn Perdium bastards. At this point, the administrative subordinate beside him wanted to advise Daigold to calm down, but the next second he was rebuked. Shut up, Lowell. Are you sure I can calm down in our current situation? Immediately after, Daigold ordered him to quickly quickly prepare for the surrender negotiations and compensation matters. Hearing this, Lowell was somewhat puzzled, but Dygald quickly explained, Perdium is a very old-fashioned traditional person who respects honor, so he will definitely agree to negotiate, even if this was possible. Lowell felt the only difficulty currently was that they had exhausted all funds due to the war. But before he could finish, Dygald grabbed him by the throat. You fool, even now you still don't know how to complete this task? Go squeeze it from those common people. Is it because you were also born a commoner that you're unwilling? Are you saying you think those pigs are more important than my life? If you still want to consider me your master, then hurry up and take action. Meanwhile, Lowell at this moment had reached his limit. All along, he had been forced to control Dygald's administrative affairs, so this time he would rise up on behalf of the people. Just then, a soldier burst through the door. This is terrible, my lord. Perdium's army is about to arrive at our territory. The scene shifted. At this moment, Dygald's castle was already filled with Perdium soldiers. Dygald thought, why did these people come so suddenly? How should I break this deadlock now? But as he pondered, Dygald simply stopped caring and decided to try anything as a last resort. With his understanding of Perdium, even if negotiations were prepared in advance, it wasn't certain he could completely suppress him. Little did he know, his thoughts had just settled when his expression suddenly went numb, because the one who came to negotiate this time wasn't Perdium, but his son, me. Although Dygald asked why my father didn't come, I responded that such a small matter didn't require him. Father needed to dedicate himself to more important things. With that said, I also immediately commanded, hurry up and make this guy kneel before me. Hearing this, Carl and the turban-wearing man immediately grabbed Dygald's arms, attempting to forcibly press him to the ground. Let go of me. Don't touch me with your filthy hands. But seeing Dygald finally kneeling before me, Belinda was a bit worried this wasn't right. Are you sure this is okay? Even if the Lord talks to me later, I will absolutely not admit I was involved. I nodded to indicate it was fine. At this point, Dygald angrily rebuked, I am a loyal subject who has sworn allegiance to the kingdom. I will definitely report everything you've done to me. I absolutely won't let you people get away with this. But before he could finish, my drawn sword silenced him. Right now, you can at most be considered a traitor to the Northern Alliance. Not only were you deceived by a few words from the enemy, but you also plotted to seize my territory of Perdium together. So for the losses caused at this stage, I believe the only outcome you can make up for is death. But actually, on the way to Dygald's territory, we had already discussed whether to execute Dygald. After all, conducting surrender negotiations meant we would allow that guy Dygald to continue living. But in the long run, this was all Dygald's action to get justice for his son. So if we demanded too high a compensation, even though Perdium won, we would fall into difficulties. The most likely scenario was they would just haggle over the compensation issue for a while, and then stop there. Hearing this, Carl asked me, doesn't that mean we'd have to negotiate for a long time? That's purely a waste of breath. To this, Belinda immediately scolded, if you don't understand, don't talk so much. Do you think conflicts between nobles are as simple as street thugs fighting? But to Carl, whether mercenaries or nobles, they're all just ordinary people in the end, right? Do nobles really possess godlike powers? Listening to their argument, I said, don't worry too much, because what I just said is actually what father would do. As for me, of course I'll handle it differently. After my thoughts settled, Dygald also begged me to spare his life, and said he absolutely couldn't die. Hearing this, I responded, this is the risk you must bear. You threw countless lives into war, so you yourselves must also step forward, or pay a reasonable compensation. Hearing there was still a choice besides death, Dygald was visibly happy. But seeing him hesitate to respond, I also immediately raised my longsword to take his head. Thus came the following scene. Wait, if all you need is reasonable compensation, then I'm willing to hand over my territory to you. Hearing this, everyone present was utterly shocked. Only I faintly revealed a sinister smile, as this was exactly the scene I had anticipated. Then I continued, if someone wants to inherit a certain domain, they must be a member of that domain's family or a legal heir. Otherwise, this would violate inheritance laws and regulations. To this, Dygald said he understood everything. He would definitely handle the inheritance-related issues personally, so I needn't worry. For example, calling me a distant relative and forging an inheritance certificate document, these problems could be easily resolved. The moment his words fell, Dygald ordered Lowell behind him to quickly get pen and paper for him. But even at this point, I was still dissatisfied. Dygald also seemed to understand my intent, and added that he would definitely send an additional compensation payment. However, he needed to collect taxes from the people, which required some time. Please, Lord Gillian, just spare my life. This statement made me feel sick. Is your life really more important than anything else, including the people's hearts? Fine, I'll give you one chance. Life or death. Let the citizens living in Dygald's territory decide. After all the people had gathered, I brought Dygald out. Although I gave him a chance at life, whether he lived or died still had to be decided by his own subjects. At this moment, even though these people had started whispering among themselves, they basically didn't know the full story. At this point, Dygald humbly asked, Lord Gillian, could you not have me appear in public like this? Hearing this, I told him to be careful with his words. After all, the people before him now were the living gods controlling the rest of his life. But before that, I had to make the full story public. Citizens of Dygald's territory, I'm Gillian, the sole heir of Perdium. Your lord declared war on our territory for revenge, but ultimately he was defeated in battle. Therefore, he said the war reparations would be paid by the people who adore him. So is anyone willing to pay voluntarily? Act now and get 20% off. But as soon as I finished speaking, it sparked public outrage. Last time they made us go into battle unprepared, and now they want us to do this again? Do you really think we're machines that only follow orders? You nobles caused this mess yourselves. You should solve it yourselves. After achieving my intended purpose, I perfunctorily said, as the acting lord of Perdium, I show mercy and give you a choice. Option 1, you can pay a huge price to save Dygald's life. Option 2, kill Dygald and surrender to Perdium to become one of us. Special reminder, those who choose option 2 will not have to bear any burden caused by the war's defeat. Hearing this, Dygald was scared to the point of incontinence, cursing inwardly that I didn't understand people at all, humiliating him like this. But his thoughts were quickly interrupted by an incoming stone. Where there's one, there's two. Where there's two, there's three. Stones thrown at Dygald surged like a tidal wave. "You damn fat pig. I will never forget how you snatched away the bread I prepared to commemorate my mother." That's right. Because of this pig, how many people here went hungry for days? And as the cursing voices fell, what awaited Daigold next was a bombardment like a rainstorm, not stopping even after he had stopped breathing. Now that everything had been handled perfectly, it was time for us to return and report. Before leaving, I still decided to remind Belinda of something, but before I could speak, she said she already understood. She still trusted me as always that I wouldn't act recklessly. I must have my own purposes and reasons. The scene shifted. We quickly returned to Perdium's main city. But when I announced Daigold's death, everyone present was shocked. Father even questioned why I didn't follow his instructions back then. To this, I responded that I hadn't forgotten. But after personally going to Daigold's territory to investigate, I felt this decision was absolutely correct. If we gave him a chance to surrender, he would only try to find new revenge plans. You might think this is unrealistic, but you must understand, Daigold led as many as 7,000 soldiers this time, completely exceeding the number Daigold could mobilize. I also investigated afterward. Desmond provided Daigold with military aid, while Leopold pointed and gestured behind the scenes. Hearing this, Randolph and the others were skeptical. After all, those two were both large territories. Why would they covet Perdium's poor, small, broken place? I responded, it was before, but not now. As for why the reinforcements haven't arrived, I guess it must be that Amelia playing tricks, killing messengers to block all information. After all, this is one of his most commonly used methods in my past life. Since our territories are adjacent, they can't immediately attack Perdium, and even if they make a move, I can respond quickly. Suddenly, Father's words interrupted my thoughts. So this is why you killed Count Daigold? You know that doing this doesn't necessarily mean that land will belong to me. I didn't immediately respond to Father's words, but silently pulled out a scroll and handed it to him. When Father opened it, the contents immediately caused his expression to change dramatically. As you can see, this document proves I am a distant relative of Count Daigold and have priority inheritance rights. Even so, Father still reminded me that ruling a territory wasn't temporary. Did I really have enough personnel to manage that vast land? Of course, this was my answer to Father, because days ago I had already found the right person, and he was one of my most trusted comrades from my past life, Claude. I bet you won't win this round. At this moment, my father, in his capacity as Lord, solemnly declared, "My son Gillian, from now on you will be granted the status of Baron." As his words fell, passionate support immediately rang out behind me. However, although this matter was indeed worth celebrating, my mind was still focused on the plan about to begin. After this, I opened another meeting with Father and the others. I pointed at the map on the table and said, "As you can see, besides the directly controlled castle, Daigold's territory has 5 Baron strongholds on the periphery. So in order to better control them, I've decided to establish another central stronghold using my Baron status." That's all I wanted to say. Do you think there are any problems? To this, Randolph and the others were somewhat speechless. How dare they raise any problems? In the end, I would just mercilessly explain anyway. This was clearly a notification, not a discussion. At the same time, after Finance Minister Albert whispered something to Father, Father waved his hand at me. "Do whatever you want. As long as it's reasonable, we won't interfere." But my words of thanks had barely left my mouth when Father strategically started coughing right in front of me. "Gillian, you know that because of this war, Perdium suffered great financial losses, so could you?" Before Father could finish, I interrupted him. After all, I could guess what he wanted to say even with my butt, but I still had to regretfully respond, "Right now my pockets are cleaner than my face," and my words naturally caused Father's confusion. "Why did you suddenly run out of money?" Of course, it's because I spent all the money I earned before on upgrading equipment, plus the batch of magic crystals we mined earlier was blown to smithereens during the war. But after my explanation, I reassured my father not to worry too much about the money. When the time comes, I can just mine some magic crystals and sell them. The scene shifts. "Congratulations, young master. I never imagined you'd be able to stand on your own so quickly and become a lord." As she spoke, Belinda became even more smug. After all, she was the one who raised me from childhood, playing the role of my nanny. Who knew Carl just couldn't keep his mouth shut and had to add, "No wonder she's the one you raised. That's why she was so rude when she came to find me before." Without a doubt, Carl would soon face judgment for his words. As Belinda turned around, she kicked out one final blow. Just then, a voice calling brother reached my ears. I glanced over and discovered it was Elena. "Is this still the brother I know? Should I call you Lord now, or brother?" To this I simply responded, "Whatever." Next, I shifted the conversation to the child who was with Elena. After Elena's introduction, I learned her name was Rachel, a close friend of hers. "If Elena ever bullies you, come tell me and I'll teach her a good lesson." But casual chat aside, I needed to hurry and take care of business now. "Everyone, eyes on me. I've witnessed all your efforts in this territorial battle. You've all worked hard. From now on, I am the new Lord of Daigold territory, so naturally our base will no longer be set up in Perdium. And from now on, I will treat you all as my personal soldiers." At these words, they were absolutely delighted. "Really? So we're now a regular army?" To their words, I could only say, "Think bigger, because I'm going to train them all to become knights." After all, in the last territorial battle, their bravery was in no way inferior to the kingdom's knights. Just then, Belinda said with some surprise, "On such a large scale, that's going to cost a lot of money, isn't it?" My answer was naturally affirmative. "So we need to make a lot more money moving forward." At this point, I turned to ask Gillian behind me how his injuries were healing, and after getting his affirmative response, I decided to immediately assign him an urgent task. Since the war had just ended, security in Daigold must be terrible, so I planned to have Gillian lead the main force there first to maintain order. As for me, I had more important matters to attend to. Remember, you will always be one of the people I trust most. With your abilities, I'm sure you can handle this perfectly. Upon hearing this, Gillian bowed deeply to me. "Thank you, master. Please be careful on your journey." Afterward, I found Carl and Belinda. "If you're ready, let's not waste any time and set off right away." Hearing this, Belinda was puzzled. "We're going overseas already? Don't tell me we're going on vacation?" Carl had the same reaction, because he knew that territory was famous for gambling, and anyone wanting to get rich could go there. But I quickly explained, "We're not going there to play. We're going to find someone." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Vanessa was desperately begging Alfoy to let her absorb more, just like last time, so she could realize the magic she'd only been able to construct in her mind lately. In contrast, Alfoy concluded this person had definitely gone mad. After all, he was a talent, not some consumable item. To this, Vanessa responded, "But Master clearly said Alfoy's purpose is to provide me with an endless supply of magic power." At these words, Alfoy got somewhat angry and was about to teach Vanessa a lesson. Fortunately, I arrived in time to interrupt him. "Looks like you've both recovered pretty well." Alfoy wanted to complain to me. After all, he was being treated like a blood bag now, but I didn't give him the chance and walked toward Vanessa instead. "Since this was your first real combat, being nervous was natural, but I have to say everything you did far exceeded my expectations. Thank you for the compliment, Master. I will definitely keep up the good work in the future." At this point, Alfoy couldn't hold it in anymore. "You bastard, how dare you ignore me? When I return to the magic tower, I'll make sure you pay the price you deserve." To this, I responded, Fine. I'll be waiting. But for now, before the contract ends, I reminded him to stay in his lane and do his job properly. However, I had another task for Alfoy next. The scene shifts, and we soon arrived at Austin territory in the Searun Kingdom, walking into a casino called the Kraken Casino. Looking at this meaningful atmosphere and smell, Carl was absolutely thrilled. As for Alfoy, he was so angry his lungs were about to explode. "You bastard. Didn't you say you'd take me back to the magic tower?" I didn't want to respond to him, so I simply tossed Carl a money pouch. "Take it easy, don't lose it all at once. Keep a close eye on Alfoy for me." Little did he know that Carl's expression management left Alfoy quite confused. "It's just money. What's the big fuss?" Hearing this, Carl's eyes immediately lit up. He loved nothing more than clueless newbies. You see, newbies all have a protection period, which meant he could absolutely take money and win money. Once his thoughts settled, he put his arm around Alfoy. That's exactly what you mages do, just mindlessly casting spells, completely clueless about what the true source of worldly pleasure is. As for me, I headed deeper into the casino, but Belinda thought my old habit was acting up again, thinking I wanted to get rich overnight in a place like this. To this, I explained, "I came here to find someone who can serve as the chief administrator of Diagle territory, but we need to hurry. I need to meet him before that guy gets his wrist chopped off." Who knew that just as I finished speaking, a commotion in the distance immediately caught my attention. Looking closely, it was indeed Claude about to have his wrist cut off by the casino's men. I heard the bald man in front of him arrogantly say, "I finally caught you, punk. I was wondering how you managed to win every day recently. Turns out you were cheating. If I hadn't discovered the problem with your dice beforehand, you probably would have swindled a good amount of money from me again today." But even at this point, Claude still insisted he had no idea what the other party was talking about and that he absolutely hadn't cheated. Seeing Claude still trying to deny it, the bald man immediately ordered his men to chop off his hand. Fortunately, I arrived just in time at the critical moment, allowing Claude to keep his body intact in this life. Seeing someone ruin his plans, the bald man's veins immediately bulged with rage, and he demanded to know who I was. In response, I didn't hide anything and replied, "I am Baron Gillian of Perdium in the Lunia Kingdom." Hearing this, the bald man was quite shocked, thinking to himself that this young man was actually a foreign noble. But for some unknown reason, his subordinates suddenly attacked me from all sides. Fortunately, the bald man shouted, "Stop," in time, or else there would have been a bloody scene. "Welcome to the Kraken Casino, my esteemed neighboring noble lord. Please forgive my subordinates for their rude and unauthorized actions. I apologize to you here, so all of you put away your weapons. If we have matters to discuss, why don't we sit down and talk things over? After all, harmony brings wealth." However, the bald man had one question he couldn't figure out no matter how hard he tried. He didn't understand why a noble like me would come to such a shady place. To this, I responded that I came to find someone. As for who this person is, I'm sure you can probably guess. After saying this, I told Claude he could stand up now. "Today, I'm here to take you back." Meanwhile, elsewhere, as 3 dice fell from the cup, the points displayed turned out to be the maximum possible in this game's rules. And the person in question was none other than Alfoy, who had newbie protection. He could hardly believe this money came from winning a game. Watching Alfoy's performance, Carl was absolutely delighted. Sure enough, the newbie's luck rule was an eternal truth wherever you went. "How much did you actually win? Why don't you team up with me from now on?" But in reality, Alfoy hadn't heard a word of what Carl said. At this moment, he had already fallen into a mental storm about what choice to make, because the amount of money here was dozens of times more than what he earned, spending 25 hours a day selling magic scrolls. And while making this choice, Alfoy's heart was pounding. You should know it had been a long time since he'd experienced this sensation. Without a doubt, he had become deeply fascinated by games that could win money quickly. Unexpectedly, the next second, Alfoy was quickly pulled back by a puzzled voice. "What are you talking about, young master? We came all this way just to find this gambling addict, and the kind who's about to get his hand chopped off at any moment?" Naturally, my answer was definitely affirmative. It's just that the bald man didn't agree to let me take Claude away. His reason was that he had placed money when participating in the sacred game, so before leaving, he must pay the appropriate price according to the casino's rules. This left me quite confused, thinking to myself, could this be another change in history caused by my rebirth? The development before wasn't like this at all. Suddenly, Claude inadvertently revealed a sinister smile, and then, right in front of everyone, he knelt down and said, "Baron Gillian, I'm sorry. I truly deserve to die. I gambled away all the money you entrusted to me, but there's one thing I truly didn't lie about. I lost the money because they played dirty tricks. The dice used here are all managed by them. After being searched when I entered, there's no way I could have brought any cheating tools with me." Unexpectedly, before Claude could finish, Belinda interrupted him. "Wait, how dare you speak to my young master like that?" Fortunately, having spent a lifetime with him, I understood Claude's intentions. After stopping Belinda from almost exposing our cover, I prepared to have a good talk with the bald man about how I could take Claude away. To this, the bald man kindly reminded me I was wondering why Claude had so much money back then. "So I suggest you be careful with your subordinates, lest you get deceived and suffer a great loss." After this, the bald man even laid down a harsh warning. The Kraken Casino is under the jurisdiction of this country's baron. Even if you're a noble, you're not allowed to cause trouble at will, or else it might trigger diplomatic disputes. I suggest you come quietly and leave quietly. Hearing this, I gave a definitive negative response. That's probably going to be a bit difficult, since this is practically equivalent to having my money stolen. Seeing the bald man's face turn sour because of my words, I continued, since we both need this guy, how about we play a game? If I win, I'll take Claude along with all the money he lost. Conversely, if I lose, I'll unconditionally transfer all my status and wealth to you. Naturally, my actions would cause an emotional reaction among those present. So soon, Claude also whispered to me, although I'm very grateful you cooperated with my performance just now, who told you to go to such lengths for me? Hearing this, I directly put my arm around Claude's shoulder and leaned in close. Of course, it's because I need you. Leave the rest to me. In contrast, the bald man admitted he hadn't seen a noble with such courage in a long time. You're right. Since you've come to the casino, we should have a proper match. However, the stakes are all your wishful thinking. If you lose, you absolutely can't back out. Just like that, the people at other gambling tables quickly gathered around. They had long lost interest in their games, and only wanted to witness who would be the ultimate winner of this match. Then the bald man began explaining the game rules. Simply put, whoever rolls the smallest number wins. If there's a special situation with a tie, we keep competing until we determine a winner. The moment he finished speaking, I showed an arrogant posture. Got it. So can you hurry up and start? Every minute and second is real money in my hands. Seeing me like this, the bald man was absolutely delighted. He loved impatient gamblers like this the most, and as the game began, the referee tossed a coin. Since it landed on the flower side, the bald man gained the right to roll the dice first. The next second, he exerted all his strength, shaking the dice cup like crazy. Those in the know naturally watched with great interest, while only the clueless Belinda couldn't understand why everyone was making such a fuss over a single die. Little did she know this was the bald man's usual tactic. The purpose was to distract attention and complete his cheating operation. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the bald man actually rolled the smallest number, 1. Without a doubt, even if God himself came, the outcome of this game could only be a loss or a tie. I thought I'd get to watch a few more rounds, but it's already over right from the start. Hearing what others were saying, Belinda was somewhat worried. As for Claude, needless to say, if I couldn't roll a 1 with these dice, he would definitely still be wrongfully accused and have a hand cut off today. Oops, sorry, I accidentally gave you such tremendous pressure. You'd better be careful too. One wrong move and the game will end prematurely. To this kind of sarcasm, I directly told him to shut up. I had my own clever plan to win this gamble. Hearing this, the bald man just found it laughable. He mockingly told me not to bluff and that even if I acted nonchalant, he could still see through my true feelings. And the reason the bald man dared to be so certain of his victory was naturally because his custom-made dice cup was invincible. As long as his hand was fast enough, he could perfectly control the size of the numbers. Besides that, he had also tampered with my dice. No matter what, it was extremely unlikely a 1 would appear. The probability was roughly 0.000000001%, but what the bald man didn't know was that I'd already anticipated this. At this moment, after I injected a trace of magic power into the dice cup, a miraculous scene soon occurred. As I lifted the dice cup, everyone present was stunned speechless. Even the bald man was no exception. What on earth is going on? That's right, I directly rolled an unprecedented 0 points. Suddenly, the bald man pointed at me and roared in fury, "This round is invalid. Even if you're a noble, you can't make the result so far-fetched. Have you ever seen anyone break the dice in just 1 round?" To this I responded, "Indeed, that's true, but the rules don't seem to explicitly prohibit this either." And as I spoke, I also grabbed the bald man's wrist, intending to expose what he was hiding in his hand to the public. Just as I thought, hidden in the bald man's hand was another die. The one from before was a specially rigged die that could definitely roll a 1. This scene infuriated all the gamblers present. To put it bluntly, we've all been played like pigs for the past 2 years. I knew my luck couldn't be this bad. Turns out the people in charge here have all been cheating. In contrast, I repeated the words the bald man had said earlier. You cheated while participating in the sacred game, so before you leave, you must pay the appropriate price according to the casino's rules. The bald man understood there was no way to turn this game around. In that case, he'd just bring out the real weapons and have a proper fight. However, his sudden strike at me was easily dodged with a simple sidestep, because compared to my previous opponents, this guy was worlds apart, like heaven and earth. After the bald man realized he wasn't my match, he called over all his subordinates, determined to surround and behead me right here. But his mistake was not recognizing my terrifying strength while in a foreign land. In contrast, I looked upon this with disdain. Even if there were 18 or 19 more, they'd still be as weak as ants. At this moment, after I continuously dodged 2 slashing attacks, I decided to capture the leader first. Using these 2 small fries as springboards, I launched a counterattack. Seeing this, though the bald man was terrified, he still swung his blade, determined to fight to the death. However, in my eyes, his attack speed was ridiculously slow. So while dodging him, I flipped behind the bald man and placed my sword against his neck. At this moment, the bald man was basically on the verge of wetting himself. Seeing this, his subordinates wanted to come forward to rescue him. But unexpectedly, the next second they received the same treatment as their boss. You guessed it, it was Belinda and the others who came to lend me a hand. I advise you not to move, or my baby here doesn't have eyes. After controlling these 2 guys, Belinda asked me what to do next. Hearing this, I responded, of course, do as I said before. I'm taking Claude and all the money he lost here. Who would have thought that even in this situation, the bald man still told me it wasn't possible, and added that this was Baron Austin's main source of income. He believed Austin would soon receive the news and rush to the scene. Naturally, I didn't listen to a word the bald man said. If he wants to come, let him come. After all, I originally had important matters to discuss with him personally anyway, and to better handle the current situation, I gave the decision-making power to Claude. However, when I turned around to look, Claude, who had been standing there, had already disappeared without a trace, although deep down I really wanted to curse at him, remembering everything he had done done for me before, I felt I should be more magnanimous and mercifully let him off this once. Then I heard Belinda complaining. If we hadn't saved him, his wrist would have been chopped off long ago. In the end, he didn't even say thank you before sneaking away. Yeah. But according to my intuition, he's definitely headed to the next casino. This made Belinda so angry her lungs were about to explode. I told you, gambling addicts are all bad news. Why don't we hurry and catch up before he gets too far? But to this, I gave a negative response. There's no need, I know where he's going now. On the other side, at this moment, Claude was indeed running away with a money pouch in hand. But along the way, he still couldn't understand this noble me. Who exactly was the person he mentioned, and why would he risk his life for an ordinary person like me? But none of that matters now. I've already gotten what I needed. Now I just need to hurry and hand over the money. Though I'm sorry, I really need this money. Saying this, Claude's thoughts returned to 1 year ago, when he lived in fear every day, hiding in an abandoned cottage deep in the mountains. And the one thing he did every day was go to the casino to earn money. See, I'm pretty amazing, aren't I? That game isn't some probability contest like you said. In my opinion, it has an easily obtainable fixed formula. At this rate, we'll soon be free from this hard life. Who knew that before Claude could finish, the woman before him forcibly stopped him? Enough, Claude. I know neither my father's death nor your master's death was your fault, so please, stop getting hurt for my sake, okay? Hearing this, Claude was very moved, but in reality, he still didn't dare act rashly, because all of this was his fault. If it weren't for him, neither the teacher nor her father would have been branded as traitors. As for the person Claude was referring to, it was none other than Baron Austin, who had abducted him. Drag this traitor's daughter away, she'll make a fine slave, they're short on good ones over there. Little did he know that just as Baron Austin was about to leave, Claude, who had been beaten unconscious, suddenly woke up. Please let her go. I'm willing to pay you the ransom amount you want for her. To this, Baron Austin decided to show mercy once. I'll give you 1 year. As long as you can gather 10,000 gold coins, I won't cut the grass and eliminate the roots. I'll return her to you. If you can't do it, don't blame me for being ruthless, because her fate was always to die anyway. Anna, hold on just a bit longer. I'll soon deliver the money to that guy and buy your freedom. At the same time, on the other end in Austin territory, Baron Austin was gleefully looking at the profits the slaves brought him. I didn't expect to fill up the prisoner camp so quickly. Looks like I need to hurry and spend a little money to expand it. Then he also told his capable subordinate Rosier that those low-level slaves who had eaten their fill, if they couldn't even recover their own value, there was no reason to let them continue living. Also, execute all those who haven't paid their ransom within a week. Hearing this, Rosier expressed his compliance, but he also asked back, it's been almost a year now, what should they do with that traitor's daughter? Hearing this, Austin showed that expression, clearly having completely forgotten about this matter. After recalling for 2 minutes, he slowly remembered. Has there been any word from Claude? To this, Rosier gave an affirmative answer. Moreover, he had heard that not only did Claude fail to earn money, but today he even lost all his savings. Hearing this, Austin immediately understood it was his subordinate's doing. Actually, he had originally intended to treat her as an ordinary person, but rumor said she was a traitor's daughter, which made him upset enough to want to kill her. In contrast, Rosier had a question. What if that guy has already prepared the ransom? Of course, after collecting the money, we just quietly dispose of her. When a gambling addict dies, no one will feel sorry. Who knew that just as he finished speaking, a soldier suddenly pushed open the door. Pardon the interruption, Baron. There's suddenly a guy named Claude outside making a fuss and wanting to see you, saying he's here to pay the ransom. At these words, Baron Austin was naturally shocked, since Rosier had just told him Claude was bankrupt. But since he's here, they definitely need to meet. And after Claude was permitted to enter, he got straight to the point without wasting words. Here are the 10,000 gold coins you demanded. Please show mercy and release Anna. However, Austin's attention was completely focused on verifying whether the gold coins were real or fake, and after confirming they were genuine, he became seriously suspicious of Claude. I can release her, but first you need to answer one question. How exactly did you obtain this money? Hearing this, Claude responded that he won it through gambling. Unexpectedly, the next second, what he received was Austin's command, someone, lock him up for me, obviously. From Claude's expression, it wasn't hard to see he was utterly confused. And after he was indeed captured, he immediately questioned why Austin was treating him this way. He had already prepared the money, and there were even extra gold coins included. To this, Austin said indifferently, because this money is extremely suspicious. If it came from illicit means, it could bring me fatal disaster. Next, I'll have someone thoroughly verify it. So if you don't want to die, just behave and stay in prison for now. Just like that, Claude was forcibly taken away by 2 soldiers for a gambler to actually gather the ransom. Even other barons wouldn't believe it. But just as Claude was being let out, an accident occurred. The soldiers who had been restraining him were suddenly struck on the back of their necks and knocked unconscious. At this moment, everyone was shocked beyond words. You guessed it, the person who arrived was none other than me, Jillian. Then I gently patted Claude's shoulder a few times. Leave the rest to me. As long as you trust me unconditionally today, I promise I'll give you the outcome you most desire. As for Austin, he questioned who I was. Of course, I had no need to hide my identity and directly stated, I am Baron Jillian of Perdium in the Lunia Kingdom. It's a pleasure to meet you in this capacity. At the same time, Carl and Belinda also brought in the bald man. At this moment, Austin was no longer calm. Why did you beat my subordinate into a pulp? I'm sure you know why I'm here. So let's skip the small talk and get straight to the point. But Austin immediately flew into a rage, saying, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever you want or you might lose your tongue. And between his words, the guards serving Austin drew their swords and confronted me, but before they could make any threats, another weapon had already swiftly fallen to his vital point. I advise you to be kinder. This is definitely not a place someone of your caliber can handle. It seemed that the guard recognized that the person attacking him was Carl, causing his whole body to tremble uncontrollably. But Austin didn't notice this at all. He still dared to speak arrogantly. How dare you make trouble in my territory? What are you all standing around for? Quickly throw these troublemakers out. In response, I calmly changed the subject. I guess you clearly know why I came here specifically to negotiate with you today. I don't want to waste time. Please make compensation as soon as possible." In the next second, Austin looked puzzled. "Compensation? What do you want me to compensate for?" I didn't respond immediately, but ordered Belinda to kick that guy over. "Of course it's because your most capable subordinate cheated, and almost caused me to lose all my assets." After hearing this, Austin didn't know how to respond for a moment. His brain was racing to find a viable solution. On the contrary, the bald man shouted that he was wronged, and even accused us, saying it was all because we played tricks first. But his words only earned him another kick to the face from Belinda. "Sure enough, a dog can't change its habit of eating shit. Even now you still won't tell the truth, huh? So what do you want me to do?" This was Austin's response to me. "Of course, you should give me the appropriate compensation amount. After all, in a game hall where trust is paramount, cheating by the organizer is absolutely intolerable." But even though I said all this, Austin still didn't take it seriously. That guy also said he was wronged. "I really don't know whose tune I should follow. My suggestion is you should go find a judge. This is no longer within my scope of intervention." Although his words made me extremely speechless, I still reminded him not to shirk responsibility. Whoever should compensate must compensate. Upon hearing this, Austin gave me a contemptuous look. "What exactly do you mean?" In response, I said, "According to reliable information, I know that nobles from various countries like to go to your Kraken game hall, and I also know that more than half of this territory's total income comes from it. If there were suddenly rumors that the organizer of this game hall had similar fraudulent behavior, what consequences would that create? I believe you understand this more deeply than I do." Austin naturally understood the implication of my words. "You little brat, how dare you make me pay hush money?" But he still had to back down when he should. After all, this concerned his territory's operations, so he decided to give me double the gold coins as compensation. However, before I agreed, I told him he had to fulfill another request of mine, which was to release Anna Aqueous, who was imprisoned by him. "So as long as you do these two things well, I'll act as if I never came to Austin territory, and won't reveal your ugly tactics." At this point, Austin finally understood my true intention for coming to find him. Then in the next second, Austin's anger instantly shot to its peak. "Good one, Jillian. I never expected you to be such an ungrateful person. You clearly know that woman was supposed to be executed. It was my mercy that let her live until now, and yet you dare to team up with nobles from other territories to scheme against me." On the contrary, seeing piles of soldiers rushing in, Carl and the others weren't afraid at all. They were even a little excited. However, before the battle started, I casually asked Belinda for a small knife. At this moment, only Austin could be heard shouting loudly, "Everyone listen to my command. From this moment on, whoever can cut down this group of people the fastest will receive a reward of 1 million gold coins." Of course, Austin's thinking was clear. As long as we died, he could make everything that happened here disappear. But how could I let him succeed so easily? After picking up the money pouch to block the guard's incoming attack, I immediately grabbed the small knife Belinda gave me and pierced through one of Austin's hands along with the table. The intense pain also made him scream out loud immediately. But I didn't care whether he would die or not. What I wanted was for him to deeply experience the consequences of not listening. Then I commanded Carl and Belinda behind me, "Anyone who dares to resist us, please send them all to hell." And after Carl and the two received the command, they began a killing spree. After all, killing such shrimp soldiers and crab generals was simply like cutting vegetables. But just during the gap after Belinda and the two attacked, there were actually two soldiers seeking death who came to launch a sneak attack on me, clearly underestimating my strength too much. After dealing with these two despicable bastards, I then locked my target on Austin's personal guard. I guess this kind of goods was probably some useless mercenary cheaply hired from outside. He couldn't even last 2.5 rounds. I thought he was so strong. On the contrary, at this moment Claude fell into self-contemplation. He really wanted to know one thing. That is why this group of people who had only known him for 2 hours would go on such a killing spree for him, and weren't even afraid of offending the forces behind Austin territory. But while thinking, Claude suddenly recalled what I said to him that day. "Because you are someone that others need." At this point, he shed tears of gratitude. The so-called others in those words were actually referring to you, Jillian. Without any reason to be good, how can I repay your kindness in the future? At the same time, on the other side, even though Austin was seriously injured, he still stubbornly said that the backing behind him was a very strong existence. Otherwise today, but before he could finish his words, I cut him off. "I'll say it again. I want reasonable compensation and to take Anna Aqueous away. If you still have objections." Just then Claude suddenly patted my shoulder. Although he didn't say a word to me, I'd already seen through his thoughts completely. After all, we've been good brothers for over 10 years. Then Claude said seriously, "If any problems arise in the future, please come directly to Perdium in the Runia Kingdom. I will definitely entertain you well." After that, we left Austin territory, sent Anna back to where she belonged, and Claude packed his luggage to prepare to return with me to my Jillian territory. Along the way, we chatted about many things. "So, are you really willing to part with Anna?" In response, Claude gave a positive answer. Compared to me who killed her father, Anna will definitely be happier in her homeland. Although I was listening carefully to all these words, what comforted me more was that I finally repaid the debt I owed Claude in my previous life. In my previous life, obsessed with revenge, I ignored all the value of everything he had done for me. Then I smiled and asked Claude if he thought the territory here was beautiful and if the air was fresh. After getting Claude's affirmative answer, I smoothly locked in the topic. "Since you like it, then from now on you are the chief administrator of my Jillian territory." Upon hearing this, Claude immediately broke free from his restraints. I suddenly remembered, I still have something I didn't tell Anna. I need to go back first. At the same time, on the other side, after learning that his plan had failed, Count Desmond was so angry his lungs were about to explode. "Jillian, you little brat dare to ruin my plans, I absolutely won't let you off." And although he urgently convened an emergency meeting, clearly the officials in the meeting, almost none, dared to speak first or make suggestions, afraid of making their lord even angrier. In the next second, Desmond could be heard giving an order. "Someone come, write a letter to Amelia for me. Tell her to prepare for the the next step of the plan starting immediately. Time returned to the moment when I just brought Claude back to Diggle territory, to help him quickly establish authority here. I also specially held a coronation ceremony for him. Since everyone knows each other now, let's start today's work. Since Diggle territory had just been liberated from Digold's tyranny, the territory's situation is now very terrible, so I appointed Claude to be responsible for managing all administrative affairs and work hard to restore order to this land. First, we need to conduct a census to find everyone and send them back to their respective villages. After the investigation is completed, we need to purchase at least half a year's worth of food reserves accordingly. Secondly, the territory needs to develop agriculture, and each farming household must be equipped with an ox for plowing. In addition, we also need to consider whether we can cut down some nearby forest to open up more farmland. Although this land is extremely arid and clearly not suitable for planting, the corpse of that big snake earlier is just the perfect remedy to solve this situation. Grind its bones into powder and scatter them on the land. Finally, all the other old equipment must be replaced, and this and this and that, everything must be handled properly in the second phase. Hearing this, Claude was obviously speechless and hurriedly asked awkwardly if I was joking. How dare I say he could handle it alone? As for his question, I only gave an answer after returning to the office. I hope you'll see after you've done it. I believe there's no problem with my judgment of you. If you need manpower, just select from those people yourself. But the moment my words fell, Claude wanted to run away on the spot without looking back, and I merely recited the name Wendy. In the next second, Claude was so scared he almost peed himself, because at this moment there was a female assassin above his head attacking him. As for that person's binding technique, it was exactly the same as Belinda's. Nice to meet you, my name is Wendy. Under Belinda's orders, I came here to be responsible for protecting Mr. Claude. Although I know Claude is like an ox or horse for me to command, this is only the initial phase. By that time he will quickly find the most reasonable countermeasures. And to prevent Wendy from being unable to restrain herself at times, I still decided to follow along in the early stages. As long as they are nobles, they have the responsibility and obligation to protect the territory's residents. Those civilians who have lost their will to work after suffering from poverty have long since lost trust in nobles. And the biggest problem they face is hunger. If we ignore all these problems, then the territory basically needs a complete overhaul, which is obviously time-consuming and not easy to please. We must solve these problems as soon as possible to get this territory on track. However, I also have a difficult problem on my hands. That is, the money is a bit insufficient. At the planned pace, in less than 2 months, I won't even be able to pay Jillian and the others' wages. Hearing this, Carl asked why. Aren't there still magic crystals that haven't been mined? In response, I replied that there are still some, but besides selling them, we also need to keep some for our own use. After all, we now have Vanessa, a mage in the team, and her specialty is research on magic. Moreover, the mineral vein itself is not endless, so we can't always put the focus of making money on that. We must create sustainable sources of funding. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open forcefully by Claude. But before I could ask him what he came to do, Claude's response was very firm. He said he'd already found and prepared a super solution that could save the territory in a short time. While speaking, his mouth kept twitching with a smile, clearly very confident in his solution. But until Claude said he wanted to establish a casino, in the next second he was kicked flying out. As for who did it, of course it was Belinda. Wendy, I'm adding another condition for you. From now on, if that guy dares to talk nonsense again, just take action directly. Hearing this, Claude said pitifully, what more do you want from me? After all, this land itself is not suitable for farming. Why not transform it into an entertainment venue for surrounding nobles to come and let us fleece them? But this was clearly not practical at all, so I responded that we'd consider it later when there's time, and continue according to the original plan. In response, Claude said the remaining food couldn't last much longer. But you have to know that without any foundation in the territory, building a casino could indeed make money immediately. But we also need to consider whether we can effectively prevent the formation of dark places. Moreover, this is also not a good choice for fighting with those people. So I told Claude, I'll handle the food problem. I guarantee the crops will definitely grow on this land. So from now on, you must follow my orders and stop complaining. But I already told you, this land is simply not suitable for growing crops. Hearing this, I smiled wickedly. Do you dare to bet with me? But for some reason, Alfoy just had to join in the fun. Let's bet then. Who's afraid of whom? This also gave Claude the courage to keep betting. Seeing this, I just want to say gambling dogs are definitely not worth pitying. The scene switched, and time quickly came to 2 months later. At this moment, Claude and Alfoy had already been stunned by the scene presented before them for a full 10 minutes. Suddenly, the originally barren land had grown into fields of rice paddies. The farmers also began to harvest the fruits of their hard labor over these recent days. You have to know, it had been more than 10 years since their last harvest. Suddenly, Claude called out to me. He wanted to know how I managed to do it. Hearing this, I responded that the variety I used was rye. This crop can grow well even in harsh environments. However, before sowing, we scattered nutrient-rich snake bone powder on the better fields. Then we used rye seeds that had been enhanced by mana enhancement circles. This way they could grow faster and be harvested more frequently. Hearing this, Alfoy finally understood why I had them mages draw mana enhancement circles. In addition, Vanessa also looked at me with admiring eyes. It's amazing, Master. How did you think of using mana enhancement spells on seeds? This spell was originally specifically for people. I said it was just a sudden inspiration. Although I really wanted to say this was actually research results from mages in my previous life. But just to be safe, I still must hide my identity as a reincarnator. Just then, passionate cheers came from behind me. My lord, from now on, no matter what happens, I will trust you and follow you. Thanks to you, we no longer have to go hungry. But Claude and Alfoy actually wanted to take this opportunity to sneak away. You have to know my third eye has been watching them all along. So where exactly are you two trying to go? Could it be you want to run away? Hearing this, Claude and the two said in unison, how is that possible? They just wanted some peace and quiet. As for whether they love peace or not, it has nothing to do with me. But before leaving, they must first sign this contract. I remember very clearly that you two were very tough back then, saying that if you lost the bet, you would have to be my unpaid slaves for 10 years. And the moment my words fell, my subordinates very interestingly blocked their path. This way, if Claude and Alfoy dared to renege, then let's give them a good lesson. After that, another week passed. To enhance the territory's combat power, I called over Hubert, the tower master of the Crimson Tower. So I originally came over to celebrate your victory in battle, but it turns out you actually have other matters to trouble me with. Hearing this, I told Hubert not to speak so definitively. After all, this territorial battle was very difficult to win. If it weren't for Vanessa detonating the magic crystal, it would have been very difficult to have any possibility of victory. As soon as I said this, Hubert was trembling with anger all over. What? You actually destroyed such precious crystals? Why did you hide this from me? If you couldn't win, couldn't you have asked me to come out? I responded, by the time you came, the day Lily would have been cold. Besides, if there are still large territories coveting Perdium, then we who can't match them in military strength can only choose to detonate magic crystals again for self-protection. Hearing this, Hubert backed down and reminded me not to always say such extreme things to stimulate him, an old man. In that case, I'll consider you've agreed to help me by default. Then from now on, I want your Crimson Tower to set up a branch in my Diggled territory. Just like that, the helpless Hubert could only listen to my decision, and we also began the construction project of the branch magic tower. Fortunately, we had skilled mages. The construction of this tower only took 2 weeks, and with it finally completed, the territory's order finally returned to normal operation. But very soon I heard bad news from Claude, that is, a rebellion broke out in Leipold territory, and the mastermind behind the rebellion was Amelia. This is bad. Why did this rebellion happen so much earlier than in my previous life? I decided to set off for the capital Lumia Kingdom. However, my father was completely puzzled by my decision. I truthfully responded that this journey would be the only opportunity to reverse Perdium's weak fate. In addition, I will also provide Perdium with a 1-year supply of materials. As a condition, I hope Uncle Randolph and Merlin can help manage Diggled territory during my absence. Hearing this, Randolph and the two were overjoyed. You have to know this money is not a small amount. Suddenly, my father interjected, this doesn't seem to be the important thing, because I had told him before that Leipold had intentions to target Perdium. Moreover, now that the rebellion in Leipold had already broken out, I naturally understood my father's concerns. If it really was as he thought, Desmond and Leipold would team up to deal with me during my absence, then Perdium would undoubtedly be unable to hold on. But you have to know that Amelia has currently only won the rebellion. She definitely still needs to spend a lot of time to stabilize the situation, so we need to utilize her and quickly strengthen our own strength. Hearing this, my father was shocked and wanted to know what brilliant plan I had thought of. Of course, we must pull the kingdom over to Perdium's side. This was my response to my father. The scene switched. After 2 days, we finally arrived at Lumia Kingdom. The architecture here, including the great castle sitting at the highest point, makes small territories like Perdium look like toys in comparison. But I hate everything here to the extreme. I feel like they're just showing off. I really want to smash it to smithereens. My words shocked Claude. Then he quietly asked Wendy beside him what was going on. In response, Wendy said there's no need to ask too many questions. Just tell Claude to unconditionally trust his master and be done with it. But even though it was said like this, Claude still didn't give up. His intuition was telling. There were too many unusual things about me, as if it was deep resentment accumulated from a previous life. On the contrary, at this moment my thoughts were pulled back. Lumia Kingdom is an impregnable fortress that will never fall. Some have also said it is blessed by the goddess. But in my view, all of this is illusory. After all, I have defeated it once before, and ended my life of desperate revenge right here. I remember at that time I had occupied the capital, attempting to kill Duke Delphi, who had just taken office not long ago, but didn't know this guy wasn't here at all. And because I was blinded by the emotion of revenge, I made a huge mistake, which was to view everyone as my enemy. Having this experience also created who I am today. Relying on one person's strength alone absolutely won't work. After that, I found a suitable house to settle in Lumia. Sir, just as you said, this mansion is both large and magnificent, with a spacious garden, and most importantly, the price is quite affordable. Naturally, I have no objections. As long as we can live here, it's fine. But Claude and the others questioned on the spot why we were doing this. This looks like a legendary abandoned haunted house. Hearing this, the property agent spoke somewhat stutteringly, probably because it hasn't been properly maintained for a very long time. And at the same time as his words fell, dozens of crows rushed out from the mansion. This directly startled Gordon, the representative of Tough Guys. Then the property agent continued, anyway, regarding all the various rumors about ghosts or spirits haunting this mansion, they're nothing but baseless slander. I guarantee this house absolutely has no problems. At this point, I didn't want to continue asking. It sounds quite good. How much money do I need to buy it? But at this time, Claude rushed over in a hurry trying to stop me. Then he embraced the property agent. Just look at his face. It's really hard to believe how much truth there is in what he just said. Moreover, feng shui exists for a reason. In response, I said it doesn't matter. Anyway, even if ghosts really exist, they can't kill any of us. So is there anywhere in this mansion that scares you so much you don't dare to live here? Hearing this, the real estate agent thought I was some rich noble with more money than sense. He immediately asked for 1,000 gold coins, saying that normally, including this land, the mansion would be worth 2,000 gold coins. Before the agent could finish, I cut him off with a simple 200. You know what? I'm actually quite afraid of ghosts. If you can't accept this price, then we'll just have to look elsewhere. The agent said it was absolutely impossible. There's no way to sell such a luxurious mansion in the capital like this, so the price couldn't be less than 1,000 gold coins no matter what. Left with no choice, I had to pull out my trump card to deal with him. To maintain a facility of this scale, the maintenance costs far exceed the asking price. And even if it doesn't sell, you still have to pay the annual land use tax. Sure enough, hearing this, the agent immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Obviously, I'd hit his pain point, and in the end, he reluctantly agreed. Little did we know, during our conversation, a strange figure was watching me from upstairs in the mansion behind us. After this, I arranged for Belinda to lead the renovation of this mansion. Everyone began carrying out their assigned cleaning tasks after receiving orders. Just then, Claude found me. Master, you said you would establish connections in the kingdom, but how exactly do you plan to do this now? now. Will those nobles in the capital really be willing to meet a noble from a remote region? Hearing this, I responded that he was absolutely right. From those people's perspective, there really was no reason to talk to us or even meet us, but I had actually already found a solution. Just make them come to meet us and get to know us on their own initiative. The scene shifted. At this moment, I brought Claude and the others to the experimental table I had carefully prepared. Soon they became confused. What exactly are these things for? Master, you're not planning to do alchemy, are you? In a sense, this is indeed somewhat like alchemy, because we're going to start making cosmetics. Initially, we'll produce a small number of samples as gifts, and send them to every noble mansion in the capital. After they use them, they'll definitely be unable to resist meeting with me. Because for nobles, an outstanding appearance is a symbol of power and dignity. They're the type who will spare no cost to appear cool and beautiful. However, this is actually a formula technique I secretly learned in my previous life. In the future, people would discover by chance that the lead, mercury, and white powder used in cosmetics are harmful to the skin. At the same time, a family called Delphina developed safer cosmetics and made a fortune as a result. Because besides being completely non-toxic, they could also repair all the flaws caused by old makeup. First, use magic to oxidize zinc and turn it into powder. At the same time, melt the beeswax in a heated double boiler and mix it with tuberose seed oil and shea butter extract. Remove it from heat, then add the zinc oxide powder prepared earlier, and add the special essential oil extracted from Fairy's Blessing. However, this isn't the finished product yet. It still needs to sit for a day before it's safe to use. Once those nobles use this product developed by Delphina, they won't consider any other cosmetics at all. It will become a necessity for nobles. As for the gift-giving process, I assigned this as a new task to Claude. Who would have thought that during our conversation? A pair of eyes was watching from outside the window. Soon night fell, and everyone entered deep sleep. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down. A figure appeared in the originally empty living room, but what no one could expect was that this person actually walked toward the cosmetics that were still settling. Only I had already detected her presence early on. So you're the ghost from those rumors, right? Seeing her whereabouts exposed, the armored woman's reaction was obviously extremely startled. Immediately after, she drew her sword and fiercely attacked me, but her overall speed seemed too low level to me. But who would have thought that after I easily blocked her attack, the armored woman, just like me, could use surprisingly unexpected moves, whether in terms of flexibility or control of strength. Her execution was impeccable. Every movement also showed a beautiful arc. However, this doesn't mean she could beat me. My combat experience is definitely more seasoned than 90% of people. If my memory isn't confused, this person's true background is from that family. As I successfully caught this block of hers, she also seemed to realize that my strength was not to be underestimated, so she quickly pulled back to create distance between us. Suddenly, the armored woman leaped up. I didn't understand why she was doing this. Although a downward strike can indeed increase the cutting force, the disadvantage is also fatal. It's full of openings. Just like that, under my overwhelming strength, the armored woman was soon defeated. After this, I asked her a question. I wanted to know what relationship she had with the Branford family. It seemed the commotion was quite loud, causing Belinda and the others to wake from their dreams. However, by the time they rushed over, the armored woman had already left. After inquiring and learning that nothing had happened to me, Belinda and the others finally felt relieved. In contrast, I excitedly announced something worth celebrating. Our glory is about to arrive. The scene shifted. Time quickly came to the next morning. At this moment, in a luxurious mansion, a woman was carefully dressing herself up. As for her identity, she was Meryl, the wife of Count Aylesbury. But even though the servants had already applied her makeup very delicately, she still wore a sad and worried expression. Recalling when she was young, she was the trendsetter of the city. Every noble lady imitated her cosmetics and her fashion style. But as time passed, her fame gradually faded and became a thing of the past. Now, makeup for her was nothing more than a veil to cover the passage of time. At this time, Meryl's personal maid suddenly said, "Madam, it's time for you to attend your scheduled event. If you're ready, then let's depart." Who would have thought that the moment the words fell, Meryl's eyes stared intently at her maid. The maid was somewhat puzzled, thinking she hadn't done anything wrong, so why was she being treated this way by her master? But suddenly, Meryl reached out with both hands and grabbed the maid's face. She said, "How exactly do you keep your skin so well?" "No, wait, what is that on your face?" The maid responded, "This is what Count Aylesbury distributed to us servants. The reason is that he recently received a batch of cosmetics as gifts, but he said he didn't need them." After this, Meryl learned the full story and finally found the source of where that batch of cosmetics was produced. That's right, the place she arrived at was precisely the mansion I had just purchased. Looking at such a grand procession, Claude and the others were utterly shocked, wondering who would personally visit this godforsaken shop. But there was no doubt that the visitor was definitely a major figure. And it was at this moment that Claude remembered what I had once said. I would make those nobles come to know me in person. Soon his thoughts were pulled back by Wendy. "Why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry up and do what you're supposed to do." Immediately, Claude led Meryl to the mansion's courtyard and found me, who had been waiting here for some time. "Master, the wife of Count Aylesbury, Meryl, has come to visit you. So you're the new territorial lord who brought the Diggle territory under your control?" Hearing this, I quickly put down what I was doing, then walked forward and gently kissed Meryl's hand as I helped her up. "It's an honor to meet you. I am Jillian, the new lord you mentioned." Suddenly, Meryl seemed a bit unhappy. She said she didn't receive a gift specially given to her. She only found out about it by asking Count Aylesbury. Facing this situation, I calmly explained, "I just felt that giving a gift without distinction to the queen who leads the capital's fashion trends would show insufficient respect." Hearing this, Meryl said she understood. "You do understand some things. Then let's skip those unpleasant parts." Who knew what Meryl would say to me next was to hand over the cosmetics I had developed to her. However, her saying this meant she had used them, and the experience was very good. After getting Meryl's affirmative answer, she also perfunctorily said she no longer needed those previously famous cosmetics, because now she wanted to have exclusive rights to use mine, and what I should do is focus on developing and producing cosmetics. To this I smiled and responded, if you're buying in bulk, I would certainly welcome that. Hearing this, Meryl's expression obviously changed. But in order to secure these cosmetics, she could still endure for now. It seems you don't know. Wanting to conduct business in the capital is an extremely difficult thing in itself. No matter how excellent your product is, breaking through the existing power circle is quite challenging, and there's always the risk of closing down overnight. Of course, threats couldn't threaten me at all. Since you want it so much, the supply price will be slightly higher. Can you accept that? I would set her unit price at 100 gold coins. Little did I know my words left Meryl stunned for a full 2 minutes. Are you sure you're not joking? Of course. Do I look like someone who would joke? Besides, you're already the queen of high society. If you've taken a liking to this product, I'm sure the price I've given is just the starting price. You can continue to raise it. At first, hearing this, Meryl was caught off guard, never expecting my mouth to be so smooth talking. But soon she adjusted back, because she still felt 100 gold coins was too exaggerated. After all, this amount could buy jewelry and high-end furniture. It seemed this Jillian kid was forcing her to give up on exclusive sales. Seeing Meryl hesitating to respond, I proactively made a suggestion, saying I could give her an honor different from others. Hearing this, Meryl's eyes widened. Before she could ask what honor it was, at this moment, I had already brought up a box of cosmetics I had prepared in advance, instantly making the already surprised Meryl even more shocked. Then I continued, the cosmetics I gave before weren't the complete product. These are. Now I'm giving them as a gift to commemorate establishing our relationship. Of course, there are definitely many nobles who aren't yet clear about the efficacy of our products. If it's a move that can change the market, then you'll become the first person in history to lead it, with a status that won't be easily challenged. At this moment, Meryl smiled, truly smiled, and even changed how she addressed me to dear. How can you always say such pleasant things? And after Meryl accepted this gift I gave her, it also meant she agreed. You're responsible for the development of cosmetics, and I'll be responsible for leading it to become the highest end brand. With that, Meryl explained it was getting late, and she still had to attend an event she was already late for. Additionally, she said if I needed anything, just ask. As long as it was within her capability, she would agree. In that case, before Meryl left, I had to ask her for a favor. Please tell Marcus Branford that I, Baron Gillian, can solve his daughter's problem. The girl was clearly stunningly beautiful, yet had to wear heavy armor on her body at all times. It turned out that 2.5 years ago, she contracted an incurable disease. Her whole body was covered with red spots resembling flower petals. Her father searched the world for famous doctors, but none could treat this strange illness. From then on, the girl became self-conscious and only dared to live alone in an abandoned mansion where no one went. Until this day, she met me. But before actually treating the girl, I must get her father to agree to meet me. Fortunately, this problem was quickly resolved. Meryl, who fell in love with the cosmetics I developed, could complete this small task for me. And because all the cosmetic inventory was bought up by Meryl, we made a fortune as a result. At this time, Claude made a suggestion to hurry up and do more business in the kingdom. After all, being able to climb up to Meryl's connections would surely make any industry easily successful. Hearing this, Belinda was quite speechless, also thinking to herself why this guy was so excited. You know, this money wasn't even theirs. In contrast, Gillian also expressed his view to so cleverly form a faction, to the extent that even royal family members have to acknowledge it. But I shook my head at this, because this step is merely one small part of my plan. What I truly want is this. After this, I prepared to go back to sleep. Unexpectedly, I, who had been drowsy, instantly woke up. I saw that at this moment, a person wearing armor was standing in the courtyard. After simple inquiry, I learned the other party was from Marquis Branford, and had come to tell me I had been granted an audience. The scene shifted. Following the meeting time given by Marquis Branford, I made my way to his castle, and found him with a soldier's guidance. I am Gillian, Baron and first heir of Perdium. It's an honor to meet you here, Mr. Marquis. But my words couldn't make him put down his work. Instead, his subordinate said this. He won the war with the Diggle family and killed a count to usurp the Lord's throne. Suddenly, the Marquis stopped me. You look exactly like your father. Just as I expected, this Marquis has been paying attention to affairs in the border region. As for his future, he will serve as the royal steward, becoming the most powerful noble, and engage in fierce competition with Duke Delphi. If Meryl, who belongs to the same faction as me, hadn't supported me, we wouldn't have been able to meet so quickly. Just then, I noticed the Marquis's desk. That's right, my developed cosmetics were prominently placed on it. It seemed the overall rhythm was developing in the direction I expected. Then I heard the Marquis continue. Yesterday, Meryl came to find me and told me you have the ability to solve Rosalind's problem. To this, I gave an affirmative answer. I can indeed cure her disease, the Marquis sighed. Even though you've never seen Rosalind, you dare claim you can cure a disease that hasn't healed for many years, even without understanding its symptoms. Naturally, I had already prepared a logical response. During my time staying in the capital gathering information, I inadvertently heard rumors about this matter because I had previously cured a similar disease. The Marquis said I was very confident, but then told me to go back early. The reason was that I wasn't the first person to claim they could cure Rosalind's condition, and all of them had already failed miserably. If a promising young man were to waste his life in vain, that would be a very regrettable thing. Obviously, for me, this was already a special situation. I had to calm down and think quickly. Just as the Marquis said, they must have already exhausted all possible methods to treat Rosalind's disease. Don't you want to return your daughter to her original state? The Marquis said even if he didn't, it wasn't a big deal. After all, it was just some sores on the body, not life-threatening. At the same time, the Marquis also said the reason he called me here was simply to see my face in person. In contrast, I directly seized the opening. I presume that's just your view. I guess Miss Rosalind wouldn't think so. At this point, the Marquis finally listened and agreed to let me treat his daughter's illness. If you're truly determined to risk your life, then I won't interfere interfere any further. Please begin your attempt, young man. Then the Marquis also ordered his subordinate to make sure to fully ensure my treatment work could proceed smoothly. Of course, if the result was good, I would also be given generous rewards. Who would have thought that the moment the subordinate replied with compliance, I directly said that just a little reward wasn't enough. I hope you'll also boldly promise me something I desire. As these words came out, the Marquis's eyes became grave. Do you dare repeat what you just said? Naturally, repeating was impossible. You, Lord Marquis, are a pillar supporting the kingdom. Satisfying one small wish of mine should be easy. To this, the Marquis responded, are you asking me for compensation just to treat my daughter's injury? You're absolutely right. Moreover, a person who can't even protect their own family's lives yet still calls themselves a pillar of the kingdom's strongest force? I believe you can definitely understand what I'm trying to express. If power is useless, then what value does it have? At this moment, Claude, observing from the side, was scared stiff, thinking how dare this madman speak so rudely before the Marquis. But actually, the Marquis also had concerns due to his official position. You asking me for anything will cost me considerably, but if you still insist on taking it, then you must risk everything. Do you really want to put all this to the test? Listening to the Marquis's words, my expression not only showed no ripples, but became even more determined. I accept your test. I will also give it my all. And while responding to the Marquis, he also told his two subordinates to have the royal treasurer prepare to cut off all aid to Perdium, and also to surround the mansion where I was residing in the capital, and from this moment on prohibit anyone from entering or leaving. Young man, I'll give you 1 week. During this time, you must present Rosalind to me completely unharmed and in good condition. Hearing this, I smiled and said, as you wish. After all, this kind of illness is like a fish in water for me. But in contrast, Claude and Belinda were worried. Damn it, just when I thought I'd never have to worry about money again, what kind of disaster has befallen us now? Without a doubt, if the Marquis's family takes action, then the elimination of Perdium and that new territory would only be a matter of time. Master, is it really worth risking your life to save someone you've never met? At the same time, on another side, the armored woman from before was the Marquis's daughter, Rosalind. Additionally, her illness was still acting up, and because of this, she once again recalled her father's teachings from the past. Aid to the weak is nothing but hypocritical pretense. If you hope to stand in the position of one who extends a helping hand, then you must ensure you possess the strength befitting such a position. But even though Rosalind strictly followed her father's teachings and became strong, if all her efforts resulted in such a pitiful appearance, she'd rather not have it. Just as Rosalind was about to take her own life, I appeared right on time. I already knew you were Marquis Branford's daughter. Leave the rest to me. I will definitely return you to the appearance you desire.